results out, especially if you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people in a county. And so was that helpful this time, and did that impact Fulton County's ability to actually get the election results out probably earlier than anyone expected?
Thank you, Senator Jordan, and again, thank you for all you do in partnership with Fulton County. Yes, absolutely. We received about over 130,000 absentee ballots in this election, which is 10 times more than what we had in the 2016 presidential election. And we know that Fulton County received more absentee ballots than many counties across the state have in population. So it certainly is it's a tremendous factor for us. That was, absentee voting is the most worker consumptive form of voting. You have to touch the application, you have to touch the ballot, you have to do the signature verification as we just described, you have to then scan and process each of those paper ballots. It is much more work intensive than other forms of voting. So the more opportunity we have in the front end to handle that, the more successful we can be, absolutely.
Okay, so I think all the committee members know if you want to be recognized, you got to kind of get my attention. I will try to do that. And we do have a cutoff in about 25 minutes, but I'm going to, because he waved at me so big, I'm going to go to Senator Dolezal, and I think Senator Harbin, did you indicate? And if there's others, just let me know. We will we'll try to get to you, recognized Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. We really do appreciate it. I think the committee is grateful for your attendance and waiting on us as we spoke to the Secretary of Staff. I just had one question, and I asked this of the Secretary of Staff, and they were not clear on it. It's my understanding that the Republican members of the Fulton County Board of Election would not vote to certify the Fulton County election. So really two questions around that. I asked the Secretary of Staff if they knew why, and they did not know why. It's my understanding that the reason why is that you all did not use electronic signature tools that were at your disposal that maybe had been used in the past. So I'm curious if y'all could shine any light on why they may have not voted for that certification. And also I'm curious, are you aware of any other time, any other previous election where members of either party did not vote to certify your election?
Thank you. So I can confirm that they did not vote to certify. That is correct. I do not recall the reasons that they stated. I was not monitoring that specific meeting at the time of that vote, so I do not know what reasons they stated, but I'd be glad if the meeting was videotaped. I would be glad to send a link for the committee to review and could look into that. And I also don't recall specifically whether or not that ever occurred. It's possible, of course. It's a 5-member board, and there could be any number of reasons. So, but I couldn't speak to whether that has occurred in the past.
Thank you.
Okay, recognize the Vice Chairman Harbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm very interested. You said the NFL, the NBA, and the United were all partners. What does a partner do, and how does a partner participate in that process, if you would?
Chairman, would you like to speak to that?
What I mean by that is after the announcement of our partnership with the Atlanta Hawks and State Farm Arena became public, NBA teams in other cities said, well, if the Atlanta Hawks can do this in Fulton County with their arenas, why can't we do it here? Because there was so much interest nationally in the election. So that's what I meant by that. So they partnered with us by allowing us to use that facility. The Charlotte Hornets, as an example, they did the same thing with their arena. The Detroit Pistons, then I switched, I forget exactly which baseball teams and which football teams did like. But in addition to that, and the professional athletes, and I say this, and I mean no disrespect to them, but many of them probably couldn't spell politics until this year, but they actually took the time to register and to vote and to get out in their communities and talk about the importance of voting. So what we started here has been a movement,
right,
of movement between the public sector and the private sector. government and our sports teams in particular. That's what I meant by that partnership.
And they also contributed staff.
That's right. In fact, the
Excuse me.
staff, the Atlanta Hawks, they had, when Steve Coonan called us, that we have about 300 staff people here that we're paying. So it won't cost Fulton County any money. We will pay our staff people. All you have to do is train them, get the equipment here and train them, and they did just that.
Did you have any players active as far as participating volunteering?
We did, including Coach Pierce.
Okay. The other one is I was very interested in is a mobile unit. How does a mobile unit function? How is it used? I mean, is it every day it's going somewhere differently? Is it going to nursing homes? Is it going to places where large groups of people are? How is that mobile process done?
We had a schedule that was published. You want to?
Thank you. The mobile unit is treated as a precinct that goes. Let me just back up and say, before we had the mobile units, Fulton County has several colleges and universities within the county. So during our early voting period, we would go to Georgia Tech for a couple of days, Georgia State for a couple of days, specifically the public universities, because as you all know, early voting has to occur on either an election day site or a government-owned facility. So we had the opportunity to do that. So we had a model already where we had early voting locations that were not open the entire 3-week period. So the mobile units kind of take that a step further. And so for any location that, again, was either a publicly owned facility or an election day site, we were able to take the mobile unit out. We publicized the list. We actually have 25 different locations throughout Fulton County, north to south. One of the things we do is we have 6 geographic commission districts, and we make sure that we divide early voting opportunities equitably among those commission districts. So, for example, the first day of early voting, it will be at St. Paul's Episcopal Church. It's going to visit Atlanta History Center, which happens to be one of our election day sites. And they will go for a couple of days, the same hours as whatever early voting is open that day. And the other advantage is if we had let's say a plumbing emergency or some facility issue at a location, we could reprogram that mobile unit to go there and provide relief on election day. So we could, the machines, the equipment is there, and we're able to have voters check in. It's Wi-Fi enabled, so we're able to offer voting and expand the number of locations. As I mentioned, Fulton County is very large and populous, and so it helps us be able to reach voters, again, all over Fulton County.
Who owns those units? Just curious.
We do. Let me give you 2 specific examples about the 2 units. The power went out at 2 of our precincts, one at Chastain Park, the other in Union City. Perfect example for deploying those 2 mobile units.
Okay. Okie doke. Thank you very much.
And yes, sir, they are owned by the county.
Senator Harper on number 4.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Really appreciate it, and thank you for your patience while we were discussing these same with the Secretary of State's office. Senator Jordan referred to the early period, the Secretary of State's office and the elections, State Elections Board with the
Yes,
rule
sir.
where counties were given extra time before the election to start processing ballots. And if she asked this question, I apologize. Did you or did Fulton County, did y'all utilize that emergency rule? Did you begin processing ballots early or?
We did. I don't know that we used the full 2-week period. We had ordered some equipment throughout the process. We augmented the equipment that we were provided by the Secretary of State's office. So I don't know that we used the full 2-week period, but we certainly used part of it and were able to again, a very high volume of absentee ballots, 130,000 more than we've ever had before. So that time was very much needed to begin that process. Even just sorting the ballots and those kinds of things is very work intensive. So I don't know that we again, took full advantage of it given the opportunity, but we certainly were able to use that time and to the benefit of the elections process.
So, and you may not know the answer, you probably, and that's fine if you don't. You don't know what percentage of those ballots you may have processed before or after.
I don't, but I will certainly, I think we have that, and I will certainly look into it and try to get an answer for you.
And just kind of a follow-up on that, I know
Sure.
that you process those through the scanner. Do you know, is there a higher speed system that we might could use to help speed that process up a little bit? I think, because I believe that was a lot of the issue that Fulton
Right.
County dealt with that week was trying to process
Yes.
those ballots.
I actually spent a whole night at State Farm Arena with the workers there, and I saw firsthand, it is very time intensive. My understanding is that that vote by mail states, so like many Western states, use a ultra high volume or a very high speed scanner. We used a higher speed scanner than what you would use in the precinct, but it was still not, I guess, the highest speed scanner that is produced, and that could certainly be an advantage in a situation like that where you're scanning hundreds of thousands of ballots. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
I'll see if I can get more information for you.
All right. I think most everybody else around the committee asked some of the other questions I was going to ask, so I appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Senator Ramon, are you on? Do I see 2 sevens down there? Are y'all sharing a microphone? Well, let's see. His may be. They're both number 7, so you don't have to share a mic. They're both on.
No problem. Can you hear me?
Yes or no?
My ballot.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's more like a comment, something, we are, thank you, Mr. Chairman, to have the opportunity to meet us over here. And this is, as we all know, this is an unusual time and unusual year and unusual election that we had. We heard a lot about the signature match today, but I may be the only person had a different issues. I'm talking about this unusual time. What happened is the district I represent, people looks like a lot different than in this room, except probably me. I'm the probably only senator got a call that somebody voting in person and with the ID didn't look exactly the same the ID was made. Because of the COVID, grown had a beard and a hair, everything else, and the person was challenged. You say, well, you know, that's not you. So that's happening too. So I just want you, the committee member, to know what we're gonna figure out. Had a harassment that, had a call, had to interfere, and the person was able to vote eventually. But the thing is, this kind of discrimination happened too. Even here, you have an ID and a registered voter as a citizen, nothing wrong with it, and you voted in the primary, had no problem, and then you go to general election and say, well, that don't look like you. What do you do then? We're going to have a face recognition a machine or something to make sure we don't have a discrimination. And that's what I felt. And I had several folks in my district. They come from all different part of the world. I represent the people come from 100 different countries, speak 100 different languages. Sometimes some of these folks don't even speak good English. So we have a lot of other problem in the state of Georgia, not necessarily on the signature problem. I just want to put that out for your consideration. I want you to think about it.
We will see if we can get an answer. I think the appropriate channel for that question may be to the Secretary of State's office, and we'll see if we can get an answer for the committee on that. Are there other questions? Okay, Senator Robertson, number 2, you are recognized.
Thank you, sir. And really quick, something that you mentioned when Senator Harper was asking his questions is you pointed out a high-speed scanner that possibly might be available to expedite the process, while at the same time stating that your employees did not take full advantage of the time offered by the Secretary of State's office to do this. And I think that maybe looking into the process, this, because as a manager of large number of people, we need to make sure, especially something as important as an election, whether it's a city, county commission election, or any other election, that all of those involved are taking full advantage of the equipment, training, rules, regulations that are laid out before them. And I hear constantly, not just from Fulton, but from other counties, well, you know, we're a whole lot bigger than this, and we're a lot different, and we have more ways to travel. You also have a lot more resources.
Yes, sir.
Something this important, threat assessments and planning and everything is so extremely important. So I have a problem of embracing excuses that are self-inflicted, that are brought up because of self-inflicted problems. And what Senator Gooch was talking about earlier is, I don't watch WSB where I'm at. I rarely read the newspaper here out of this city, but always is Fulton County brought up when there comes some kind of issue. And I think the important thing is for us to dive down and address the issue. And you know, in public safety and everywhere else, the resources you have are greater because of the size of your community.
Yes, sir.
And so I get a little concerned with that, but I would hope before you went out and invested more of your money on high-speed scanners that, first of all, we get a good idea of what you can accomplish when you take full advantage of the regulations and rules offered to the communities by the Secretary of State's office.
Senator Robertson, I think that's a very fair point. I think that Fulton County is blessed with resources. We are the largest county, and one thing that we have done, I want to reassure you, is convene a team. And part of the reason I'm able to answer some of these questions today, although my job is mostly PR and legislative affairs, is because we have had a very large multidisciplinary team across the county, kind of a bear hug approach of wrapping ourselves around this as first the pandemic and secondly elections have been the two issues that we have faced this year, and have my boss, who is a wonderful manager and leader, our chairman, everyone from the chairman down to the staff who are wiping and making sure the facilities are safe for us, have had a full bore approach to this. And now that the election is over, although it doesn't feel like it's over quite yet, we, I believe, have already begun the after action analysis to help us do better. This is important to us. It's important to Georgia. It's one of the services that counties are responsible for that I think all of us hold sacred. And I think it's something that your point is well taken. And I want to assure you that all of us are here to help make sure that happens. So thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions in the room. I have one question, I guess, that I was worried about being asked, but as I sat here and I think about it, I want to pose the question, and if you don't have the information to answer it, then just say that.
Sure.
There's been a lot in the media about some of the elections officials or election board, I'm not sure what, that left while there was still some counting process going on. And the only reason I ask this question is that I believe with all my heart there's a lot of misinformation out that we're all struggling with, and we chase these little rabbits and they turn out to not be a rabbit at all. But if that is something you have knowledge of for sure one way or the other and could speak to that, I think this might be a forum to help clarify
Yes, sir.
some of the rumors.
Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity, because I was with the elections director the night of the election when this came up. We originally we were processing absentee ballots at State Farm Arena. We had a number of staff there who had been there since early that morning when the water break that we talked about earlier occurred. One of the managers had apparently directed some of the staff to leave about 10:30 that night. I was with the elections director when he told them, no, you need to ensure that staff stay and continue working. We still have a lot more work to do. Some of the employees did leave at 10:30, and at that time, my understanding is that at the time they left or before they left, some of the observers also left. They may have had conversation with some of the workers there and told them they were leaving at 10:30. I wasn't personally there for that, so I can't speak to it. There were people, however, there was a Secretary of State monitor who stayed, and once there was clarification that these workers were going to continue, additional monitors stayed. So I believe it was a communication issue. I always say that every problem at some level is a communication problem, and I believe that is what occurred there. There was no intentional misleading of anyone. There was nothing untoward that occurred. But some of the workers stayed at that time. Some workers stayed, some left. Some of the observers, as I understand it, left. But there was a Secretary of State monitor there the entire time. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from committee members. I do want to thank you for being
Thank you,
here
sir.
and filling in for Director Barron. And as I said, we may try to do this again. It's
Sure.
been, I know everyone is a bit overworked, and certainly, legislators or citizen legislators, and they all have other things to do. But I do believe that our senators take this responsibility very seriously, and I think that's evidenced by the fact that all of our committee members are here today.
Yes, sir.
I thank you all for being here, and we're currently about 6.5 minutes short of our absolute deadline to end the meeting. So I will adjourn the meeting at this point. I do want to thank you all for being here. I thank the media for their coverage, and apologize for the problems that we've had relative to the COVID situation. And before you actually leave, I see the whip has had a movement over here.
I just wanted to remind our audience. There we go. I just wanted to remind the audience, a lot of people out in the hall and back home that are watching that are concerned about what's going on here in Georgia. There will be another meeting at 1 p.m. and I believe it'll be aired as well on the same website. Is that correct?
I believe that to be true. That's not my meeting, and I can't speak authoritatively about that, but I have been made aware of that, and I plan to attend that meeting. As I understand it, and maybe we're talking about the same meeting, is a subcommittee of the Judiciary that will be meeting in this room at 1 o'clock, and that's not my committee. If there's any misunderstanding, I would direct you to the Secretary of Senate's website.
I just didn't want people to leave their positions where they are thinking this was the end of the discussion of the topic. It is for this committee, but there is another meeting at 1 o'clock. So
That's exactly right.
All right.
So again, thank Mr. Pro Tem. Let me get you turned on.
Thank you very much.
I'm in the microphone. I know you're turned on.
I'm wound up. I'm wound up, I can tell you. I want to thank the folks from Fulton County for being here and the Secretary of State's from being here. And we heard from Muskogee County folks that could not be here. Some clarification, did we not have one more group that we were expecting?
We had, so I'll run through that again very quickly. We had invited to this meeting election officials from Fulton County, from DeKalb County, and later Muskogee County, as well as the Secretary of State's office. But in all fairness, I think it was early yesterday morning, DeKalb County communicated with us that they would not be able to make it due to their off-site workload. And I mean, I think you guys have stepped up.
That's what I want to recognize, exactly.
The same thing is going on probably in every county. We have done everything we know to do to create a forum for the committee to get to the bottom of the issues that we're hearing and to reestablish trust in the elections process. And I want you to know that as your chairman, if you have recommendations for a future meeting, we can certainly do that. I would ask for you to communicate those. Probably the best way is to communicate those through Abby, who does a phenomenal job for me. But as you do that, let us know what your availability is. I realize this is the Christmas season. I know as legislators, we all got, the calendar really ramps up as you start into the next session. But we can certainly meet again, but I will not abuse your time, and we'll do whatever we can do to serve you. With that, the meeting is adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make one closing statement. That's to thank you and the members for allowing us to be here. And if you have any suggestions whatsoever that you think will be helpful to Fulton County to make sure that January 5th is a smooth, is an open and a fair and transparent election, I would like to hear from you. I will welcome that, and I will not consider that to be any criticism of anything that we're doing, but we want help. If you can help us any way, ideas, suggestions, we're open. If you need us back here again, we will be here. That's my commitment to you.
We appreciate it. Y'all have a Merry Christmas if we don't see you between now and then.
That makes sense to you people? You are being deceived right in front of your eyes. The small business is the heartbeat of America. It employs the most people. Without the small business, your community drowns and it loses. My people have been given socialism for 60 and 70 years. And Lyndon Johnson said that I keep you niggas voting Democrat for 200 years if I give you welfare. That is not what I said. That is what Lyndon Johnson said. I know you're afraid to use the nigger word. You've been cowered down. But I'm not afraid to use the very words that Lyndon Johnson used myself. We are not falling for that anymore. Socialism is getting $300-400 a month. You on welfare, then you got to go out and commit crime so you can make ends meet. Say hell no to Democrats, socialists, communists, Marxists. It's a two-tier plan. They give you just enough to buy you a little food, and then they turn you into a damn criminal. You say the easiest thing I can do is go sell these drugs that they let come over the border intentionally. Then they got you trapped. Then you got a criminal record. You can't stay in a certain apartment. All of that. Donald Trump looked at that and said, this is not right. So you know what Trump did last year? Trump said, even if you've been to prison, even if you got a record, you still eligible for these apartments. He wiped that out. I bet y'all don't even know that what happened last year.
Oh, I want to tell you guys, there's a couple men walking by.
So right now, under President Trump, if you had to turn your eyes to what he was doing instead of the news media, Trump would have had all the votes. Joe would have got no votes. We would no longer fall for the Democrat trick anymore. If you're out there and think Democrats are helping you black people, poor white people, look at how you live it. You broke. Look at Atlanta, Georgia, been controlled by Democrats for about 70 years. And you complain about genocide. You complain about police brutality, but blacks been running your very city. What does that tell you? Then you have white liberals moving down here from New York City, California, and all around America. They pretend that they like the black man. They actually hate you. If you see one with a Black Lives Matter shirt on them, tell them to take that shit off because they're your enemy. If they really love the black man, they will be telling you to support Donald J. Trump and showing you what Trump is really doing for the black community. We are sick and tired of these white liberals running around here destroying our cities and our town. I was just looking at a group of 4 black men come by feeding the people across the street over there. They are not Black Lives Matter. Where is Black Lives Matter white liberals? Why aren't they over here feeding you? Open your eyes, people. Let your neighbors know what's going on. You have been deceived. The Democrat Party have deceived America. The Democrats only want power and money. They will sell America out to anybody that has enough money to buy it. Communist China is doing just that, buying America. We are in debt for Communist China that we will never get out because our leadership, Democrats and Republicans, have sold out to other countries. It's time for you to take your freedom back. Let freedom ring like Dr. King screamed from the mountaintop. Let freedom ring. You don't want freedom? Let them steal this damn election. You will never have freedom again. Stop the steal! Stop the steal, baby. Hashtag stop the steal, baby. Stop the steal! 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 Stop the steal!
Around you just discount posted dates, so make sure to use it while it lasts. That is just one of the many ways you can support us as a company. As you guys know, we're a small company based in Alabama, and we are mostly viewer funded. So just you guys can support us by donating to the Super Chat on YouTube. I'm trying to get up. I know Mike is having a little issues with his service, but I'm going to try to get up and read off some Super Chats. We love interacting with you guys, and YouTube actually takes in like a 30% cut from those, so we greatly appreciate any donations that go to our website.
I am pro-Second Amendment. I am a gun-toting Christian. God gave me the right to protect the very breath in my body. I don't need the police, I don't need the government to tell me that I can't protect the breath in my body. I'm going to do that wherever I am in America and around the world. I don't need permission from the government because God gave me the right to protect the breath in my body and also my family. I will protect my family, I will also protect you. I will never run off and leave no man behind. We hold these towards the beast now, Stop being coward, people. Get your neighbors to turn out. It should be thousands upon thousands out here today. Where are you out here today? Are you satisfied with a stolen election? We can't wait 4 more years. 4 more years, America will be overwhelmed. We must stop this now. Stop the damn steal.
We're at 980 now.
He said, stop the CCP. I agree with her 100%. Stop communist China. Influence all over the world. We are a godly nation in America. China is just opposite of that. If you don't believe it, go live there for about 1 month. That's about all it takes. Speak to your Islamic friends and see what's going on in China, how they doing your Islamic friends. It's a disgrace. Communist China needs to be stopped and defeated.
November 3rd, everyone cast their ballot. And on December 3rd, we still don't have an answer. Like, we know it's won, but we have yet to have them called. And it's ridiculous that we're still waiting for this. And President Trump addressed it perfectly yesterday in his speech. He said, this long, drawn-out process just amplifies the potential for fraud, and that when when they made all these stupid changes, like specifically in Pennsylvania, they were inviting soliciting fraud to happen. It's like they want it to happen.
Widespread mail-in ballot brings especially when you're sending them to dead voters, people that just
Hey, y'all. I did not plan on grabbing this megaphone this morning when I came here. This is a people's movement. But I'm happy to have it in my hand right now. I want to share something with y'all.
To have to explain, like, hey, if you send a bunch of ballots to people who didn't
Last year about this time,
chances are
I was thinking about my New Year's resolution. What am I going to do different in 2020 that I didn't do before? And I came up with 2 things. The Lord put it on my heart. He said, you know what? You need all new input.
Actually, this is the most secure.
Whatever you're reading, whatever you're looking at, whatever you're consuming, turn that off
down, backwards, in reverse order. That is how it works.
The other thing he told me, he says there are no coincidences.
The most fraudulent election, but they're saying no.
Everything all of it.
Not falling apart mentally. Like,
And
no,
I'm so
Biden
excited,
is
y'all.
the sharpest he's ever been.
Romans
That's what they're
12:2.
telling you. It's pretty much a gaslight.
Do not be conformed
But people are
to
waking
the
up.
patterns of this world.
And that's
Be
good.
transformed by the renewal of your mind.
That's an important part. But more people are waking out than ever before.
And I'm so excited.
We're on the
This
right side of
is
history
one
because
big
what is the
battle
right thing to do? The right thing to
in a
do
much
is
bigger
to
war.
preserve, come on, American sovereignty and
We
freedom.
got a lot of
As much as the
delusional,
left says,
scared
oh my gosh, we
people.
love immigrants, they're the best people in the world. Okay, then
And
why do you want to destroy the country
They're
that they come
distracted
here?
down here in Georgia.
They're like, why do you want to destroy
Hey,
the very
I don't want to
thing
call them
for,
weak.
which is freedom.
I want to
Freedom
call
and
them deceived.
prosperity.
There is grace. I want y'all to continue to read those scriptures
to
in
make a
Romans
better
12.
life for themselves
If you
and
go
their
through
family. And the left wants to
12,
destroy
4,
it
5,
with
all the way down, it gets into grace. Here we go!
Check.
Everybody here today, this is a big day. This is a very important day. But one thing you need to keep in mind is that there are people that are being mind poisoned. You know what I'm talking about? Mind poison has to do with watching toxic, fake news. We gotta stop watching that stuff. There are other places to get your information. You need to stop it. But I want to point out one thing. What we're seeing is a spiritual war that is going on in our country. And what's happening is we're seeing the fulfillment of Luke chapter 12 verse 2, excuse me. And what it is basically everything hidden is being exposed. We're at the last times in this world's history. We are right before the return of our Messiah. And at this point, we're seeing the restoration of all things, Acts 3:21 through 22. And so what we want to be doing is we want to be praying for our president. We know that he's won this election. We know that he knows that he's won this election. We know that the whole world knows it. And what's happening is he has laid for us the biggest sting operation in world history. What happened after the election? He was playing golf, right? And then what did he do on Saturday? He said he played golf. Why did he play golf? Because he knows he has got them all. He's caught every one of them. And he's going to take this country back to where it's got to be. Anyway, I just appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak. Hey y'all, thank y'all for coming. I don't know if y'all want to take a look behind you. That's a big, beautiful march for Trump. Bus that's coming to save America. So stay tuned, folks. We're about to get some pictures out here with the live feed to the world. Right Time Broadcasting Network is broadcasting across the world. We got lots of pictures of others. We're showing off. We're showing off. What do you think?
We are here to stop the steal.
watching that first hearing, I have more questions than answers.
Remember, guys, we're Trump supporters. We do not defund the police. We defend the police.
Chance against them. The people, united, will never be defeated. We're going to turn narratives on their head. They won't report this because there's nothing negative they can say. There's no fight. There's no riot. Are they? Come here. Good, let me go. I'm going to go troll them. I'm kidding. What do we want? Stop the steal! When do we want it? Now!
So after watching that first session of the hearing, I have more questions than answers. The speaker said attorney said that they right now have 250 open investigations, more than 250 open investigations. He said they have 23 investigators looking into these allegations. Some of the things that he mentioned was about the non-resident ballots. So he was saying that the allegations about people voting without, with commercial addresses, voting out of state, that kind of situation that creates these mass fraudulent ballots, those were one of the allegations. The attorney said that each one of those cases has to be looked at on an individual basis. But he was saying so far they haven't seen any type of mass voter fraud. So that was very interesting. They're apparently looking into each and every case as far as that goes. One other thing that I found super interesting is he was questioned by one of the state senators about the Dominion voting systems being audited. He answered that all the machines have been audited, and the way they were audited was that they did a hash code matching, is what he was saying. So he was explaining that they go through each of the machines and compare the hash codes. I'm not sure what exactly that means, but he said if there was any changes to the tabulation of votes, it would have been detected and the hash would have been different. So he was pretty much trying to push off that allegation that the Dominion voting systems may have flipped votes. But however, then later the same senator who asked the question about it went on and clarified that actually there wasn't a full audit, and there is a loud bus coming through, so we would just wait one moment. Wow. Oh, so loud. We're about to get our speaker started in just a minute. So one point that I want to make is the senator that asked the question about the Dominion voting systems being audited, he clarified that actually it's inconclusive, he said. He said it's inconclusive because they haven't actually done audits thoroughly, and all the results haven't been out yet. So I'm just very confused about that because the attorney said those records are public. Then after the meeting, I was talking with someone who was outside, one of the well-known officials here, and she told me that the reason why the reason why the audit wasn't approved or certified is because they audited themselves. So I'm not sure what that means. She was pretty much explaining that when they did the machine audits, each county just audited their own machines. So it's like pretty much checking yourself. So what she was saying is that we need a third party to come in and have that audit done. So that's, it's very interesting what's happening here. Of course, they invited the Fulton County officials. The Fulton County elections director was supposed to be here to give testimony, but she did not come. They didn't mention what the reason was, but she didn't come. And then so they had her press person, communications lady, speak for her. And she would, her and the man in charge of Fulton County also brought up the water leak, and they're still standing behind that statement very strongly that the water leak is what caused them to have that disruption and have that room cleared out. So they're still standing behind the allegation, although we know that Linwood has requested that footage to try to prove that that water leak never happened. So as of right now, I think there are so many more questions that need to be answered. And I hope that those questions will be answered I hoped by the end of the day, but we'll see how that goes. Later on, we'll actually hear from some of the witnesses that have been working at the polls. And I personally think that's going to be much more telling, because a lot of the things that these higher level people are saying they're talking about the rules and how the procedures are supposed to play out. However, when we hear from these witnesses, a lot of which I've talked to, they're going to reveal what they saw and how things weren't following the procedures on the county level. So I think that's going to be very interesting. So stay tuned for the witnesses' testimonies that are coming up at about 1 o'clock. So in just a little bit, they'll be speaking. Actually, 2 minutes from now. Hopefully they'll start on time. One of the other things I found super interesting about that first hearing was that the people they're talking about signature matching. So we know that's been a big deal. We know Trump has called for the signature matching on the absentee ballots. We know that's just been a huge deal. the attorney explained the process for the signature matching. So pretty much he said that when the absentee ballots come in, there is a board, a bipartisan board, that looks at those signatures and verifies them, and then they send them to the county level directors, and they have assigned clerks to verify those signatures. Then they separate the ballots, and then we know how that goes. But one of the things I found interesting about that process is the person who's responsible for checking the signatures are actually appointed by the bipartisan board. So in my perception, not saying that there is fraud here, but I'm just saying if we're looking for where there could be, if the board of directors, if the bipartisan board of elections that appoint these people to check the signatures have bad intentions, they'll appoint the people they know will carry out the tasks in the distorted way that they would like it to happen. Not saying that that happened, but I'm just saying that's an interesting point to keep in mind, that the person who's verifying the signatures is appointed by a supposed bipartisan board. So those are just some of the key arguments that I picked up from watching that hearing earlier, and I'm really hoping that the witnesses' testimonies will either open more investigations into what's going on the local level, not from the procedures how they're supposed to be, but actually what happened. A lot of these witnesses that will have testimonies have spoken to me personally and told me that certain procedures were not followed. So I hope those are looked into even further, and that these witness testimonies really open up those investigations.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from the sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York.
You guys need a live feed? We have a malt box. Do you have a hard wire?
I think he's connected already. I think he's already connected.
He's good? Okay.
Let me ask.
What's up, Georgia? I want to tell you guys thank you, because since this election, since they tried to steal it from President Trump, you guys right here who have come out every day since then have led the way nationwide. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your commitment to President Trump and to this country and to our election integrity. Thank you guys. Because without your guys' activism, without you guys coming out here every day and holding their feet to the fire, we know they would have no spine, we know they would have no backbone, and we know that they would not have our back or President Trump's back.
Why? Why? Because they're paid for.
My name's Dustin Stockton. We're with the March for Trump. Yep. We're doing a national bus tour leading into Washington, D.C. on December 12th. We're hoping to bring millions of people to D.C. We want to make it the biggest event that's ever happened in Washington, D.C. Because if we let them give our election to that senile old fool, Joe Biden, who's compromised by China, our country is done. My kids will not have the rights that I grew up with. They won't know what the First Amendment is, what it's like to have free speech. They won't be able to be armed and have the Second Amendment. And it's up to us to fight back. Donald Trump has always had our back. He has fought the Republican establishment. He's fought the Democrat establishment. He's fought the media establishment. And he's fought the globalist establishment. Now he's fighting the military-industrial complex. They are coming at him so hard, and without us, he won't win. He's won all those battles for us, but we have to stand up for him now. And this is more than just a political battle. It transcends party politics. This is a spiritual battle between good and evil. And for that reason, because it is a spiritual battle, we've asked Pastor Greg Locke to come up and start us off with a good prayer. Pastor.
Hello, Patriots. Make some noise. Let me tell you something. You're going to hear from a couple of pastors today, and I think it's a shame that every single pastor in this state is not out here raising a ruckus for the Lord Jesus Christ. I remember when they came to us and they said, listen, you got to close your church. I said, absolutely not. We're not going to close our church. And we've watched our church grow exponentially by hundreds and hundreds of people that have faith over fear. And the news media showed up and said, why won't you close? You're going to kill everybody within a 200-mile radius of Nashville, Tennessee. And I said, let me tell you something. They will be serving Frosties in the lake of fire before Greg Locke ever shuts down his church because the tyrannical government told him to. And it is time that we stand up. And it is time that we push back. You see, ladies and gentlemen, we're not just here because of Donald Trump. We're here because our rights are given to us by God, not the government. Let me say that again. Our rights are given to us by God and not the government, ladies and gentlemen. And it is time that patriots push back. These are the days of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Everybody's laid down, and they've rolled over, and they're bowing down and worshiping the golden idol of political correctness, and I say, I've had a gut full of it. I'm done with it. It's time patriots rise up. It's time pastors rise up. And it is time that the people push back and say, enough is enough. And I am convinced that if we do not stand for what is right now, we are going to lose everything that we hold dear tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. People ask me all the time, why are you as a pastor involved so heavily in politics? Why not just preach Jesus? I'm going to tell you why. Because if I don't call out corrupt politics, I'm not going to have a platform from which to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ. They're not mutually exclusive. They are one and the same. We have got to stand up for our rights. We've got to put back. This is the United States of America, and God bless this great nation, and may He allow us to have courage, and may He allow us not to lay down on our freedom. Hey, give the bus a hand right there. Woo! I like that horn right there. So let me just say this before I pray, ladies and gentlemen. The Bible said, if my people, that's you and that's me, if my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then God will hear from heaven. He will forgive our sin. He will heal our land. And if there's ever a time in America that we needed our nation healed, it is right now, ladies and gentlemen. It is right now. We are done playing games. It's time to roll up our sleeves, keep our gloves up, and let's fight, fight, fight. Amen? Let's pray, shall we? Father, we thank you in the mighty name of Jesus that we can stand right here at the state capitol in Georgia and we can push back against tyrannical nonsense. We thank you that you have given us rights, that you have given us freedom. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. And we thank you for this great nation of America. Lord, if we fold, the world has nowhere else to go. And I pray that you would bless us with more freedom. freedom. Bless Donald Trump this very moment. Give him wisdom, give him courage, continue to surround him with everyone that's going to help him and push him forward. And Lord, we know we are one election away from losing everything that we love, everything that our families and our churches and our nation hold dear. So we need you to intervene in a mighty way. We need you to step off your throne, to show up and to show out. And Lord, we need you to do what we cannot do. We can preach, we can pray, we can protest, but we need a miracle from heaven. So Father, right now, would you do a work? Use this march from here all the way through the 12th as we go to D.C. And Lord, we want you to be honored. We want you to be lifted up. We want you to be magnified. And most and everything else we ask for is that the power of God would radiate today from the White House to the church house, and God would bless America. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. And everybody said? Amen.
He's pretty good, huh? This is the most incredible thing about being able to organize and do this trip and these rallies and be standing with all of you, is that so many people have joined us that we had no idea, right? Which is we have no ability to be able to reach out to all the people that have come and supported us and are continuing to support us. They come and find us like Pastor Locke did here. And he stood up when they tried to say you can't have church services. I mean, that's the most foundational right that this country is based on, and yet they think they could take it away from you.
No, sir. No.
And because you guys are standing here with us today, that's how we know that we will win.
Can't stop.
Now, I'm really blessed to be able to be doing this trip and been in these political fights for a long time. I was a reporter at Breitbart. I did my first bus tour with Amy and these ladies with the Tea Party back like over a decade ago. And we've been barnstorming the country, fighting for our Constitution and for our rights ever since. But I have a beautiful partner in this whole thing, and she knows something. She knows some things about President Trump that a lot of people don't know about, where he came from and where his education came from and where his leadership style came from. And I'm so blessed. I'm going to marry this girl, and I'm so pleased to bring her up and let her share her story with y'all.
Thank you. Hi guys, how you doing?
Great.
You know what I'm tired of? I am tired of weak-kneed Republicans who don't stand up for our president. Brian Kemp is a perfect example of a weak-kneed Republican who has no backbone.
Where's Kemp?
We don't need weak leaders. And, you know, I'm a graduate of New York Military Academy, the same exact school President Donald Trump graduated from. And that school gives you an unbelievable life in leadership. It teaches you the foundations of leadership. It teaches kids how to be leaders instead of followers. They teach you how to own companies instead of work for companies. And this is the kind of background that President Donald Trump has. And this is why he's such a strong leader. You know, I sat in Trump Tower with him when all the Republican county commissioners came to beg him to run against Andrew Cuomo. And at that time, President Trump turned to them and said, "My life does not run through Albany. My life runs through Washington, D.C., and that is where I'm going." Guys, everyone wave to the bus. That is Ray, the bus driver. Ray, you are awesome. We love you.
It would also irreparably damage the confidence that we all should have in the integrity of the election process. I want to thank everyone again who has taken their time to be here today and to tell us about their experiences. Your participation is the essence of patriotism, and we are very grateful. Okay. I want the record to also reflect that the minority party was notified. There were members to the committee. There's Senator Parent. Thank you for being here. Okay. We will begin with the first witness, and we have with us today Mayor Rudy Giuliani. And, sir, thank you for being here. And if you would, you can testify where you are.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. But if you don't mind, I'm going to defer to our counsel, and then after he finishes, then I'll present
Okay.
two witnesses.
All right. If you would state your name and let me, what number? It's number 12. 12. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Ray Smith. I am honored to be the lead counsel for Georgia's for the President of the United States, Donald
Mr.
J.
Smith,
Trump.
I'll tell you, it might be better if you stood at the witness stand right behind us, if that's
Sure.
okay.
No problem.
Yeah, what number is that? Podium. All right.
Are we on?
We're on.
Okay. Good afternoon again. My name is Ray Smith. I am honored to be the lead counsel in Georgia for Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for hearing us today to consider the issues, problems, concerns, irregularities, violations of the law, potential fraud in the November 3rd, 2020 election in the state of Georgia. This hearing is the tip of the iceberg. We are filing today a petition in the Fulton Superior Court contesting the results of the 2020 presidential election in Georgia. Because of the documented results of the 2020 presidential election in Georgia, because the irregularities and the abject failure of the Secretary of State of this state and the counties to properly conduct of the election, it is impossible to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election. Normally, in an election contest under Georgia law, the remedy is a new election. That would certainly be possible remedy in the instance, and we are asking the court to order a new election. However, because the presidential election is actually a delegation of your constitutional duties as a legislature, you as a Georgia legislature are the body that is to choose the presidential electors. As you're aware, the United States Constitution states, quote, "Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors equal to the number, the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in Congress." And in Georgia, of course, that's 16. The United States Constitution, Article 2, Section 1. The Georgia legislature has established the election code for the state of Georgia, specifying the time, place, and manner of conducting federal elections, including the 2020 presidential election. But when is here the election code was ignored and wholly disregarded, the legislature cannot rely on the results of that flawed process. Congress has provided for that eventuality. Title III of the United States Code, Section 2, provides, whenever any state has held an election for the purpose of choosing electors and has failed to make a choice on the day prescribed by law, the electors may be appointed on a subsequent day in such a manner as the legislature of such state may direct, end of quote. In other words, because the November 3rd, 2020 general election was so fraught with error, violations of law, lack of uniformity across the state, it is the legislature that must choose the presidential electors, exactly as specified in the United States Constitution, federal law, and the Georgia Constitution of the state. Our election contest petition that we are filing today cites multiple violations of the election code of the state, several of which by themselves would reverse the outcome of this election. The margin of ostensible victory for former Vice President Biden is approximately 12,500 ballots. I say approximately because the margin has changed several times and is likely change again as a result of the current ongoing statutory recount. But we do know that the margin is less than 0.5% of the millions of votes cast in the presidential election in Georgia this year. What we are presenting to the court and to you today as the Georgia legislature are facts. 2,506 felons voted illegally in Georgia. 66,248 underage and therefore ineligible people to illegally register to vote before their 17th birthday, when the law requires 17 and a half years old. At least 2,423 individuals to vote who were not listed as registered. 1,043 individuals to cast ballots who had illegally registered to vote using a post office box. 4,926 individuals voted in Georgia who had registered to vote after their Georgia voter registration date, thereby canceling their Georgia voter registration. 10,315 or more individuals to vote who are deceased by the time of the election. 395 individuals to vote in Georgia who had cast ballots in another state, which is illegal in both states. 15,700 individuals to vote in Georgia who had filed a national change of address with the United States Postal Service prior to November 3rd, 2020. 40,279 individuals to vote who had moved across county lines at least 30 days prior to Election Day and who had failed to properly re-register to vote in their new county after moving, also in violation of Georgia law. The petition for contest will include affidavits of more than 100 Georgia voters sworn under penalty of perjury, attesting to and confirming multiple violations of the Georgia Election Code. You will hear from several of those witnesses today. And then we have the issue of outright lies and potential fraud. The actual results of legal ballots cast in the November 3rd, 2020 election in compliance with the Georgia Election Code cannot be known ever. Not by the Secretary of State, not by the governor downstairs, not by the voting public, and not by this Georgia legislature. That is why the election must be vacated and cannot be allowed to stand. And that is why the Georgia legislature must exercise and fulfill its duties under the United States Constitution, the Georgia Constitution, and Georgia law. The Georgia legislature must appoint the presidential electors to meet on December 14th, 2020. That is your duty to the people of Georgia and to the United States. You must determine the presidential electors. Now I'd like to introduce Jackie Pick, who is going to introduce our video and is going to narrate the video that we have to show to the committee, please.
Ma'am, I need for you to go to the podium.
And Ms. Pick is an attorney as well. Thank you.
If you would tell us your name and your position, please.
So I'm Jackie Pick, and I'm here as a volunteer. I am a lawyer, but I'm not acting as a lawyer in this case. I'm just helping out the legal team here. And going to explain to you the evidence that we have from State Farm Arena here in Fulton County, which goes to what Ray was talking about in terms of fraud or misrepresentation. So when that cues, okay. So it's going to be tough because I'm going to have to depart from the microphone and point out some things at times. You're looking at one big room here. This is where, according to our witnesses, who've given us sworn affidavits, this is where the absentee ballots and military ballots are being tabulated on Election Day. So we have the tape from first thing in the morning all the way past the close of the polls. what you have is essentially two Republican field organizers who were sent here to be observers. At no time were they actually permitted to observe in a meaningful way. I'm sorry, I have a voice issue today. They are roped off with the press on the side. See if I can show you. Keep your eyes right here. Okay.
Tell you what you could do to help us out so that everyone can hear who's live streaming. If you would tell us what you're going to point to and then go point to it.
Okay.
All right.
So now what will happen is these frames can move around. So this can get a little confusing, but I'll make sure to make it clear. We have two observers there that are going to show up, not at this point, this is in the morning, as you can see the daylight. They're going to get there at about 8 o'clock to watch the tabulation of absentee and military ballots. But according to their affidavits, at about 10 o'clock, there was one person working the polls who told everyone in the room to leave on the basis they were going to stop counting and return at 8:30 in the morning. So if I can get the frame for approximately 10 o'clock or 10:20-ish.
10 p.m.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll have to come back to the morning for a different reason in just a second. Okay, so you can see what time it is. So we're at about 10 o'clock. And what you'll notice is that the workers are present, working, and you have, back in that corner I pointed out to you, the press and the Republican observers. So according to the witnesses, the Republican observers, there is a lady who has blonde braids who comes out to announce we're going to stop counting. Everyone go home. And in fact, we see that. What happens is everyone clears out, including the Republican observers and the press, but 4 people stay behind and continue counting and tabulating well into the night from that point, which is going to be about 10:25 when they all clear out, or 10:30. And they will continue counting unobserved, unsupervised, not in public view, as your statute requires, until about 1 in the morning. The reason we know this is because when our Republican observers were forced to leave, they went to the Central Tabulation Center, and they got word from a news crew that in fact counting had continued. They have information that not everybody left according to plan, and some people stayed behind. So this shocked them, so they returned back to State Farm Arena at about 1 o'clock in the morning, where they confirmed that in fact people had just left State Farm Arena in contravention of what they had been told by the supervisors who are running this operation. So, okay, we're still at about 10 o'clock. Can you take us to about 10:25 so we can see the change? You're going to watch this place be busy and filled up to emptied at some time between 10:25 and 10:35, which is consistent with what the affidavits say. Okay, so 10:25, they're still there. Let's go to 10:35. It takes it just a few minutes for the frames to actually catch up with there you go, with the time that you're seeing. So here you see it's all cleared out. We just went from 10:25 to 10:37. The place is a ghost town. This is where the people were vacated and told, go home, come back at 8:30. We will now stop working and stop counting. But notice who stays behind. You have 4 people, consistent with our affidavits, who stayed behind. And so you'll see the lady in purple. You'll see 2 women in yellow in the back, which is where the scanners are there at the top right frame. And then the lady with the blonde braids also, who told everyone to leave. Those are the 4 people who will stay behind. Those 2. Okay. Observer's still there. So the Republican observers said they were the last people to leave State Farm Arena, along with the Fox News crew, accepting those 4 people. So what you're going to see, look at the ladies in yellow. You'll see that they will begin just sitting still, doing nothing, ostensibly not working, because after all, they said they're going to stop counting. They will wait until the witnesses over there in that roped off area, the press and the observers, leave the room. Then you'll see them move into action and begin scanning ballots. Okay, so I think what we can do now is fast forward to about 11. Do you see them? Yeah. Okay, there they walk. They're walking off. But the ladies in yellow are still there. Yes, keep your eyes on the lady in purple and the 2 in yellow and the woman in the blue apron with blonde braids, because those are the people who stay behind. Okay, so what you're going to see happen at about 11 o'clock is, once everyone is gone, coast is clear, they are going to pull ballots out from underneath a table. Watch this table. So actually this will take a few minutes, but we did not know when we first watched this, okay, is it normal to store suitcases of ballots under a table, under a tablecloth? Is that how they run the place? Maybe this is what they've been doing all day. Maybe this is what they're doing under all the tables. So we went back and watched the video as a team of us. We don't see that. What we see is typically you're going to find ballots, back in this corner, or coming in through a door, and then they get moved and circulated throughout the room. And it can get a little confusing because they have these black containers of ballots. They have the U.S. Postal Service containers. But what we were trying to do when we determined that there were ballots being pulled out from underneath this table is, what was the chain of custody? Where did they come from? Who put them there? When did they put them there? We only reviewed this at about 1 in the morning last night for a couple of hours, so we're going to need about 14 hours to watch it carefully because we fast-forwarded through it several times and could not find that particular frame, but here's what we can tell you for sure. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to roll this back and show it to you. There you go. So now they're going to start pulling these ballots out from under this table. This table, the black one, was placed there by the lady with the blonde braids at about 8:22 a.m. in the morning. So she put that table there. So the same person who's staying behind now, the same person who cleared the place out under the pretense that we're going to stop counting, is the person who put the table there at 8:22 in the morning. Yeah, I saw 4 suitcases come out from underneath the table. Yeah, upper right hand, you see the gentleman in the red. So he just pulled one out. So what are these ballots doing there, separate from all the other ballots? And why are they only counting them whenever the place is cleared out with no witnesses? Is the question. So these machines can process about 3,000 ballots an hour. You have multiple machines there, and they're there for 2 hours. So you do the math. How many ballots went through those machines in those 2 hours when there was no one there to supervise, to be present, consistent with your statutes and rules, to supervise the tabulation? We believe that could easily be, and probably is certainly, beyond the margin of victory in this race. Because if it's only 3 scanners working for 2 hours, right, that's 18,000 ballots that went through. So we're now at 11:09. There were, in addition to the 4 workers that you see there were 2 other people who were bringing ballots in and out. The gentleman in red that you saw, and then a second person, I can't tell if it's a male or female based on their hair being pulled back in their mask, but in any event, that's 6 total people. And so if we were to sit here for the next 2 hours, what we would see is that this operation just goes on and on and on. They're scanning until about 12:55 in the morning. So we kept the video running. And, we can show you the people who gave us the affidavits reappearing at that time, just as they said, around 1 a.m. to find out, are they in fact counting after they told us they would stop working or not? And we will fast forward to that, but have you all seen as much as you'd like to see of what's happening here?
I think so.
I think you basically get the idea.
Unless any member wants to see more.
Or you have any questions?
No, let's go ahead.
Okay, so let's fast forward to about 12:55 in the morning. Okay, so it's updated to 12:50. You can see these people are still there, up in the upper right-hand corner. Basically, they've wrapped up. This is the end of their operation. They've now completed about 2 hours of unsupervised tabulation of ballots. So now you're going to watch them leave. And let's fast forward to, let's go to 1:30. I think it's between 1:30 and 1:45 is when our 2 witnesses come back. They had to fight through security to get in there, but they did. And they say in their affidavits that 2 different people affirm for them that people have been counting from, 10:30 when they cleared out until about approximately 5 minutes before they arrived. And they have the names of those people who told them that. Okay, now we're looking at, 1:42 in the morning. Is there a way to fast forward a bit or make it go a little faster? Okay, there are our guys right there in the lower left-hand corner. So they've now returned to State Farm Arena, having heard from the press that they had continued counting because they wanted to see for themselves if that was really happening, which was a complete contradiction to what they had been told by at least one person from Fulton County who's an employee and spokesperson, and also the lady in the blonde braids we spoke about earlier. And so they see for themselves. And from this we get the affidavit. I don't know the name of the lady in the blonde braids. They simply gave a description to us, and you can make out clearly who she is based on the people in the film. Lady in the blonde braids, halfway down her back, is the person who yelled out, "Everyone leave and stop counting." I believe Ms. Waller is the spokesperson for Fulton County Elections, who remained behind. The other 2 people they don't have names for. They just said they were older women, and one of them had the name Ruby across her shirt somewhere. And that's as much as they know about who those people were. So our guys go in, they look around, they ask a few questions, and they leave. It is from their affidavits that we even knew to ask about this. And you might recall that the press reported there was, I suppose, water break or water main break or pipe break or whatever, and that this was an excuse for people clearing out of State Farm Arena. It's not clear from the affidavits I saw whether or not that was the reason given by the election official or whether they gave any reason at all. They just said, "Stop, we're leaving, we'll be back at 8:30. So I don't know if that was a play here or not. Okay, can we back up to 8:22 a.m. in the morning, same frames, because we wanted to know, when did that table get put there? Who put it there? When did the ballots get put there? Who put it there? Okay, so 821. You'll notice the table's not there at all. Here it comes. There's the table going in that we're talking about where the ballots were obscured. That lady who's moving it is the lady with the blonde braids. She's dressed differently in the morning, so it took us a while to figure out that's the same person that you see at night with the blue apron on who's yelling for everyone to leave and who stays behind to help tabulate ballots after they've all left. So I can see that she's the one who chose to place that table there, close to the scanners. And so the video is still under review. We need to spend hours reviewing carefully how those ballots got there. But we can tell you that it appears to be an aberration from how the other ballots were handled in that room throughout that day. So that's the gist of it. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Senator D?
Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitts testified in a committee earlier today that the water break occurred at 6:07 a.m. and was repaired by 12:07 a.m. 8:07, 2 hours, 6:07 until 8:07, and that the water main break did not disrupt the work of the whole room. That his example was that if we were counting ballots working in here and the water main break was in the back, or the leak, that we would just simply move out of the way of the leak. But he testified this morning that the leak occurred at 6:07 and was repaired by 8:07 a.m. From what I'm seeing here, I don't see anybody moving around to avoid a leak.
No.
He did state that the leak was greatly exaggerated and that it was not like wiped out the whole place, but I just thought that might be.
What's that?
I mean, the water leak, according to the commission chairman, was at 6:07 a.m.
I'm told that we have a video that it was a toilet leak and not a water main break. But
Nope.
I know that Mr. Pitt's name was mentioned in one of our affidavits, and our witness says that he was physically present in this room clear up until everyone was made to leave. So presumably, if he was in the room at the time, they made the announcement he would be a witness to that. He was one of the last to leave, but he did leave in front of our witnesses, before our witnesses. Yes?
Senator Parent?
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. We heard from the Secretary of State's office earlier, just a couple hours ago, that they've investigated this repeatedly, that they had a monitor on site the entire time. And frankly, this has been debunked for weeks by our Secretary of State's office.
I doubt he's seen the video.
Evidence, then I think the courts will probably be able to handle this once you present your evidence to them. As I'm aware, there have been about 40 lawsuits dismissed already. And according to the law of the state of Georgia, we do not have the power to submit alternate electors. The provision in the law is quite clear at 21-501F.
Is there a question?
Senator, we'll ask questions. We'll have a time for statements at the conclusion. If we
Yeah, my question is, the question is, since this has been debunked repeatedly, what evidence can you give to us that counters what our elections officials have presented us with only an hour ago?
You just saw it. Your officials need to watch the video.
What about the fact that they say that they had a monitor there the entire time?
I can't speak for them.
Well, thank you.
They did not have the video.
They said they had a monitor the whole time.
Okay.
You're looking at the room.
There's no Secretary of State.
Then maybe we should invite them back in.
All right. Well, we may need to do that. Senator Tillery, what number are you? Number one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Pick. I just have two questions just to try to follow through and understand this a little better. Thank you for presenting this. Push on for you.
Yeah, get a little closer to it.
Okay, is that better? Thank you again for being here. Thank you for presenting this. I just have two questions to kind of understand it a little better. My first is, I didn't have this before, but when Senator Parent asked, it made me ask, have you been able to figure out where our monitor would have been? Or the monitor, can you point that out to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
and it's easier to see from where I'm sitting, slide in the top left. Can you help me understand where, if that's where, top right is where the scanners are, where would the monitor be in that screen? I'm just trying to be able to understand it.
Yes, it's very confusing because these frames don't portray that accurately. What the witnesses said is that when they were in that roped off area I just pointed to with the press, not only could they not see a single ballot because they were so far away, they couldn't see those scanners at all. The only reason that they knew the scanners were there is because the election official, Ms. Waller, told them so. So I don't know if that means, they say it's an enormous room, that there was like a curvature to the room, but that is not a straight shot from where you see where they would have stood to the scanners because they could not see those scanners. Now, other people could, depending on where you were in the room.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
The first thing is, when you do find out that information, if you don't mind getting it back to us, I know you will, and thank you for that. The second thing is just more like a chain of custody process.
Excuse me, Senator. I'm getting reports that it's difficult to hear, so you may need to get closer to the microphone. So,
I promise I'm not doing it for these guys. I'm doing it for these guys. So as long as they can hear me, I'm good.
But a lot of people across the state want to hear what's being said.
On the second question I have, and thank you for your answer to that one. Thank you for getting us that. We'll look for the answer back from you. Just a chain of custody question now. If we could clearly see the ballots in the top right screen come out from underneath the table, I could not see that there was a cover on the front of the table until your 8:22 video. So that was very helpful. Is there anything, can you show us where other ballots were coming from? Have y'all been able to figure that out yet? Because I think if they were coming from a different place, obviously that raises even more of a specter of concern or question.
Right, so if you see, again, this is hard to understand where this would be coming from, but so there you have the black, I'm going to call it a suitcase, containers for ballots. You also have boxes. Those are being moved around the room throughout the day. So it appears to us they're coming from there.
From the top corner of the bottom left screen, is that?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And from there, they're shuffled around a lot. It gets confusing to watch this because, again, you're not looking at a linear representation of the room.
Right.
Where they're not coming from, as far as we can tell, is from under that table or any table.
Right, and it does not look like the top corner of that bottom left screen is concurrent or consecutive or any way tied into the bottom corner of the top right screen. It does not look like those are congruent. We're not seeing them come out of that corner by coming underneath that table, correct?
I don't think we can tell that from the film.
Okay. And I'm sure y'all will get more information on that as well. Thank you for helping me just understand that a little bit better. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. Was there another question?
And just for the record, we did not receive this video until late last night, and we were reviewing it in the middle of the night last night. So we're still reviewing it. There's still a lot more to review.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for presenting this. And then that was going to be my question, Mr. Smith, was when exactly did we receive this video, or you guys get in possession of this video? And then also, so you've had no time to, when questioning the 4 people who are having a lot of movement and activity during the time frame that everyone goes home, y'all have not had time to find out who those individuals are and actually question them on anything, correct? That's correct. Okay, thank you.
Senator Rett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Just quick refresher. When you talk with the authorities involved pertaining to the situation, what was their explanation? Or have you had a chance to speak with them?
Do you mean Fulton County officials?
Yes, ma'am.
I've not spoken with them because we just got the video.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Pick, thank you for being here. Mr. Smith, thank you as well for this very important presentation. My question is simply, and if this was addressed earlier, forgive me, but who's in charge of the cameras? Who were they placed there under the Secretary of State's office or by Fulton County? And who's in charge of monitoring them, and who's in charge of securing whatever footage is there and the data?
They're operated by the State Farm Arena. the State Farm Arena.
So these were not placed there for the purposes of that facility
That's
being used to count ballots?
That's correct.
This is just regular old security cameras that
They
just
use
happen to be
these
there?
for, if you're in the arena and you have a slip and fall, or there's a fight, or something happens in the arena, these videos are, as I understand, are subpoenaed all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Senator Beach, just let me get your microphone on.
Yes. Is it on?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. I think you said there were 3 scanners, correct? Is there a way to know if those scanners were used between 10:30 and 1 a.m.? Are they tracked by time when things are scanned through them, ballots are scanned through them? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
There have been conflicting reports about whether or not those machines keep a log in real time. They certainly should. I mean, historically, that's the standard required. But whether or not they will hand those over or kept them, I don't know.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, Senator Parent, one more question.
Did you mention that Chairman Pitts was there, or you spoke to him about being there during this episode?
I was not there. This is a witness affidavit that says he was there.
Okay.
Almost up until, he was one of the last people to leave. Not as late as the witnesses that we have, but he was there.
So he just told us he wasn't there just an hour ago.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
One of the witness affidavits says he's there.
Well, okay. So we heard from...
Senator Brass? No, ma'am. We need to move on. We have a lot of questions. What number are you, Senator Brass? 7?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Pick. So the table was placed there around 8:30ish, we said, a.m.?
8:22 in the morning, approximately.
At what point, and y'all may not know this since you just got the video, at what point did the boxes of ballots go under the table?
We don't have the answer to that, so we fast-forwarded through the tape several times to try to find that, because we haven't had time to review it in real time, which would be 14 hours of tape to review.
Right.
So we just haven't had time to look at that.
Understood. Do we know about how many ballots would go in each one of those suitcases?
So we have a witness who says that inside the suitcases, she estimates that about 6,000 ballots can fit in there.
And there were how many that were taken out?
We don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Gooch?
Maybe a question for Senator Parent. I heard you say several times this has been debunked, but I also just heard that this video just appeared last night. So how could it have been debunked?
Well, my response, not being an expert, is that these very allegations came up right away after the election, almost a month ago, and have been repeatedly discussed by the Secretary of State's office, including everything that we're seeing here.
But is this
And
not
there have been explanations for all of it.
Is this not the first time this video has been shown?
I believe that this is the first time this video has been seen.
And it is.
And the news media hasn't seen this video or have not?
They have
put it
not.
out? They have not.
Because I've been in contact with counsel for the State Farm Arena, and
will be today.
Okay, Senator Anderson, you're on number 7, correct?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. My question is, if they said that they were going to shut down and no more counting, does the election system shut down to where it can't count no more, or can it keep on counting?
Well, so I referenced the statute, which shows that the Georgia elections must be conducted in public view. That means the press can watch. That means the other party can watch. Both parties are represented to be observers or monitors, whatever. Here, they were made to leave, so it was done in contravention of the statute.
But my question is the equipment, the counting system, does it supposed to shut down when nobody's supposed to be counting?
I'll defer to Ray on that.
I do not know the answer to that question.
It has to be secured if they're going to leave the premises, for sure.
That's getting leading to what is it actually securing the count, even though they say that we're not going to count?
There's not supposed to be activity with election workers if there's not public view. That's the law in Georgia.
And the ballots have to be secured at all times.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I think We may need to, do you have anything else that you'd want to point out about the video?
I think that's everything, right?
Okay.
That's everything for now, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I think we had, was it a Russell Ramsland that we wanted to, Mayor, that's right, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, thank you very much for giving us this hearing. I represent President Trump along with Jenna Ellis, and this is our 4th or 5th hearing, so I really appreciate the opportunity to get these facts out. We've had some difficulty getting a hearing, but I appreciate it very, very much, and I want to congratulate our local counsel on doing such a fine job for us here in Georgia. This is just only the tip of the iceberg of all the good work that he's done. I'm going to present 2 witnesses to you who are in the nature of expert witnesses who have testified in cases like this at times in the past. One of them, Mr. Ramsland, is going to be on Zoom, and he's basically going to show that in 2016 you had only 199,356 mail-in votes. This time you had 1.3 million. 2016, you had a 6.4% rejection rate, and this time you had a 0.2% rejection rate. In other words, 0.2. So when you had 200,000 ballots, you had a rejection rate of 6.4%, and now where you have 1.3 million ballots, you have almost no rejection rate. 0.2% is almost statistically insignificant. That alone raises suspicion of fraud and has been held as such in election cases. And Biden won the mail-in vote by over 400,000. Mr. Ramsland will also go through the Dominion machine, the Hart machine, and how that compared to the other machines that you used throughout the state. And he will also show you some very, very, I guess he would describe it as indicia of fraud. You had 96,600 mail-in ballots that were voted, yet the county records show they would never receive back. Be a little clearer. Altogether, you had 231,188 ballots with no return record at all. You were able to cancel 134,000 of those, but you kept 96,600 votes when there was no return record for them. What would that suggest? Phantom votes. There's no return record, yet it's counted. That pattern has appeared in other states that were involved in massive fraud. I might say that a good deal of what I see here is very similar to what happened at approximately that time in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, people had been cleared out around 1 in the morning, been told there'd be no more counting. All the Republicans left. 2 remained behind accidentally, and a Dominion employee. And all of a sudden, they saw 2 big trucks come in the back. They thought they were food trucks, and they were very hungry, so they ran to the food trucks. Well, there wasn't food, there were ballots coming out. Thousands and thousands of ballots in paper bags, in garbage cans, in cardboard boxes, and then they were put on a table and they were counted for the next 3 hours. And there are 3 witnesses under oath to that, and they say that they were counted, and as they could listen, they never heard one time that there was a vote for Trump. All the votes were for Biden. And they estimate somewhere between 50 and 100,000 votes entered at that time. There's similar evidence in Pennsylvania and also something similar in Arizona at around this time. Second witness will be Colonel Phil Colson. Colonel Colson had the opportunity to forensically examine the Dominion machine that actually began to cause the problem for Dominion. That was the machine that was found in Michigan's Antrim County that had recorded mistakenly 6,000 votes for Biden when the votes actually were cast for Trump. And he can give you an analysis of the problems with the Dominion machine, and also just a piece of advice. You've got a very big election coming up. I think you'd be very ill-advised to use that company or their machines. When you test their record over the last 12 to 15 years, I think you'll find they're one of the more insecure companies in this business. So let me first see if I can get Mr. Ramsland on the Zoom.
Mr. Ramsland will be via Zoom.
There he is.
There he is.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine.
So you are speaking to a committee of the Georgia legislature, and just tell us your name, please.
Russell Ramsland.
And you're a resident of Dallas, Texas, is that right?
I am. In fact, I'm in Dallas, Texas right now.
And you just give us your credentials, briefly. I know they're very long, so give us the best ones.
I run basically a security operation. We do cybersecurity as well as personal
as I know.
We have a number of ex-three-letter agency intel people that work for us in the cyber side. We have ex-military people that work for us in the cyber side. We have a fairly robust cyber capability in both protecting as well as trying to penetrate people's network to help them better protect.
And you hold an MBA from Harvard University, a political science degree from Duke, and you've worked for NASA and for MIT. Is that correct?
Well, I have worked with NASA and with MIT. That is correct. Coming from West Texas, I don't always tell people about Harvard. They're a little worried about Harvard there.
Okay. So if we could go to page, just so that we can do this quickly, Mr. Randland, if we go to page 10 of your affidavit, where you describe the comparison of the Dominion and Hart machines in comparison to the other machines used in Georgia. What did you find when you did that comparison?
We were concerned because we had seen some audit logs in Dallas in 2018. So this really started for us long before this election. And we started actually with ES&S, but we eventually got into Dominion because we saw many of the same problems with Dominion in elections that we saw with ES&S. So the first thing we wanted to do was to see what the effect was of a Dominion machine compared to one other. And we looked at it, compared to a group of others, and we looked at it from 3 points of view. And the first thing we did is we tried to go through the 2017 census demographics. We got the 2020 vote count by county for the country. And then we also got the Election Assistance Committee voting machine information, so we knew what each county had. And you would normally assume that once you do the correlation between turnout and voters and counties, et cetera, and how they voted in the previous election, you get a pretty good mathematical model as to what you should expect to see in a Biden versus Trump by county vote. And then we went and tested that. And sure enough, we found that the model was pretty darn accurate, other than a few extreme outliers that we do want to now go back and look at in more detail. But the point is, we could see on a percentage basis whether Biden, for instance, outperformed by a certain percentage or underperformed by a certain percentage, what you would expect in a county. And normally you would expect that overperformance and underperformance to about zero out. Well, in this case, what we noticed is when we went back and looked at it, instead of all voting equipment all over the country, and we simply segmented out Dominion, we found out that Biden outperformed what he should have by about 5% across the board. It was actually amazing. No other, we did not see that result in most other cases. So then we said, well, you know, this is the election system. We've got to make sure this is right. So we went back and we looked at it instead of percentage of outperformance or underperformance. We looked at it by counties. And when we did it by counties, we found an even more startling result. We found out that if Dominion counts your votes, Mr. Biden got about 78% of the wins. And if you used all other voting machines, then you only got about a 46%. So we noticed right away, again, a second marker that with Dominion, he significantly outperformed any other voting system. And then we did what was called a chi-squared analysis. And I won't bore the committee with what that is. It's a regression of sorts. And it allows you to sort data into various boxes. And what we did is we wanted to find out, using this analysis, whether or not, again, Dominion outperformed the others. And it was very interesting because, once again, we came up with about the same number and we got about the same answer. And this analysis said that you get about a 5.5% bump compared to all other voting equipment as compared to Dominion compared to others. And when you apply that to the actual vote, then you find out that we're talking a fairly serious number of votes doing Dominion versus others. I think I jotted the number down here. Yeah. We found, using our first analysis, that about 123,000 votes in Georgia would have been entirely outside the realm of what you would have expected had another voting system been used. And if you use the chi-squared analysis, you got to about 136,000. So either way, it was a very significant number of votes. We did note that you had 199,356 mail-ins in 2016 with a 6.4% rejection rate. And then in 2020, you had 1,320,154 with a 0.2 rejection rate. So that got us looking then at the mail-in ballots. And we had already done an analysis in Dallas this voting cycle and had found that after the county posted registered votes, and they do that by posting the voter record, so you can see a lot of data. You can see the name, the address, the date someone asked for a mail-in, the date they were mailed that mail-in, and the date it was returned. And what we found is that in early voting, over 57,000 votes were tampered with after the county had first recorded them as being voted. So we went and we did the same kind of look at in Georgia. And what we found was very interesting, because we found over 200,000 mail-in ballots that, when we looked at the voter record, had supposedly never been returned. And yet they were voted. Now, about half of those ultimately got purged, but about 96,000 of those were never marked returned, and yet they were voted. And we have seen that in other areas of the country, because it's very easy in the Dominion system to assign a person to a mail-in ballot inside the system itself.
Sir,
that's one possible explanation.
May I just interrupt with one question? To assign it that way would, of course, be fraudulent, wouldn't it?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have no idea. You just have a ballot in the adjudication file, for instance, and you decide to vote it, and you assign it to a vote.
How many times, approximately, did you
find? There were about 96,000 of those that we found I think 96,600 was the exact number. of mail-in ballots that were voted but were never actually shown as received back by the county.
Well, I think, is there anything else you would like to point out? I think that's pretty complete.
I think that's pretty much got it.
So there's 96,600 votes that were counted, never received, and assigned somewhere, and these
Yes.
would have to be considered illegal votes, wouldn't they?
Right. And by the way, I would say this was not just mere oversight by one or two counties, because we saw this pretty much across the board. And so this was an across the board problem. And we also saw a couple other interesting things. We noticed that sometimes the ballot was actually shown as being voted before it was received back. There was a receive back date, but it was voted before the county received it back.
How could that be possible?
Well, you'll have to explain that one to me too, because it's not supposed to be that way.
Okay.
We also saw a situation where ballots were voted the exact same day that they were mailed out. So they were mailed in. Somehow they managed to make the round trip on the exact same day. We saw it happen just one day after, so that you mail it on a Tuesday and Wednesday afternoon in the mail you got the ballot back. We just saw a lot of these kinds of problems with the mail-in ballot. But it was the 96,000 that were never received back that really jumped out at us in a big way.
And what was the difference in the margin between President Trump and Joe Biden on mail-in votes?
I don't actually have that number handy. I'm sorry.
Well, if I told you 399,000, would that sound about right?
That's probably in the ballpark.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions, Mr. Ramsland? Okay, thank you, sir, for your participation today. All right, we'll.
The second person I'm going to ask to speak is Phil Colson.
Yes, sir.
Phil, you're here. Are you not?
He's right behind you.
Right behind me, okay. Would you like to sit or stand?
Mr. Colson.
Why don't you stand and I'll sit?
If you would tell us, give us your full name and tell us where you live and tell us a little bit about yourself, and then let us know what you want us to hear.
My name is Phil Waldron. I live in Texas, close to Mr. Ramsland out in Dripping Springs. So, my background is Army information operations, the intersection of computer network operations, electronic warfare, psychological operations, deception, and OPSEC. And my point of view of looking at these systems is how to penetrate them, how to corrupt them, how to manipulate them to conduct strategic influence operations. And in my opinion, this is the American people are under a pretty significant information warfare campaign that's multifaceted. And we've looked at the Dominion system. We've looked at the history of these electronic voting companies, and they're all pretty well related. They're connected by a common DNA, which is their software code. So this all started back with Smartmatic. It was designed basically to keep Hugo Chavez in power in Venezuela. He invested, I believe, 28% of the funds to stand the company up. And I personally debriefed the son of a Cuban intelligence officer who firsthand knowledge two of Hugo Chavez's family members when Maduro was faced by a populist uprising after Hugo Chavez had died. Two of Hugo Chavez's family members said, "Don't worry, it's guaranteed. Our father invested the money into Smartmatic so that Maduro is going to win." So I guess to connect all the dots, Dominion Voting Equipment acquired a company called Sequoia Voting Systems, which was spun off of SGO Smartmatic. And they also acquired the Premier system, which came from the Diebold election company, which also used Smartmatic software. ES&S software, which Mr. Ramsland mentioned, has a license agreement with Smartmatic, and so does Dominion. They all feed information to Clarity Elections, which is owned by a company called Cytl, SCYTL, which is headquartered in Madrid, Spain. They also have U.S. elections. Our team's recently uncovered, just doing basic investigative work on the dark web, but we have an affidavit to this effect that Smartmatic and Dominion do share a physical business address in Barbados at the same building, the same street address. So there are commonality in business links, licensing agreements, as well as the software code and the functionality. We began really looking at these as looking at the operator's manuals for these software systems, and just like President Chavez designed them for, they're designed to control and manipulate votes, and that's what we found reviewing these things.
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
So, have you had an occasion to examine one of these Dominion machines?
Yes, sir. We did up in northern Michigan. Our team conducted forensics analysis on Central Lake Township Precinct in Antrim, Michigan, on the 27th of November.
And would you consider it to be a very insecure machine that can be accessed very easily?
Correct. These machines have been shown at DEF CON and hacking contest, and actually elementary school students to DEF CON guys can get in under 2 minutes. The elementary school kids can get in about 7 minutes to hack into the machines and take over their operating system.
This is contrary to the public statements that Dominion has made about their security. Isn't that correct?
There are about 12 different attack vectors or ways you can get into these systems. Everything from the server level to download CSV files, make changes to them, and re-upload them at the server level, to basically in the operating system of these machines. And what we found in Antrim, Michigan, is everybody's got thumb drives. But until you put one in your computer, you really don't know what's on there. That's a common vulnerability. And actually in the military, in our classified equipment systems, all of the USB ports are disabled because of the huge vulnerability represented by USB drives. So when the Antrim County, actually it was the township of Central Lake, they had finished their voting on the 3rd, stored all their ballots according to the policy and all of their chain of custody documents for the software. They got called back to do a rerun on November the 6th using the same voting data card, using the same encryption or the encryption software, but a different USB drive to run the totals. Their totals were significantly different, even in down ballot races. The presidential race, I think, was only different by a couple of 3 votes. And it was, again, a very, very small sample size. But school board elections, state propositions for spending, and marijuana bills changed the outcome of the vote in the rerun from November the 3rd to November the 6th. And again, this was one small precinct with a total of 1,494 votes. And basically what this does is put this system outside of the specificity limitations set forth in the federal election laws, that you're basically only allowed 1 out of 250,000 votes or ballots to have an error. And the error rate was far exceeded the allowable standard for this software.
Have you had an opportunity to examine any of other Dominion machines?
No, but we'd like to. The company stalls pretty much at every opportunity. They've included in their contracts, and I'm sure that it's the same in Georgia, that they want to control your votes, and they want to ensure that you can't inspect their software or how your votes are voted, where they're sent, and how they're stored. As a matter of fact, we just left Michigan early this morning and testifying before the House last night in Oakland County. If you actually click on their county election supervisor, you click on the 2020 election results, a warning flag pops up and it says, you're exiting this site and you're going to Clarity Elections. So Clarity Elections is a subsidiary of Seidel, which provides the early voting logs to TVs, New York Times, all the mainstream media. Those votes from Oakland County, which was one of the biggest counties in Michigan, they're actually controlled, maintained, and owned by Clarity Elections. And it pops up on the website. We're going to take you to www.clarity.elections, and you can look that up on your computers if you'd like to.
So I would think this would come as quite a surprise to the people of Georgia or Michigan, or that their voting data is sent outside the United States. And also that their vote is being counted by a foreign company. Isn't that correct?
Clarity Elections is owned by Seidel, which is headquartered in Barcelona, Spain. And again, these companies have servers all over the world. And we came to the identity of, or saw the packet transfer to the server in Frankfurt. That was reported on the 8th, and then on the 9th, that server went offline. So we know from German cybersecurity professors that talked about the increase in the drastic increase in their traffic on November the 3rd and 4th. And he attributed the increase in traffic, in web traffic, to the American elections. So it was common knowledge that that server was processing a lot of American election data.
And one last question. Could you describe fractional voting?
So if all of us in this room, had one vote for one candidate, we would have the sum of the votes in this room. When the votes are reported to from Dominion to the media, they're reported in fractional numbers, 3 digits. So when you add whole numbers together, you can't get a fraction. When you calculate or have a formula or an algorithm to assign points to votes, then you get a fraction. So our voting results are reported in fractional values, not in whole numbers.
Senator Beach?
Yes, thank you, Colonel Walden, for your testimony. I voted on Election Day.
Senator, you need to speak into the microphone because otherwise you won't be picked up.
I voted, Colonel Waldron, thank you for your testimony. I voted on Election Day, and I got a paper ballot. I scanned it, and on the scanner, it said I was number 78 at 9:05. So my question to you is, Ms. Pick was telling us in that video there were 3 scanners at the State Farm Arena. Is there a drive tape or a flash drive in a scanner that we could know if votes were counted between 10:30 and 1 a.m. on those 3 machines at State Farm Arena? Because my ballot told me I was cast at 9:05 and I was number 78 on the machine I scanned it in. So should we be able to have some data from those 3 scanners?
So those ballots, the paper is actually scanned into a ballot image, and the ballot image is actually what is counted for the vote. So each one of those machines do have logs, and they will transmit to a reporting upload time. It's my understanding, I believe Tuesday though, that the Fulton County machines were wiped. I heard a report of that. I don't know that. There are forensic artifacts that can be pulled off those machines, but really the place you would get that is under the U.S. Code. I believe it's Title 46. All federal election documents, whether they're paper or electronic, have to be maintained for 22 months. So if there is an archive, those ballot images will tell you the date timestamp on those, but someone would have to get a forensic access to that data and those machines, the tapes, and the servers.
And was Ms. Pick correct in saying there could be about 3,000 an hour scanned in a machine, so it could be about 18,000 votes? Is that correct?
That's the technical specifications of those machines are, depending on their jam rate, between 2,000 and 3,000 an hour. If they're operating great with a seasoned operator that knows what they're doing, they can probably get up to the manufacturer specification, which would be 3,000 votes per hour.
Thank you.
Senator Parent.
Mr. Chairman, first, really brief comment, and I do have a question. Some of what you said, portions of it, remind me of some of what we heard in testimony in various committees in 2019 when we were considering buying this new system, actually. We did hear from a lot of election security experts, computer scientists, and I don't know if you're aware, but Democrats argued repeatedly and strongly against buying these due to their complexity, cost, and potential lapses in security.
That's correct.
But my question is, you're aware, of course, that there was a hand recount using the human readable text that also held Biden out as the victor of this election. Do you have a comment on that? Do you have an opinion on the risk limiting audit done on every ballot using the human readable text versus the barcode?
Yes, ma'am. If there was a 100% audit on actual ballots, which if that was done, that's awesome. The risk limiting audit, I believe, is a very small sample of those ballots. So
normally, yes, but
yeah.
This one.
So if the evidence that was presented this morning at the videos, if additional ballots were pulled in, then that's what you're going to count. You're going to count the ballots that have been injected into the process. And this is something, again, that we've seen in Pennsylvania and Arizona and Michigan and a couple other states that we're currently working on, is that there is there are huge breaches in chain of custody of the ballots, of the USB drives that run these systems. So yes, ma'am, that risk limiting audit could have been conducted 100% and shows the readouts. There are ways to detect fraudulent paper ballots. We can image those to detect machine printed ink spots. We can detect if they were folded. We can detect if they were marked by hand. There's about 29 different point signatures when you pick up a pen and you fill in a ballot, a machine printed ballot, a mass produced ballot, which we have affidavits in Pennsylvania and Arizona that these machine printed ballots were injected into the system. So until you did a full forensic audit, you would not be able to tell which ballots were actually filled out by Georgia citizens or which ballots were printed by machine and fraudulently injected into the voting process.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. I know when the Secretary of State was shopping for when we had to upgrade our voting system, I think we had 3 different vendors who came before us, and they settled on the Dominion Group, and they're used now in all 159 counties that we have here in Georgia. How many other states use this system? Do you know the answer to that? And what's been the feedback with other states?
Generally, there's a mix. So, for example, in Arizona, it's only Maricopa County. In Michigan, it's swapped up. In Pennsylvania, it was pretty much Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, I think, used ES&S. But the functionality and the systems are very, very similar between ES&S and Dominion as far as our research goes. So what Mr. Ramsland presented earlier that showed about a 5.5 point differential when you just isolate Dominion machines across the country, that's kind of the working theory that we were working off of.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. So I saw some looks on people's faces, even with their mask on, when you were talking about the fractional adding of votes. Maybe you can go over that one more time because it gave me pause when I first heard it as well. So maybe you can help me with that. And is that just with the Dominion program that you've seen, or you've seen
that appears to be the live feed from Dominion and Clarity. So all of those reporting, the fractional voting is there. It's not a whole number. Again, if there are 10 people you cast 10 ballots, the sum of the whatever candidates are voted for should equal 10 and not, 2.87 for one, 3.13 for the other, and 4 for the third candidate. It should all, equal whole numbers, and that's not what's represented.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Jordan? Let me see, let me get what number are you on? 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have some follow-up questions. I'm a little bit confused.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Parent indicated that, or asked you about the fact that there, in terms of the risk limiting audit, that there had been a hand examination of every single machine cast ballot that resulted in virtually an identical outcome as the scanned vote. And I'll represent to you that it was 100% recount, that normally risk limiting audits obviously are a small portion, but here it was an actual recount of all ballots. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with respect to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so after she said that, though, you went on to say something about, however, what we saw in the video about the ballots injected into the process. So are you trying to say that in the video what you saw were ballots that were somehow not lawful, that weren't real, that weren't actually cast by registered voters in the state of Georgia?
We do have affidavits of people who trucked in ballots from out of state into other states, and that
and to be clear, into Georgia, because I heard
not into Georgia. No.
That's right. I heard a lot about Michigan too, and a lot about not North Carolina, which is part of the problem, but a lot about Michigan, a lot about Arizona, a lot about these other states, which some use some of the same systems, some don't. And as you know, state to state, the election laws and processes are very different, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And even from county to county, under the same law, the execution and chain of custody procedures appear to be a lot different.
It can be. We're trying to make sure that they're as
Yes, ma'am.
streamlined and, as possible. Obviously, that's hard. So your opinion is based on the fact that there are affidavits of other people from other states who have alleged that they've trucked in ballots to other states, and so then your testimony is saying that, ergo, these ballots in this video must have been trucked in from other states and are unlawful? Is that the conclusion?
No, ma'am. I said that a full forensic audit would determine that. And forensically auditing the paper, the ink, and the ink signatures with optical imaging devices would be able to tell you if there were any ballots that were not legitimate ballots that were injected into the process.
And so then my question is, if these were extras that were just trucked in, right, somebody just brought them in, then you would expect then that the number of ballots would exceed the number of registered voters who had requested absentee ballots and or who had voted in person, correct?
Underneath within the margin of error, we've seen, again, I haven't seen in Georgia, so I can't testify to that, but we've seen in other places where ballots were segregated, separated, and discarded or not counted, and then other ballots were injected, and those were by affidavits that have been acquired by all the legal teams.
And so, for example, in Georgia, you
Senator
don't know,
Jordan,
just one more.
I was going to say, just one more question.
So sitting here, you don't know that the fact that the number of ballots cast actually matched the number of registered voters that requested absentee ballots and then cast the absentee ballots and or appeared in person to cast ballots, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other Senator Tillery, did you have a question? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Find that?
Yes, sir.
Colonel, when you see those ballots being taken out from under the from under the desk, aren't there 96,600 ballots that were voted, but for which there's no return? Could they possibly be those ballots?
There is a possibility.
Or could that be a reasonable explanation for these unexplained ballots?
It could be one explanation, yes, sir.
And what about to go further back in Mr. Ramsland's analysis, expert opinion, he says there are 136,098 votes that have the indicia of fraud. They're in serious question based on the analysis that he did of the Dominion machines. Could it have something to do with that?
The machine vote is highly suspect. I think if I recall correctly, the timeline, the upload of votes.
Yes, I was going to ask you that.
0336 in the morning, of the 4th. Georgia had the largest single ballot upload, and it was from multiple centers, but it was a 200,000 ballot upload. And at 0336.
What time was that?
0336
Did that
on the
include
4th.
Fulton County?
That was across multiple precincts across the state.
Mr. Chair, I just have one really quick follow-up. One just real quick.
One, but I have other senators that have questions.
I know, but one of the issues with respect to Mr. Ramsland that I want to, is that there was an indication that, are you aware of the fact that in the system, in our voting system, that when you vote early, it indicates that you have cast an absentee ballot? So, for example, it will say absentee ballot requested, let's say October 6th, and then it'll say received October 6th, but it says absentee. Are you aware of that?
That would be a question for Mr. Ramsland, I'm sorry.
Okay, and so could that explain some of these purported votes that he was talking about in terms of they were absentees the day, they were received the day of and then voted the same day? Or
So
requested
if
and
there,
then voted?
in Georgia, if there's a difference in absentee ballots versus mail-in ballots, then there is a difference. If the early votes were recorded as absentee ballots, I believe what I heard Mr. Ramsland say that those were mail-in ballots. So if there's a distinction between absentee and mail-in in the state of Georgia, that would be a question for your election officials as far as how they tabulate or account for early voting statistics on the Secretary of State's website.
Senator Tillery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the mayor asked the question about the 96,600 votes that I was going to ask a lot more eloquently than I could. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. But I do have two follow-up questions on that. When you mentioned, it sounds like if we have done a full audit of the paper counts, 100%, not just a small percentage of audit, that may negate some of your concerns about the Dominion machines, but you then said we might need to audit the paper for what the 200-ish thousand or so that may have come in. Did I hear you correctly on that?
Again, there are so many ways. So I look at life as how to attack it. That's what I did in the military. How do I attack it? How do I defeat it? How do I interdict it? And if we looked at those, you can, we've heard testimony, and again, I'm not sure about Georgia on the processing, but I did hear it in Pennsylvania, I did hear it in Arizona, that mail-in ballots were opened by the time they got to the processor. There were ballots separated from the envelope. The signature verification was non-standard on the envelope.
I don't mean to cut you off. I'm doing it just for time purposes.
Yes.
I apologize. But I thought you said something about ink and where folds were and marks on the paper.
Correct.
My question goes to that. With the Dominion system and our ballot marking device, would that put marks in the same place that would cause some issue with auditing the way you suggested, possibly on marks on the paper?
No, the hand-marked features of a ballot are forensically, it's just like, when your DPS, your state troopers do ballistics on a bullet. Every ballot has a unique marking parameter that can be picked up by optical sensors to differentiate it from machine printing. Even if they try to smudge a machine print on a printer, a hand-marked ballot is different than a machine-marked ballot, and that can be picked up and with a reprogrammed scanner.
One final question for you, Mr. Chairman. I do not know if you've been able to look at Georgia's numbers specifically yet, but I'm wondering, did you see fractional numbers in Georgia?
I did not look, I just looked at the aggregate roll-ups, so I did not, Mr. Ramsland and several other members of the team did
That'd be a question
the
we
work
should
on
ask him.
Georgia, correct?
Thank you.
Okay, I think Senator Rett had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to welcome you all to Georgia, and particularly the Honorable Mayor. I'm a retired veteran, and I lived in New York under your tenure as mayor, in particular under 9/11, and I want to give you kudos for a great job. But I have a quick question. From a financial and logistical standpoint, it won't be feasible to change out the Dominion system before the January 5th runoff. So if you had a chance to talk to the voters of Georgia, what would you say to them in terms of encouragement moving forward using this system? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I would say there are controls that can be put into place for every machine. If there is absolute positive control of the software and the tapes, you basically put the software in position in the machines. You run a standard ballot, 200 ballots for one candidate and 200 ballots for the other candidate. Get the tapes out and make sure that they run right, and then you pretty much have a guard on that machine so that nobody touches the USB drives or the soft drives, and then every precinct can have a hard copy tape, and that can be manually added up.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think there are any further. Senator Harper, did you have a question? So,
Mr. Chairman,
what number is it?
This is number 10. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to just a point of clarification to Senator Jordan's point about absentee ballots. I just pulled up I voted early and in person, and I think we do, although it says absentee, it specifically says absentee early in-vote. Early in-person voting is the way it is specifically listed, and if you go to the Secretary of State's website, it also separates those: absentee by mail, absentee by advance, or advance in-person voting. I just wanted to make sure that there was a clarification that there is a distinction in our system of by mail absentee, early in-person voting by absentee.
Thank you, Senator Harper. So, Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I understand you tell us that someone at your level could hack into the machine in 2 minutes?
A hacker, yes, sir. DEF CON, which is a big conference, they have all the white hat and black hat hackers out in Las Vegas every year. But that's not me.
Okay. If we could find, if someone can hack in it in 2 minutes, can we find out who did it?
Sir, if there was a full forensic audit, then yes. But for anyone to hack into the machines as they sit without the proper authorization would be illegal.
Okay.
It'd be illegal for me to do it without the proper authorization, or our teams.
I see. All right, and then my follow-up question, the 96,000 votes that the mayor's talking about, could they been, in this situation we in, could they been come in from out of state?
The capability exists, the possibility exists for them to be printed. We had voice recordings of an order being placed in China to print ballots. They were given the basic ballots, and they were, again, that's outside of the U.S. and outside really of our purview, but there are indications that there were fake ballots printed up and pre-positioned in places for injection into the voting systems.
In Georgia?
No, sir, not that I know of in Georgia. In the U.S. presidential election.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Senator Cardin. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
Let me
Thank you very much, Colonel. I would just like to finish up with 2 points. First of all, Representative Jordan, you said that the Democrats here objected to Dominion. I should tell you that the best letter written on Dominion is written by my Congresswoman, Carolyn Maloney, who is a Democrat. And I really would suggest reading it. It's prophetic. She wrote it in 2006, and she basically outlined the history of Dominion and Smartmatic, the connection to Hugo Chavez. Eventually, she followed up with Maduro, and how it's a highly inaccurate machine. And I guess this is just a question. I don't know why that isn't discovered in due diligence. And whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, this is not a machine you want counting your votes. Second, so I don't consider that a partisan issue at all. But it does cast doubt on the entire legitimacy of the vote. And the fact that you have the power to do this, state law doesn't in any way prevent you, the legislature, from immediately taking this over and deciding this. That power, right, obligation is given to you by the Founding Fathers, deliberately. The Founding Fathers felt in a situation, I can't imagine they thought of this one, but in a situation of complexity, the best place to decide would be with the institution closest to the people. And you're the institution closest to the people. And you're going to have a very, very much better legal mind than mine talk to you on this, Professor Eastman. My professor in law school was Eastland. This is Professor Eastman. And it's very, very clear. The Supreme Court in McPherson versus Blacker says whatever provisions may be made by statute or by the state constitution to choose electors by the people, there is no doubt of the right of the legislature to resume the power at any time. To be sure, at any time would likely not allow the legislatures to pick its own set of electors by whim, but there would have to be a substantial basis for it. And that's really what we're presenting to you, a substantial basis, even to the point that these votes are too illegitimate to certify. Either too illegitimate to certify, or you can look through them and certify them in whatever way you feel is right. But this is your power, your obligation, and I know it's surprising. I've been before state legislators who didn't realize it, and really, so do we really have this power? And then once reading the Constitution and the Federalist Papers, it clearly is yours. You are the final arbiter of who the electors should be and whether the process is fair or not. And the other way to look at it, it's your responsibility if a false and fraudulent count is submitted to the United States government. And it is clear that the count you have right now is false.
Thank you. All right. I think we're going to move on to the next witness. Mr. Smith, did you want to say something else, or did you have?
Well, we do have a couple of other witnesses.
Okay. Susan Voiles?
Yes, Susan
Okay.
Voiles. I'm just going to bring her in.
I'm sorry, just answer my question. Yep.
Okay. She's coming.
There she is. Ms. Voiles, would you?
Right here.
Oh, right there. She's right there.
Right here.
Oh, there you are.
I'll take a cup.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Go ahead.
All right. Would you state your name and where you live, Ms. Voiles?
My name is Susan Voiles, and most people call me Susie.
Okay.
I live in Sandy Springs, Georgia, which is in Fulton County.
tell me about your being a poll manager and what you've done.
Ms. Smith, I'm going to need for you to, I know she's behind you, but I'm going to need for you to speak into the microphone so that you can be heard online. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you may want to start over.
Okay. Ms. Voiles, if you could tell the committee here what your role is as a precinct poll manager and how long you've been doing it, and then kind of get into how you were involved with the recount, et cetera.
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
I have been a manager of a precinct polling location in Sandy Springs for over 20 years. I've mostly been in the same location. When they consolidated polls, however, they asked me to move to another poll. Then when they pared them down, I got to go to SSO2 again, which I thought was a wonderful thing. Anyway, I have never experienced in all my time an election quite like this one. I have never seen such poor handling of not only the machinery, but the chain of custody from the very beginning was so flawed. I went in on Sunday, and that's the typical day that we pick up our things. And all our equipment, our big BMDs, the ballot marking device, is supposed to be put in place.
Could you tell what date that was, please?
Yes, that would have been Sunday, the 1st of November. It's always the Sunday prior. And that Friday prior to that, our ballot marking devices are all supposed to be in the location of our poll. Up to that point, I had no idea that mine were not there. But when I went in on Sunday, I'm to pick up my poll pads, a lot of material, and the poll pads are really an updated version of the numbered list of voters. It's just on an iPad-like device. And it also has a place where I can encode the cards for the voters, the voter access cards. But when I went in, the only thing I received was my telephone. And
Ms. Voiles, I'm sorry. Could you? We've got limited time. Why don't we skip ahead to when you were involved with the recount on November 14th?
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
On Saturday, well, I was called the day before on the 13th. Friday the 13th, I was called and asked, could I obtain two of my assistant managers, and would I be willing to go down to perform the audit? I said, yes, I would. Unfortunately, we had to sign up for the entire 5 days, Saturday through Wednesday, and from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. If we could not commit to that time, they did not want our services. So I could, but my other assistant managers could not. I did go down with another manager, and our first box that we finally got close to 10 o'clock in the morning, I believe it was 9:45, because they didn't have enough tables for everybody. They weren't prepared for as many as they asked to come. Our first box that we got was a corrugated cardboard box that was not the size of a typical file box, but it was just like maybe a book box if you were moving. It was bound together with packaging tape, and on the top of that, clear packaging tape, on the top of that was the seal that should be totally pressed down like a sticker from the Secretary of State's office, which should, according to the chain of custody, have the signatures of those who had prepared this box, who had been the last to touch it. Likewise, at the end, that would have been my responsibility once we had gone through the contents to do the same thing, replace it with a new seal with my signature and my partner's signature. We were instructed how we were to do the ballots, and our first batch, our first box, contained 8 batches of at least 100 apiece. One batch did have 110 in it. And as we went through the batches, they were normal absentee ballots, and most of them were pretty worn until we came up to a batch that is, it was, my words were pristine. It was white. It was so white. And this is a typical absentee ballot. You can see how when it comes to you in the mail, how it's got many folds in it. These had no folds. You could see where it should have been folded if it went through a folding machine, or for the voter to figure out easily how to do that. But these did not have that. I was running my hands up, and I said to my seatmate, I said, feel these. They feel different. And when you have felt absentee ballots for as long as I have, yeah, the years are creeping up there, you know the feel of them. You know the feel of a real dollar bill. You know the feel of a play dollar bill, even though it might look genuine. But the thing that really jumped out at us, besides the feel of these ballots, besides there were no folds, was the fact that the first one that was bubbled in had almost a little eclipse of white in the bubble where you would bubble in. And in that ballot, I mean, everything else was right there. But as we began to proceed through, because we had to sort these by Donald J. Trump, Joseph R. Biden, and Joe Jorgensen, and then write-in if we happened to have a write-in. What we began to notice was an overwhelming amount were exactly, not possibly, but exactly the same. So these absentee ballots had no folds in them. Yet they were presented as absentee ballots. Even if they'd wound up as a provisional ballot, which is similar in structure, just different type of envelopes, it would have been exactly the same. There would have been folds in them, but these ballots were exactly the same, and there was one in the middle of this stack that all of us at times have pulled something out of a scanner or a copier too soon, and the image is not square on the paper. And that's exactly the way one of these ballots was in this batch. It was also striking to me that rather than having the customary 100 to the batch, it had 110. We found this to be quite an oddity.
Talk about the when you were down there about the microphone. Oh, I'm sorry. Talk about the organization when you were down there and you came down there, and on that, I think it was a Sunday morning, you came down there and you thought you were going to be down there all day and they told you to leave.
On the second day, we stayed until about 4:45 on Saturday. We were instructed to come back Sunday morning, which we did. We were very surprised to find no lines. What they had done was not only had poll managers there, Fulton County poll managers, but the previous day had had a number of Fulton County employees who were there. Also, the girls behind us, they were librarians, but they were Fulton County librarians. They were there to do this. So on Sunday morning when we went down, it was fairly void of anybody. We were just very surprised. We were instructed to go to our table that we had had the day before. People came in after us, including the people at the table behind us. We gave our table number so that we could get our ballots. We waited and we waited. The people behind us got theirs. They had over 3,000 from Sandy Springs precincts. The people in front of us had over 6,000 from another precinct. And when our box came, and our eyes were getting kind of big because that was a lot of ballots to get through. When we got ours, we opened up our box, and the Fulton County ballot boxes are like heavy-duty suitcases with padding on the inside and roller carts. We had the young man unseal ours, and then when we opened it, I was kind of aghast. We had one batch of the machine-generated ballots in there from the BMDs, the ballot marking device. There were 60 of them in that batch. They were all from a quality living center. And which is in, I believe, southwest Atlanta. I do know it's South Atlanta. And all we had was 60. And we stayed around and we asked for another batch and we waited and we waited and we waited. Did not get one. We volunteered to help the other people who had such enormous stacks, and we were told that we were done. So the thing that was also an oddity to us, whether it was the Sunday bunch, I've done this long enough to know the votes are usually fairly even, and this was not the case either with the absentee type ballots or, when you're seeing a stack where 98% of them are for one candidate. Those are overwhelming odds, particularly when you look at the overall vote count.
Okay. Were there other, when we were told to leave, was there anybody else still left there, still counting?
Oh yes, this was 10 in the morning, and that's why we volunteered to help the gals behind us and the gals in front of us, or anybody else in the room. But we were told to leave. Some other friends of ours, Dr. and Dr. Roll, were told to leave. And so I suggested to my partner that we left. And when we were there the night before, there were pallets of ballots that needed to be addressed and counted. And those pallets were non-existent the next day. And to be told we had to block off so much time and miraculously finish by 10 o'clock on Sunday morning and not required for any other service. That was amazing.
No further questions of this witness.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wells, thank you for being here with us today, and thank you for working as a poll manager. As it relates to the ballots that you discovered that were pristine and not folded, I'm assuming as a poll manager, you're familiar with the process of ballot duplication?
Yes, I am.
Or replication?
Now, are you speaking if something was flawed and could not go through the scanner? Is that what you're speaking
either
of?
flawed and cannot be read by the scanner, or a UOCAVA ballot that is printed on a home printer overseas and then mailed in, and then is going to be duplicated onto a ballot by poll workers such as yourself?
I certainly am, but if that were the case with these ballots, the markings would not have been identical through 98% of the ballots.
Well, couldn't it be explained, the lack of folding, could that, and the fact that they were more identical, couldn't that be explained by the fact that they were all personally replicated and duplicated with observation by individuals working that same poll?
Well, the probability of that, I would think, is very slight, because why would 98 ballots have that little white eclipse on the very first presidential ballot? Why would all of them be exactly the same? It was very easy to see that a ballot had been replicated many times. One was hand done, the rest had some other marking device, whether it was copied, whether it was scanned,
So your testimony is that they just looked too identical. It's not that, because I understood you to say the fact that they were folded set off alarm, or not folded set off alarms for you, where my more limited understanding of the process is that it makes perfect sense due to the duplication process that not every ballot would be folded. So your testimony is that they looked too similar.
My testimony is
to have
that
been properly duplicated?
Correct. None of them were folded.
But
none of them, if something had been done, it would look somewhat accordion like this. None of them were like this.
Well, so can you educate me for a second? Because I guess what I'm not understanding is why those would be folded, because My understanding of the duplication process is that they indeed would be pristine and not folded.
Well, you would not have had the score marks in them that where they should have been folded by, if you're familiar with any type of mailing, whether it's a church bulletin or, your school report cards or whatever it is, they have wonderful folding machines. But they are usually sent by the printer. And I don't think it's the fold so much. It was the feel that drew our attention to how all of these were marked.
So your testimony is it's not so much the fold, it's that they felt differently. Is that correct?
That's what drew our attention to it, was the fact that they felt differently. And then as we began to examine the ballots, we saw that they indeed were different. We had already been through 600, 6 batches, which would have been over 600 ballots. And these were much different.
Not explainable by the normal duplication process that
No.
would be done
No.
as a batch. All right, thank you.
Senator Heath.
You mentioned, I think I got this right, you mentioned a box that had 60 ballots in it.
That was the box on Sunday, yes.
I'm over here.
She's
I'm
over
sorry.
here. She's right there.
You saw my head bobbling around.
Yeah, I thought you were
I'm
on
sorry.
something more
Yes.
important. So.
No. Nothing more important than what you're asking. So, yes, Sunday there were 60 ballots in our box.
And that box was from Quality.
Quality Living Center. And those were all generated on a ballot marking device, which is looking like a larger iPad. It's the Dominion.
So is Quality, I'm sorry, is that a voting precinct or is that?
No, sir. It is simply a men's recovery center. And that was very unusual to me also, because most of our senior centers have been trying to get at least one sort of precinct designation or early designation for the 20 years that I've been doing this, and they have not. So to have a 60-person facility.
So is this, Fulton County made mention that they had some
Mobile units.
mobile units that they, it seemed to me that they were saying like they were mobile precincts, that if they had an issue at a precinct, they could roll in there with this thing and take over the work there. I had some questions about how you reprogram a precinct from being precinct 1 to be precinct 54, for example, because there would be potentially different ballots on that, like if there were school board or city council or county commission or whatever. Not all precincts have the same ballot, at least in some elections. So I had some questions about that, but are you implying, or is it possible that this was the results of a mobile precinct that rolled into a quality living center and they all came out and voted? Or
I can't say it's not possible. That is a possibility.
I'm trying to understand how
usually-
you knew they came from Quality Living Center.
Because that was on the ballot box. Every batch of ballots that we received told us where they had
But that's
originated.
generally a voting precinct.
No, this is not a voting this is just where those 60 ballots had come from. They took a voting unit there, and I cannot answer whether it was a single BMD or whether it was the unit.
So it could have been the mobile voting unit or mobile precinct. I think Fulton County testified they had 2 of these, but my point is that they sort of, I'm not sure how the level of detail at the elections, but I don't think you can just decide, we'll have a precinct over at Kroger today from noon to 3, and then we'll move over to somewhere else later that day. I don't, and furthermore, I mean, how I understand having ballots, a group of ballots that came from a precinct, but a group of ballots that came from an address doesn't seem right.
If I might answer your question from another direction, when I finally did receive my poll pads and we were trying to have our first voters vote first thing in the morning, the one thing that we noticed, and I did bring, if you'd like to see, I brought the poll pad. The first thing that came up was the voter didn't belong in that poll. And yet I saw her, her ID and her license address and everything like that, and I thought, well, this is screwy. I looked at it, and our poll pads were actually programmed for Adams Park Library. And so it did show her it gave her directions how to get up to where she was standing physically in front of me. And so then at that point, what was done, since when the techs finally came in to remedy this problem, they, with the use of the internet, got a hold of Dominion in Denver, and they were able to reprogram those. But I think on a so that they went for my poll, I think on a different level, and I can't, I'm not even going to speculate on the mobile units.
May I continue? Or? So I thought that I understood that the voting system was separated from the world by an air gap, that they're not connected to the internet. What I thought I heard you say is that you were able to contact Dominion, they were able to fix the problem. That indicates to me that somehow they're able to communicate with the device that you have.
Yes, sir, they were. And to give you an example, the way, I am not a tech person, but the best way I can explain it to you is when something happens with my phone that I have an iPhone, or something happens with my Apple computer where I need additional assistance with that. I call up Apple and I say, this is what's happening, and they say, do I have permission to take over your computer? And of course, I give them the permission to do that because I want it fixed. That was the exact same thing. I had to give them permission to take over my poll pad so that they could reprogram it from Adams Park to SSO2 A and B, which is at West Spalding Drive Elementary.
One final, I think. So, as I think through this, there's some protection, should be some protection that keeps me from going to one precinct and voting, and driving over to another precinct and voting. That would seem to require that maybe it's this poll pad, not the actual ballot marking device or the scanner, but the poll pad has to be connected to other poll pads. But so maybe what you're saying is that poll pad, that update on the poll pad is not generating ballots. It's only generating a card that you then take to the ballot marking device to vote. Is that correct? Or?
That is partially correct, sir. We also had with our ballot marking devices at the same time, because of whatever was going wrong, and then we could not encode the cards, they fixed those machines, the ballot marking devices, at the same time. So does that answer your question a little bit more? Yes, they operated remotely on both the ballot marking device and on the poll pads. We also had someone there. We've always been told we cannot take our personal computers or even have our phones there. We also had someone, I'll see if I can try and explain her position, requested by the ACLU, but she was not with the ACLU. She was an attorney, and she was sworn in as a deputy registrar. And her position, because they were anticipating many, many provisional ballots or absentee ballots coming in where people actually wanted to vote in person, which, by the way, all of those ballots, at the end of the day, if somebody surrenders theirs, they are marked canceled. We tear a portion of that ballot so it cannot go through a scanner. and then they are marked on the machine. But she was always connected to the internet. And we have been told that never, I'm not trying to discredit her. She was doing what she was asked to do, and she was a great deal of help to me personally, because in the past, we had to call up and say, has John Smith returned his absentee ballot, and go through a whole bunch. She could do it almost immediately.
Okay, Senator, I have a couple of questions, and we'll need to move on. Senator Kennedy and then Senator Brass. I'll get you on the next one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Boyles, thank you very much for appearing before this committee. Your experiences and the testimony you bring are critical to us understanding and getting to the bottom of what happens and what happened during the course of the election on Election Day. So thank you very much for being here. My question is really just one. With regard to the pristine ballots that you've talked about and answered some other questions on, can you give us an estimate of what the total number of those ballots that you found suspicious for, on whatever basis it was, but the ones that are in the pristine category? Can you tell us about how many of those you think were there?
Yes, I can. In that batch, there were 110, and that was odd. We were told no batch would be over 100. Sometimes we had 99 because there might have been a disqualified ballot, and that was on the tally sheet that we received beforehand. In that particular batch, there were 2 for Donald J. Trump, there was 1 for Joe Jorgensen, and the remainder of the 110 were for Joseph R. Biden.
Okay. I said one question. Can I ask one more, Mr. Chairman? A different question. Were there, other than the experience that you answered questions about for Senator Heath, of ballots that indicated or had some indicia from which they were sourced geographically, some address or something indicating where they came from, did you see anything like that in addition to what you've already described? That is, ballots that had some indicator or some way to trace back or some suggestion of the sourcing of where they came from geographically?
Yes, this first box that we received all indicated that they were from the center that was put up at State Farm Arena. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Brass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Susie, for being here. Going back to that pristine batch of 110, did you say you've been doing this poll managing for 21 years? Did I hear that earlier? Or?
You heard over 20 years.
Over 20 years, okay. So in your over 20 years experience, have you ever seen a batch that was completely pristine like this with no folds? Yes or no is fine.
No.
Okay. In your 20 plus years experience doing this, have you ever noticed or seen ballots to where the mark was pretty much the same in every spot? Yes or no will be fine.
No.
Okay.
Senator Cardin. Senator Summers. Yeah, sorry about that.
It's all right. Have any of your colleagues in Georgia, 159 counties, you are the mayor, by the way, have they come forward as you've come forward as telling us these facts that you know to be true about the way these ballots are done? Is anybody else in Georgia, poll workers or the head of the poll, doing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you able to, Mr. Mayor, will you be able to submit that to this committee of what will happen?
We have, Ray can address himself to this, we have over 100 affidavits. The witnesses that we're presenting today are just examples of numerous other witnesses who have the same information or similar information. We didn't think we could take up your time with 100 witnesses.
For instance, we had a witness from Bibb County who saw these same pristine ballots in Bibb County.
If I could clarify one other thing, I don't know if Phil made it clear.
Mr. Mayor, could you pull the microphone closer?
Colonel Waldron made it clear in his testimony. One of the problems with Dominion is it has numerous connections to the internet, and in every state in which we've done investigations, Dominion was connected to the internet and would lie about it, and they would say they weren't. I'd have to look through the affidavits here to see if that's the case here, but in at least 3 other states, numerous witnesses saw the internet connections of Dominion, and the Dominion supervisor would say, no, we're not connected to the internet. And Phil has evidence of those communications into the Dominion machine and communications outside, which we can submit to you.
May I add a comment there about the techs and everything? Most of us did not have a technical person within our precinct. We had to wait for one to arrive from Fulton County. So I hear there is a rumor that everybody had a tech, and I talked to Mike Dvorak. I was asking him, and he did not have one in the poll that they managed. I did not have one, and numerous other people had to wait hours for techs to come.
Thank you. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to Senator Heath's comments, did I understand that the Dominion's supposed to not be tied to the internet or tied to any type?
That is my understanding. However,
okay.
It is, and if you look on their own website, and I told you I'm not a real big tech person, but they showed you how to repair things or how to download things.
Now, did I hear you correctly say that you could call them and then they could, over the phone, fix the machine?
We did call them, and they did fix our machine over the phone.
All right. How do you honestly know that you was really talking to somebody from Dominion?
How do I know when I call Georgia Power that I'm honestly talking with somebody from Georgia Power?
Right, but I mean,
That's the number that we're given.
Really, we don't even know if you're really talking. You're hoping you are, but you're really not knowing that you're really talking to the right people. I mean, I don't.
Well, that sounds a little more nefarious than I'm giving.
I mean, it's a possibility, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I guess anything's a possibility, but if Fulton County gives us or gives our techs a number for Dominion, I would assume.
And they can fix it over the phone.
Right, they fixed it right there. I can.
I
think that's all our questions here from Ms. Voice. Thank you, ma'am, for being here today. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having us.
We'll move on to.
Could I take one point of personal privilege
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
minute? One of my concerns over the years has been how many laws have been set concerning our voting system, and I take this very, very seriously. And so when the new secretary was in, I went into the office and I did speak with Sam Teasley, and I said, how many people in here have ever worked a polling location to see beyond theory, have seen the actual practice? And I do have to compliment Sam Teasley out of that office for taking me up, and he worked, his wife worked, and his daughter worked so they could compare notes. And I really appreciate when people will do that, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we were going to move on to Ms. Bridget Throne. Bridget Throne. She's out there. Okay, are you Bridget Throne?
Thorne.
Thorne, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Bridget Thorne, if you would, well, Mr. Smith, you were going to ask her some questions.
Hi. Hi.
Good afternoon, Ms. Thorne. Would you state your full name for the record and tell us where you're from?
Bridget Elaine Thorne. I'm from Alpharetta, Georgia.
Okay. And Ms. Thorne, I think you're here today to talk about the lack of securing paper ballots and such. And
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes, I guess you have my whole testimony here.
Yeah, just kind of a summary, if you will.
Summary of it,
And
okay.
We'll flush it out and ask questions if we need to.
Great, great. I've worked with Fulton County elections for approximately 9 years. As just a precinct manager, poll worker, I've tried to step up whenever they needed. They don't ask us managers for much help, which when Rob Pitts was talking about staffing the State Farm Arena, they never reach out to us managers in North Fulton County to come and help with early voting. I've made extensive efforts to try to help, to try to be a manager, and then I find out that unexperienced people are managing precincts. So it was a bit frustrating listening to this morning. But I did, through a lot of effort, was able to get tech certified, and I was trained by Dominion to be a poll tech worker. And last minute, they said I could come down to the warehouse because they needed help. I went down to the warehouse for 5.5 days. I was there from 8 a.m. to approximately 10 p.m. My job was primarily printing test ballots, and these were real ballots. I had reams of roll-in paper behind my desk, and I could print ballots all day long. And I did, pretty much, because we had to run tests, 21 ballots for every section of a precinct. Some precincts had 4 sections, so we'd have 80-some ballots. It was quite common that these ballots would go lost or missing, and we would have to reprint them. Kind of a bummer. So in my course of printing these ballots, and when we made mistakes, before I put them in the shredder case, I would spoil them, because as a manager, I know, like, this is a real ballot. I can't let it get in the wrong hands. And so I started spoiling them, and the girl who was over me, who had no poll worker experience, she's a friend of the Dominion person, she's like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm spoiling ballots before I put them in this suitcase that's just in the middle of the room." And she kind of questioned, and then I went over one day and I pulled out a stack of ballots out of that case that was unattended, that was 8 inches high. So throughout the day, I put them next to me and I just started tearing them, because I could tear more than mark each one through, and spoil the ballots. The next day, the girl who was over me, she came to me and she said that she spoke to the head Dominion girl, and that what I was doing was correct, that they were way too loose with the ballots in the warehouse. But there was no directive for anybody else to spoil ballots, and I never went back in the suitcase and pulled out extra ballots. Then on Friday, when early voting concluded, I was just working at my little station, and some other tech poll workers that were trained like me came up and said, "Bridget, you're a manager, is this correct?" And I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, "They're just pulling out ballots." And they had brought all the tabulator scanners out from State Farm Arena and wheeled them in the warehouse. And I guess I should back up. The warehouse was run by Dominion people because the Fulton County employees had a COVID outbreak. So they were all quarantined, 24 of them. So this was all run by Dominion software people. And I realized they probably have never worked an election, and they don't know the security and the preciousness of a ballot, of someone's vote. So I went over to look at the situation with the coworkers, and I was quickly reprimanded and told, "Bridget, it's fine. We've been doing this all week." And I didn't know what to say because I had no authority. I was bothered by it, and I told the poll workers, I'm like, well, you know, the media card's what's really important. The paper ballots are just backups. So it'll be okay. They're not going to need these paper ballots anyway. And I was uncomfortable, and I walked away. I went back to my desk to print more test ballots. I had a break. I went over and just helped a gentleman pull ballots out, throw them in a suitcase. People left for dinner, just left the ballots sitting on the floor. unattended. I left that night at 10 p.m., and there was still a suitcase with ballots that I passed as I was walking out the door. It was completely unattended, just left there. And I was uncomfortable with it, but I went ahead and left. The next morning, I came into the warehouse. And by the way, to get in the warehouse, you just had to say, I'm with Fulton County Elections. They buzzed you in. Anybody could go in. There was a loading dock. Anybody could drive up to the loading dock and walk in the building. And one woman actually did, and she was kicked out later in the day. So I walked out in that morning, and there were no Dominion employees there. There were probably 10 of us there, and all the ballot suitcases were sealed, and they were just stacked in the corner of the warehouse. And for me, I thought, this is just not secure. Someone could just wheel these. I could have wheeled them out to my car. I could have wheeled them to the loading dock. I could have changed out ballots. I could have done anything. So that was Friday, but I tried not to worry about it. Then on Sunday, it was my last day in the warehouse. And I was just sticking around because in case they lost ballots again, I would be there to reprint. But I had nothing to do, so I decided I would leave the desk, and there was no other people printing test ballots that night. I thought I would leave my desk and I would go out into the floor and help. So I was away for an hour or so. It was 10 o'clock at night. I thought, it's time for me to go. And I go to my desk, and there's a Dominion worker, and there was a consultant who had been in the warehouse that whole week. I thought he was a warehouse consultant. I've now figured out he's not a warehouse consultant. He was from the elections group. He was from Chicago. The two of them were printing ballots. And I thought, oh my gosh, they need some more test ballots. They lost test ballots. So I sat down and I'm like, oh, let me help you guys. What do you need? Do I start from the bottom? Do I start from the top? And the Dominion worker was like, oh, you can start from the bottom. And so I started. And then he's like, well, I got to go. Then the consultant guy who was printing ballots, I look over and I notice he's printing random ballots. I'm like, there's an order when you print test ballots. The purpose of a test ballot is so that you can vote for each candidate. So you either start from the top and vote for the first person all the way across, and then the second person, etc. This guy was just printing random ballots. And so I went over and instructed him, hey, to print test ballots, you got to do it this way. And he's like, oh, do I have to vote for Trump? I'm like, yeah, you got to vote for Trump. And then he started printing some ballots, and then he said he had to leave, so he left. And it was 10 o'clock at night, so I just finished up printing that batch of test ballots, ran it over to the person, and then I left. So then I'm also a precinct manager. So I manage the precinct and I'm concerned over the emergency ballots. You guys passed a law that 10% of every voter in the poll book, you have to have an emergency ballot. Well, in my precinct, I got yellow sample ballots. They were on yellow cheap paper, said sample across them. So I got 250 of these. So I called the warehouse. I said, where are my emergency ballots? I hope I don't need them, but where are they? And I took a picture, sent them a picture, and they're like, yeah, that's not right, and we don't know where they are. We can't find them. And in my training as a manager, I've never been trained the importance of securing the emergency ballots. When I've gone into the check-in center at the end of the night, there's no accountability. In the June election, they didn't even have forms when they checked us in. They didn't have ballot recap sheets, which is the most important thing you need as well, but they didn't have check-in forms to say, hey, you turned in all your provisional ballots that were unused. You turned in all your emergency ballots. There's no checking. The next election, you think, okay, that was the first time we used the system. Maybe they'll get it right. So the second time I went to check in, they had the old check-in forms with old language, DREs. And I'm like, okay, I'll sign off, but here's all my emergency ballots, here's all my unused provisional ballots. So you think the third time they would get a form. I go to check in that night, they don't have forms. The girl at the Roswell check-in center said she just made one up. But there was nowhere on there to say, Bridget had 250 emergency ballots, and she's turned in those ballots. There was nowhere to say that my provisional ballots, I'm a split precinct, so I did have proper provisional ballots for my B precinct, but none for my A precinct. So that was concerning. And I did write my superior at Fulton County Elections, and she sent it on to her superiors, and I have not heard back about my concerns. I did send it to the Secretary of State. I sent my concerns prior to the election, and they were supposed to forward it on to the correct people. I went back to the Secretary of State after the election with my post-election concerns. I have not heard back from the Secretary of State. I attended the Board of Elections meeting this last week on Monday morning while I was in the airport, and I was going to give my testimony of securing the ballots, and I was muted 15 seconds into my presentation. So I feel like I'm not heard, or it's not a concern. I was also concerned about the Fulton County. Rob Pitts didn't mention to you this morning, but they had ACLU clerks in every single Fulton County location to process absentee ballots. I was concerned because my clerk was not trained. She was trained the day before. She seemed very intelligent. She's a lawyer. She wasn't trained to collect an affidavit if you're clearing an absentee ballot. I was also concerned that she was using a personal laptop, but I guess that's fine to have the whole voter database and who turned in absentee ballots and who didn't on your personal laptop. So those are just some of my concerns. I kind of went around, so I'm sure you have some questions.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from any of the Senator Heath?
I don't want to jump ahead of any of you smart guys in here.
No risk of that.
You just, a lot of information there that could.
I'm sorry.
There was a lot of information there that could certainly cause me concern, but one of the last things you were talking about, these emergency ballots, and you mentioned the absentee ballots. So who all knows, if I request an absentee ballot, who all knows whether or not I have voted that absentee ballot?
In previous years, we would have to call downtown to Fulton County Elections, and they would clear a voter to vote on the machines. In this election, there was a lot of snafus because there were so many absentee ballots sent out back in June. So the solution was to put an ACLU absentee clerk in every precinct that would do the job of the Fulton County people, because the phones would jam. And I would have 3 poll workers on the phone calling the 3 different lines, and we would just sit there and let it ring and ring and ring until someone got through. And then we'd clear our line of voters that we had so they could go vote on the machines. But I don't know, maybe that's public information of who has turned in their absentee ballot. It seems like if it was public information, then I would have loved to have been able to look it up myself on my phone.
Do you have any concern that if I knew which available absentee ballots were out there and uncast, that it might be a good opportunity to do whatever with, whether it was call them up and say, hey, you need to go vote today, or
You haven't turned in your ballot? Can I come get it?
Can I come help you, or whatever? Help me with these emergency ballots. Is that what you called them?
Yes, emergency ballots.
So these are legitimate ballots.
Yes, supposedly.
And so how are they used they're to be used in a voting precinct.
Well, what condition would you need an emergency ballot in a voting precinct?
So an example that they give us in our training classes is if, like my precinct's in a school. So if the school person doesn't show up to open up the school and I need to open up the polls, I can go ahead and open up the polls on the sidewalk with emergency ballots until I can get in the school.
And let people vote on those ballots and drop them in your briefcase or whatever?
They give us a orange bag. I mean, fortunately, I've never had to do this, but they give us an orange bag for provisional because I'm not allowed to touch a ballot once someone has cast a ballot.
And so what happens to them, what happens to that orange bag after that? Are they then fed through the ballot scanning device or?
So it depends. Like if you had a power failure and you were in your precinct, all the scanner tabulator, either the cabinet or the standalone, have an emergency ballot drop box. So I did process 5 emergency ballots back in June because our cards weren't printing correctly and it took us a little bit of time to get the card thing working right. So I let 5 people vote emergency and they went over and they filled them out and then they dropped them in the emergency drop box. And then at a slow point in the day, I have to announce to the entire precinct that I'm opening that emergency ballot box. I have to have 2 people with me, and I can take them out, I can touch them, and then I put them through the scanner myself.
Senator Dolezal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Thorne, for being here. I've got 2 different things I'd like to ask you about. The first one, you just said something that caught my attention. What was the role of the ACLU? And you said they were in every precinct. How do you know they were in every precinct, but what did you observe them doing?
On Sunday, while I was in the warehouse working as a tech, my supervisor sent an email. She's over all of North Fulton County, and she gave us bullet points of what we needed to do to prepare for the election. And the last bullet point was that we would have an ACLU clerk in every precinct to process ballots, absentee ballots.
I've read our code, and I don't read anything in Georgia law about having an ACLU. Would you say it was an ACLU tech?
It was an ACLU clerk.
I'm sorry, ACLU
so
clerk.
I assumed it was just an ACLU lawyer.
What were they doing?
So if a voter came in, and most voters aren't familiar with absentee ballots, if they want to vote on the machines, they don't bring their ballots. And so to make sure that they haven't already voted or already cast their absentee ballot, we have to get them cleared so that we can issue a card to vote on the machines. If they bring their ballot in, it's no problem. We just spoil it, put it in an envelope, and then they're able to vote on the machines.
Okay. I want to go back to really your primary function, it sounds like, in this election. You were a poll tech worker working for Dominion to, I believe, fulfill this provision of our law that requires the 3rd day before a primary election or the 5th day before a general election, essentially test the scanners, right? Print out the known set of ballots with a known result, run those through the scanners, and ensure that scanner delivers the result of the known set of ballots. Is that accurate?
Yes, but my primary job was just printing the test ballots.
So,
but the one night where I went out on the floor and did run an actual test, I went through and I realized that I printed 2 for Kelly Loeffler accidentally, but it was kind of late, so I just went ahead and ran it. And when I took my card to Dominion, it passed the test anyway.
Where was this taking place? Was this
in the Georgia World Congress Center, Building B.
Okay, and you were requested to be there by the Fulton County Election Board, the people you've worked with before, but Dominion was actually facilitating the function of the test. I guess approximately how many scanners would you say that you all had to test?
Oh, geez, there are 255 precincts. Each has 1 scanner. Even mine, with only 2,000 voters, they sent 2 scanners. So, I don't know, maybe, 400.
In our code, it speaks to this being done by the superintendent. Would you say that the Fulton County staff was in charge of this process, or were you receiving your primary direction from Dominion staff?
I was receiving it from Dominion staff.
Okay. And you said this took the course over a couple of days to test these couple.
I
call
was
it
there
500
5.5
ballots.
days, but people were there a week before me.
What day did you all conclude your work?
Sunday night, I believe.
The Sunday night before
It was
the election?
strange because I would leave thinking there was no work to be done, and they didn't need my help anymore, but there were a group of people that would always stay, and then I'd come back the next day, and they're like, oh, we stayed till 2 a.m.
Just to clarify, this is the Sunday before the election that you
Correct.
all concluded your work. So you all did not fulfill the Georgia law that says honor before the third day before the election, because you were finishing on the second day before the election.
Yes, correct, but that might have been due to the COVID and not using their regular staff.
Okay. I appreciate your time, and thank you for clarifying that for me.
Senator Summers?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Thorne, is there any way you can estimate the improprieties roughly that you saw? I know you're not, you can't, won't hold water, but I mean, how many votes do these improprieties you spoke of possibly could that have represented? Any way of knowing that number?
Yeah, I have no idea. I failed to mention the Friday after they emptied the ballots, people in the warehouse were coming up to me and bringing me ballots and asking, are these real ballots or test ballots? And I honestly had no way of telling. And so we would just spoil the ballot and put it away.
What's a test ballot?
It's the one that we're using to test the scanners, the tabulators.
Thank you. Senator Parent, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to, no, I really don't. I was just going to clarify for Senator Dolezal about the ACLU Deputy Registrar's Program.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so the ACLU, we had a choke point, especially during early voting, with people that had requested absentee ballots but decided they wanted to vote in person. So to help eliminate that choke point, ACLU launched this Deputy Registrar's Program that attorneys could participate in and be trained to add additional staff to cancel the absentees and let the people vote in person. And they partnered with Fulton. We actually wanted them to partner with DeKalb, and that ended up not happening. But yeah, it's not, you're not going to find it in the code.
They just weren't trained to take an affidavit before they cleared the ballot, which is kind of a huge snafu on my part, I would say.
Anything? Mr. Smith, did you have anything? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thorne. Appreciate it.
Appreciate
Okay, now we'll move on to Mark Amick. Mr. Smith, did you have some questions for Mr. Amick?
I did not.
You did not? Okay. Dana Smith, okay. We'll let Mr. Amick go ahead.
Am I free to go?
Yes, sir. Tell
Okay.
us who you are, where you live, and then try to get to the point. Be
Succinct.
We have, that's right.
I understand.
We have a lot of people that want to talk.
Yep, I understand and appreciate that. My name is Mark Amick. I live here in Milton, Georgia, and I'm a statewide poll watcher for this past election. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak here today and speak about these important matters and observations that I saw in my role of fraud and other irregularities in the process. There's a few different things, and I'll get through these relatively quickly, to be succinct. There was one instance on Election Day where I was denied entry into a polling location at Birmingham Falls Elementary in Milton, Georgia. I was wearing my badge and presented my Secretary of State letter to the poll manager. She denied me entry. I pointed to the information on the letter that designated that I was allowed to be there. She disagreed, would not let me in, and was turned away. I was also went to two other locations in Roswell on election morning. Both instances which I was informed that Democrat poll watchers were engaging with voters outside of the elementary schools. This was at Mimosa Elementary, and both of these turned out to be valid as well. This was at Mimosa Elementary, where they were standing between the parking lot and the entryway to the school, engaging with voters to and from. And then also at Esther Jackson Elementary School, where the 2 Democrat poll watchers there had been engaging with voters outside of the school while they were in line, apparently collecting voter data on their phones. Moving ahead to the recount, the first one that is, in DeKalb County on Sunday, November 15th, I arrived at that facility. The observation process was very difficult. The tables were set up in groups of 16, yet we were only allowed 1 person for every 10 tables, so that was difficult to manage through. We were required to be 6 feet away from the tables and as well as the personnel, despite our being issued a required mask by DeKalb County. After growing frustrated with trying to watch this process, I tried to find somewhere where I could go add some more value. So I decided to stand behind a table where the 2 workers were actually entering in the signed vote totals into the Arlo system for the final count. I was standing about 6 feet or so behind the workers. While I could not see the computer screen to validate what they were entering into the system, I was able to read the sheets that the person was providing to them. So I decided I would start taking notes on that in case there was an opportunity to provide an audit or something that was necessary to cross-reference what was actually submitted and what was actually input into the system. After a while, I was able to see a pattern of what I would expect in terms of the vote totals. I'd ballpark that around 1,500. And one came through that was a serious red flag, and that one came through at 10,707 votes for Biden and 13 for President Trump. And so I turned to the person that was next to me and said it to her, but loud enough so the workers in front of me could hear that, and that was that 10,000 votes for Biden, that can't be right. And wanted to make sure that they heard that, so that it would get flagged. They then whispered amongst themselves for some time, trying to figure out what to do. Eventually, a manager was called over, and I followed that paper and that manager through the process. She went towards the back of the room where they take the ballots in and out and spoke with 2 other workers. I stayed some distance back because of requirements, but yet I could make out the fact that they were trying to ascertain what that vote total was as well and why it was that way. They also discussed about whether or not to make that change on their own based upon what they thought that the 2 counters had meant for that total to be. Although they did, I think they decided not to do that because one, they looked over at me, made some eye contact, and the conversation changed to a whisper. But at the same time, they were also talking about they could not determine how that error had occurred or fraud. Because the numbers didn't match up. It wasn't a decimal, it wasn't a digit issue. It was so significantly wrong. Later through that process, I decided to engage Mr. Tillman, who was who I understood to be the election director for DeKalb County there, and informed him of the issue, let him know the serious concern that I had, and that we discussed recounting that box. He went and verified that with his team, and he came back and agreed that that 10,000 count couldn't possibly be right. And we worked out an arrangement to where I would follow that box through the rest of the process, through the recounting process, to ensure that it was counted correctly. And we had a new team come in about 45 minutes later. I watched and observed that process. I think the new team that came in did an excellent job. And that final vote total for Biden ended up being 1,081 and not 10,707 as initially submitted and signed off on by the 2 counters to be going into the system. So 9,626 vote difference. Pretty significant. I also did flag the fact that it's, I don't know if they have gone back to look at what those other 2 counters have done with other ballot boxes to validate that authenticity as well, and certainly don't know if anything was skimmed off the tops of the others, a few votes here and there, give or for any given candidate. But the egregious error was what I was able to catch. Going back to November 6th, these two incidents occur at State Farm Arena, where on the day that they were that they were processing the provisional ballots, the military and UOCAVA ballots on that day. Two things with this. One was after observing the process, I flagged it the next day in email and then signed an affidavit to the fact that I thought that the process lent itself and was open to significant fraud opportunities at 2 points. So what they do, as my understanding, as it was explained to us by Rick Barron, that what they will do with the military and overseas the UOCAVA is they will email a form to that voter. That voter then prints the form, marks the form with their vote choices, and then mails back that hard copy. Fulton County, they receive it, they go through a process of what's called duplication. And what that process was, as it was explained to us, is that a worker who we were not allowed to engage with or witness to verify its authenticity will then take that form and then is supposed to duplicate that voter's choice onto the ballot. This is all, in a situation where you're not able to observe it from a distance roughly this far apart or greater. Actually, it is greater than this. So no possible way to see it, and no verification or authenticity of the process that I could see and that we were told or informed about. Another serious concern with that process happens later when the ballots are then provided to another individual who actually goes and casts the ballots. So you are not allowed to see what ballot choices are cast on behalf of that voter that's in our military or overseas. And that, in my opinion, was an opportunity because there's no validation or observation or ability to observe whether that was done correctly as well. And then after I flagged that early on, like I said, the next day and filed an affidavit to my concerns over that process, and obviously have since learned that vote total ended up being roughly 900 to nothing in favor of Joe Biden versus President Trump. So pretty alarming and concerning. On that same day, I noticed, this is in regards to the Secretary of State's representative that was on site that day. And what this is basically entailing, I believe I've provided this information previously, and that is that the the vote count was supposed to start at 8:30. It didn't start until roughly 8:50 that morning. I first noticed the Secretary of State representative that entered the room around mid-morning, and didn't make too much of that at the time, but something told me, because I went back and looked at my notes and what I did from a picture standpoint, that something was not quite right, because at 11:45 I was documenting already that he was outside the room leaning against the wall on his phone, texting or what have you. Now that in itself wouldn't be that particularly big deal, but something had struck me that I needed to start documenting that. As it goes through the day, approximately 1:35, I realized that it was the first time that I had seen this representative who was potentially providing oversight actually out on the floor with the workers. And the first time I had seen that was at 1:35. And I want to clarify that I got there at 8:20. I was probably one of the first couple people there in the room. I took the first table in the front row, and that's predominantly where I stayed most of the day. I noticed that as I looked around and wondered where he was at the rest of the time, I noticed that he was actually back in the corner on his phone. And so what I decided to do from that point on, and I should ask, and I don't know if it's proper to ask, so I apologize if it's not proper protocol, but I've submitted pictures if they've been made available. If not, I do have those on a jump drive that I have brought with me. I probably should have brought that up first.
I'm sorry, just tell us what you saw, and we'll open it up for a few questions.
Sure, so fair enough. So what I decided to then do was further document that this person was not providing oversight, just in case there was a claim later that there was, because my concerns over how the ballots were being processed. And so I started taking selfies over my shoulder so I've got this so I can validate that it's me. It's over my shoulder, and he's further back in the corner, just, kind of semi-slumped on his phone in different positions, and I started taking pictures at 2:37, 3:51, 4:47, 5:41, and so on forth, that he was back there in the corner of the back of the room, not providing oversight or engagement or anything on the floor there. I did leave for dinner for a bit. When I came back, I had walked down the hall briefly. He was at the end of the hall on a phone call. I walked out. He was a few steps behind me, and he was complaining about parking. He was concerned about, I'm not sure if I parked in the Ruby lot or if it's the red lot, and if I don't know how this is going to work, and if it's the red lot or the Ruby lot, and the cost because he was going to be there for over 10 hours and how expensive that was going to be. So, and then through the rest of the evening, he was predominantly at the back of the room, and I provided specific time points of when he entered and what have you for the record.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Mr. Chairman? Senator Dolezal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rule number 5. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was it Mr. Amick? I don't want to mispronounce your name.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. You've been doing this for a number of years, from what I gather from your testimony. Is that correct? The poll observing?
Actually, this is my third presidential.
Great.
Yes.
How does your access this year relative to distances compare to your access in previous years?
So that's an interesting question. So I moved here roughly 3.5 years ago from Texas. So my reference point is a little bit different, from that perspective. But I will say that the ability to access and witness the process was significantly limited in every part of the process, whether it was just going to a polling location or certainly State Farm Arena and certainly DeKalb County.
You mentioned the Secretary of State's poll watcher, which, as I understand, is the result of a settlement from when the state sued Fulton County some years ago, that we now have a Secretary of State paid poll watcher in the room. Was this gentleman that you observed the only Secretary of State poll watcher? How did you identify him as being such? Did you see anybody else that was working under the direction of the Secretary's office?
I did not. So the gentleman, when he came in, there was another watcher with us who said that was the individual, and he had on the little gold Secretary of State emblem lapel pin. And he certainly was, he was out on the floor and engaged with the manners whenever he chose, which was limited, but that was how I was able to ascertain that.
So he had access to the floor, obviously, that you were not, being that he was a state employee.
Correct.
And were you there? This was during the recount process? The risk limiting audit recount process?
So that particular day was November 6th, which was still the processing of the initial count.
Okay.
So it was provisional, military, and UICAVA.
Okay. So just to clarify, in that room, and I believe it's the room we saw the video from earlier then, is that accurate?
I did not see I was not here at the time to see the video, so I can't reference that.
How large was the room approximately?
It's too large to observe, and the layout of the room is kind of dog-legged, so you can't, the way they have you pushed back against one part of the area, which is a short part of the room, it extends way past, and you actually can't see. There's actually a door where they bring, at least that's my understanding, because you can't see it.
That sounds like the room that we saw the video of earlier. And just to clarify, so in your day there, you saw one member of the Secretary of State's staff, and you would, I guess, as a blanket statement, describe him as mildly engaged in oversight process and more engaged in doing something on his phone in a corner of the room.
I don't even think that I wouldn't go as far as saying mildly engaged.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Any other questions? Senator Tillery?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're on. Get it close.
I want to go back into your testimony and ask you, when you said you identified that ballot box that was way skewed, not the 900 to 01, but the one before that, what was the process of the recount, or what happened to make those numbers change? Did somebody pull the paper out and count it? Was it a card that someone reran? Can you help me understand that?
Sure. So I just want to make sure we're talking about, just to clarify, so the decab
the decab
recount?
box. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Can you remind me of the numbers just so I can make sure that's the one I was talking
Sure.
about?
So what was signed off and submitted to be entered into that Arlo system as final was 10,707 votes for Biden and 13 for Trump.
And this would have been signed off on just like a sheet, or this would have been a box and they would have put a number on top of it and said this is 10,000 to 1,000? Or?
Yeah, sure. So what they do is after they do a count, there's a, I'm approximating the form, but it basically would say the batch, which is the box. So it had an identification number associated with that. There was a table, a color table, and then the number that was associated with it. And then it would have the count for the candidates on those sheets with different line items. And at the bottom, 2 spaces for signatures to supposedly authenticate and validate that the count is correct.
So to re-verify that, or when you noted it, and thank you for noting it, did they actually open a box and go back through and recount it, or do you know?
So,
how that,
so I didn't see
I'm trying
what
to figure out if it was data or if it was paper. That's kind of what I'm trying to get to.
Sure. So I did not see the counting of that box initially. So what I was doing is I was standing back because the counting was just, it wasn't adding a lot of value, I didn't think. And so I was trying to find something that would make a difference. And so I stood behind the table where they take those sheets and they'll say, okay, batch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, X amount for Biden, X amount for President Trump, and the person enters that in the computer, okay? So I was standing back there. I was able, because I was taking notes of those items as we went through, I was able to gain an expectation of what the total should be or a pattern with therein. And that one came through as so egregious and so large that that's how I was able to get flagged, frankly.
If you had not flagged it, is it something, and I'm asking you to kind of going down the road, you may not know this about our election procedure, and I apologize for asking you a question you may not know the answer to.
Yep.
If you had not flagged it and we had gone through this recanvassing process, is this something that would have been caught then, or do you think it would have gone through that entire process and not been caught too?
So that's part of a process I couldn't speak to, so I certainly would hate to speculate beyond that. I will say that I was concerned about it being entered in based upon what they said later, because as the sheets were brought back to verify, okay, here's the original. After we went through the recount process, again, I tracked those sheets because I was not going to let that out of my sight.
Right.
And they were brought over to the table, and we verified side by side. I also had a couple other people look, so it wasn't just me, so that people could see the initial sheets and the totals and that they were signed off on. But the lady the workers had changed out, one of them had changed out, and the one that was there said that she could feel, the phrase was, she knew it was wrong, but she could feel the eyes upon her. And so that made me, it was an interesting phrase and leads credence to why we have poll watchers, frankly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Shane. We appreciate your time today. Thank you. And we're going to need to move on to the next witness. So
sure.
We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right. The next we'll call Dana Smith. Is that correct?
I have photos. Does anyone need a copy of the photos and copy of the, pardon me? Okay, so here are some packets of photos if anyone wants some. I also submitted a thumb drive that someone was going to try to pick up for those of you that don't have it. And if someone needs a copy of my affidavit or something like that, I have those here as well.
To speak it so that we can hear you.
Oh, let me
you're gonna
take
have to
this
pull
off.
your mask off. Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
You forget they're on.
That's right.
Okay, so.
Ms. Smith, would you state your full name and address where you live?
Yes.
For the record, and then you can talk about your experience as a poll worker in Clark County.
Sure. My name is Dana Van Buren Smith, and I reside in Hartwell, Georgia. And I was a poll worker for the November 3rd election, and I was also a poll watcher for the first initial paper ballot count on November 13th. and also a poll watcher for counting the absentee ballots on the following Monday, which would be November 16th. I, in my regular life, have been a licensed practical nurse for 33 years, and I got laid off from my urgent care job because of low census with COVID infections. Our census dropped at our urgent care center. And then we relocated to Georgia about 6 months ago. So I found myself without a lot to do and some time on my hands. So I decided just to do my patriotic duty and be a poll watcher. So I went through the training and I was really excited, and I felt like our process in Hart County was good. You know, going into it, I thought, oh, this is going to be solid. It was wonderful. I was excited for the day. But as the day progressed and as things happened, I became more and more alarmed. I have 4 things that really bothered me, and I'm going to move through the initial 3 things pretty quickly because the big thing is at the end. The first thing, and I'm going to kind of read it to help myself out. On election day, someone had turned the natural gas off to the building. And so we had set up all of the machines the day before, and the heat was working in the rec center where our polling place was. I understand that that rec center used to be a barn that had been converted into this rec center. And so it's a big hulking building, and it was freezing cold when we got in there. That morning I had got up and we had been in the low 30s, and I had to use my heated seat in my car and my heater, and we arrived and the building was really cold. So they called HVAC people in, and the HVAC people worked all morning, and it was sometime afternoon that an HVAC guy came in and said that someone had shut off the natural gas to the building and that that's why our heat wasn't working. He indicated that nothing was wrong with the heater. Some unknown person in the night had shut off the gas to the building. Well, we all cheered and hoorayed because the heat finally came on, and at that time I did not know that Georgia law requires that that electronic equipment be kept in a climate-controlled environment, which having it in a freezing cold building all night long, in my view, does not constitute a climate-controlled environment. I found this out the next night when I read Georgia law. Because of all the things that happened, I thought I probably better figure out what is going on here. And that's when I learned that the machines were supposed to be in a climate-controlled environment. There is no alarm system in the place where these things are being stored to notify if these machines have come out of climate control compliance. And I noted in the Georgia election law that there isn't a requirement to have an alarm system. And so my plea to you is that I think you need to look at that and require these places, maybe free up some money so these places could get a $300 alarm system to let them know if they have in fact violated the law and gone out of compliance. I do not know with the temperature that night if they were out of the range, but in January when we have our election coming up, the Georgia mountains can be pretty chilly, so you probably ought to look into that. How can you verify if something went out of compliance if you have no alarm? I do know that someone in the night shut the gas off to the building, and we had a really cold building. I don't know who did that, what time or why, because there was no alarm. The next concern I have is that the Democratic poll watcher checked in the morning and then left for the rest of the day. The sheriff who was on hand stated to us that he was sitting out in his car in the parking lot all day, which I thought was an interesting place for him to be watching what was going on. Our Republican poll watcher, mid-morning, was removed by an official because the supervisor could not locate her paperwork. Also, no one had supplied her with the proper paperwork, so she was missing for a while. I put in my statement several hours. I spoke with her after because I wasn't sure how long she was gone, and she said it wasn't several hours, it was about a half an hour, but she was so upset she returned to her home and didn't stay there and was gone for a period of time because she was so rattled by what had happened. The third issue I noted was that The special printing paper for the paper ballots to be printed on was not secured, and mid-morning, there was a poll watcher walking around with this special ballot paper, taking coffee orders on it, writing down coffee orders on this special ballot paper that prints the ballots, those precious ballots. She was taking a coffee order on it. To me, anyone can just walk over and grab that specialty paper and then get in their order for the ballots they want to print. All of that is pretty upsetting, but the worst thing to me is where those pictures come in, and I don't know, are we able to put the pictures up for people can see? I gave a thumb drive to someone.
Sure. Are those the pictures that you've passed out? I think
It's the pictures that I passed out, but I had a thumb drive as well so that everyone could see.
Okay. Yes, if you could pass the thumb drive over to our assistant.
Okay, I'll give you some background to the pictures while they're putting up the thumb drive. With all the electronic voting equipment, the poll pads, the ballot marking devices, the scanner, all of those pieces of equipment have these plastic numbered tag locks that secure them. The other thing that secures those is a chain of custody form or a recap form. That's how you know that the SD cards haven't been removed, that nothing's been tampered with. It's these numbered locks that protect all those items, and the chain of custody forms that are witnessed by two people verify the numbers on those locks. And as soon as you pull those plastic tabs out, they break and you can't reuse them. So if you were going to tamper, now you have a problem as long as there's a chain of custody form with two witnesses, because that's what proves what the lock number was. At the end of the night, the polling station closed, and we were getting, packing up all the equipment, and it's a very arduous process. Every piece of equipment has these recap forms, these chain of custody forms. You're double checking the locks, you're relocking them, you're securing them, you're checking serial numbers and bagging them up in the case that matches the piece of equipment. It's a very rigorous setup so that you can ensure that you're locking up this electronic equipment in a way that it can't be tampered with at any given time. So at the end of the night, we go to empty these scanners. So the voter comes in, they present at the polling pad, they show their ID, we give them a green, like a credit card. They go over to the ballot marking device and they put it in their ballot marking machine. They electronically vote and mark who they want. Then it prints a paper ballot on that specialty paper, right? The voter then takes that specialty paper printed ballot, they carry it over to one of the scanner machines, and we ask them to look at the paper ballot and make sure that it shows who they voted for. That paper ballot is the safeguard. That's why we ask them to look at it so that they can confirm that's who they voted for. At that point, the voter puts it into the scanner where it's scanned electronically. The paper ballot then drops down into a large container, somewhat similar to like a garbage can, a big plastic garbage can, and all day long, all those paper ballots fall down into that container, all hodgepodge, every which way, and just collect in that. So at the end of the night, and that scanner is, and that container, that's protected with actually a couple of mechanical locks and a couple of numbered plastic security locks like those you see in the picture. So the end of the night, the final task is to unlock those bins and collect all of those paper ballots that have fallen into that big container. We collect all of those. You look up inside and make sure none of them have been hung up. There are at least two witnesses for each of those bins, which there's two of those bins. We had 4 people plus a couple other people around, plus our local sheriff was there as well. So all these people are watching us take out these paper ballots. And we put them into these red canvas bags. It looks kind of orangey in the picture, but there was one red canvas bag per bin, and there was also the red canvas bag that held the provisional ballots that were brought in for that night. So we bring them in. These bags have a specialty zipper and then this flap lock so that red numbered tab lock can go in them. So we get all the paper ballots into the red bags, zip them up, and I said, where are the number locks? And nobody could find the number locks. They'd gone missing. So I got the supervisor, Sarah's, attention, and I said, we need the number locks. And these locks are a little different configuration than the ones that go on the voting machines and stuff. They just click in there, and then if you pull it out, it breaks. So she said she didn't have any, and for us to just zip it up and throw them in the blue totes, which are the other pictures that you see, unsecured, and that would be good enough, and they would drive them to the election office, which is maybe between 10 and probably 10 to 12 minutes from our polling place. And I told her, no way, we are not loading these paper ballots into the back of your car with you and your friend to drive them to the election office. You call Robin at the election office and you tell her to have someone bring us the locks. She rolled her eyes, literally walked away, and I just sat there watching those ballots. I was not going to let those out of my sight. Me and another gal named Lori. There was a gal named Gloria. There was an elderly guy that I think had COPD because I brought him his oxygen and helped him out there. We sat there and watched those paper ballots to be sure they were secure until those numbered tag locks could come. So we waited about 20 minutes and they still hadn't come. So I flagged down our supervisor again and said, hey, is somebody bringing those tab locks? And she said,
Ms. Smith, can you wrap it up?
Yep.
We got a lot.
Okay, so she said, we don't need them. And I said, I'm not leaving here until you bring them. So finally, after my second request, they brought the numbered tab locks. And so I asked where the chain of custody forms were, and she said they didn't have any. And I said, it does no good to lock them without a chain of custody form. And she refused to do a chain of custody form and demanded that we throw them in her car. And that's when I took the pictures to document the numbers protecting those paper ballots. In my job as a nurse, if you send a urine drug screen to the lab and it's all sealed up but you have no chain of custody form, they throw it away because the chain of custody form is what proves it hasn't been tampered with. Those bags left that place with the tags I pitched a fit on about and took pictures of, but no chain of custody form. I had no idea what would happen to them after they left that place. I followed the supervisor and her friend, and the sheriff made sure the bags got into the election office, went home, couldn't sleep. Well, I went actually to our poll worker who'd been kicked out's house, had a sleepless night. The next day, I went to the local election office and met with our local election authorities. They wouldn't listen. I gave them pictures of the tab locks, asked them could we at least look at them and make sure they're still sealed and do a chain of custody form. They refused. He told me, Gary Hamilton, my commissioner on the election board, said it wouldn't matter if a couple 100 ballots went missing. That was the response from my local election office. And so here I knew that we had these unsecured. All our paper ballots were completely unsecured. Less secure than someone's urine drug screen. right? So then on the Friday, the 13th, when we go to do our initial count of the paper ballots, guess what? They come out of the back room in cardboard boxes, not in the bags I sealed on election night. And there's no chain of custody for them. There is no documentation of what happened to those people's ballots between when I locked them up election night and when they walked out in cardboard boxes. I had to bite my tongue because I was a poll watcher and I couldn't take pictures, but there's a whole room full of people who could corroborate that they came out in cardboard boxes, not in those canvas bags. Now you tell me why they all cheered when the paper ballot count matched the machine count. It means nothing when you count paper ballots that have been handled, removed from their sealed containers, and no documentation of what happened to them in between. Counting paper ballots means zip, nothing, absolutely nothing. And it's infuriating, and I can't believe it happened.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much.
Senator Jordan. Just a second.
Oh, one other point, I also counted the absentee. I watched for counting the absentee ballots, and one of the workers asked how they verified the signatures, and a little old lady stood up and said, "Oh, I verified 90% of them." One lady, one little old lady, looks at all those absentee ballots and decides whose signature stays and whose signature goes. You tell me what oversight and verification process that is. I'm sorry.
I think you had a question, Senator.
Yeah, just a quick question. And so you were a poll worker in Hart County, Georgia?
Correct.
And with respect to the ultimate count there, isn't it true that President Trump won that county 9,465 votes to 3,100
It is,
approximately?
which is remarkable. So the Trump team is willing to listen to me, someone who lives in a county where Trump won by a landslide, because I want to tell you, I don't give a rip who won. What matters to me is that the people's vote is more protected than their urine. Think about it. It doesn't matter who won. Those paper ballots were not secure. I don't care if you're a Democrat, a Republican. I don't care if you voted for Minnie Mouse. I don't care. The process is flawed when your urine is more protected than your vote. And that is what happened. And that's why I'm here, because you need to fix the holes that jeopardize every single person sitting in this chair. I don't care who they voted for. Those voters, I saw a woman lead her blind husband in to vote. I saw a man pull up in a big van and come out in his electric wheelchair to vote. Those are my voters. It's my job to protect their vote. It's your job as legislators to ensure that there are safeguards for their votes, and that when the law is broken and people don't follow the law, you're supposed to make sure that they do. That's your job. And it's not just my vote, it's yours too. Think about it. Your vote might not have counted either. Not a single person in this room. You don't know. You weren't there. I was there. I thank you for your time, and I hope you'll take what these people are telling you seriously. It's important. The people's voice matters in this country.
It does. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being willing to work and give your time.
Thank you.
To work to protect the vote. Okay.
We have one short witness if you want before you take a break.
That will be fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Grace Lemon.
Yeah, if you would tell us a little bit your name and where you live, and then tell us what you wanted to hear.
Okay, so my name's Grace. I'm 22 years old. I'm a senior at University of Georgia, and I live in Fulton County. Okay. So I came here to tell y'all my experience when I went and voted in person.
Okay, go ahead.
So I went and I voted in person on October 23rd with my younger sister, who was a first-time voter. And when I went to check in and give them my license and verify my identity to get my voter card, I was told that there was an absentee ballot already out for me, but I never requested one. I've never voted absentee. I always go vote in person. And I had to sign an affidavit saying that I did not request an absentee ballot. So I got my voter card, I voted in person, everything went fine after that. The next day, my mom called the voter center and was told that somebody voted absentee in my name on October 7th. We don't know who that is, and we haven't gotten any answers about that since. And on October 28th, I filled out an open records request for the Fulton County Voter's Office. I received an email from Fulton County Registration Chief, Mr. Ralph Jones, and I called him. He asked about my experience, and he told me he was going to further investigate the situation and get back to me with more answers. November 3rd, his assistant, Mariska Bodison, emailed me to say that my request was given to the Secretary of State's office for further investigation. I haven't heard anything else from either of them. Then I got an email from my dad's friend and lawyer, Mr. Bob Cheeley. I spoke with Mr. Cheeley on November 19th on the phone, and he wanted to know how the investigation was going. And I didn't know, so I tried to call around to find out more answers for him. And I couldn't get anyone on the phone. Once I did, in the Secretary of State's office, nobody had any answers for me. They hadn't seen my open records request, and they had no answers about how the investigation was going. Later, I spoke with Sharon Griffin in the elections office at the Secretary of State, but she couldn't tell me anything either. I never got another call back, and at this point, I was knowing that I was getting the runaround from everybody. November 23rd, I received an email that my open records request was never received by the Secretary of State's office and was asked to submit another one on their website. And I did so and emailed the officer back and told him that I did. There was no name attached to that email. It was just open records officer. On November 30th, I received another email from the open records officer in the Secretary of State's office to file a complaint. The last line of this email read, "This will serve as the final response to this request, and your request is now closed." We tried to call the Secretary of State's office again and couldn't get anybody on the phone. So I am left with still no answers. No one will answer the phone or call me back. And I want to know ultimately if my vote was counted or if the vote that was voted for me scratched my vote out.
That's a good, thank you. Wow.
Senator Dolezal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Can you tell me your name again?
I'm Grace.
Grace, thanks for being here, Grace.
Thank you.
Can you clarify for me what happened? And I don't think I caught it. Were you able to vote in person?
Yes, sir.
Was it a provisional ballot or was it a regular ballot as far as you know your vote was counted?
As far as I know, it was a regular ballot.
Thank you. Did you have the opportunity to go onto the My Voter page to see when you allegedly requested your absentee ballot, when you allegedly voted by absentee? Have you had a chance to do that yet?
No, sir, I haven't gotten anything. When my mom called the voter center, she was told by someone on the phone that an absentee ballot was cast in my name on October 7th.
Great. Maybe, I think we're going to have a break, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to plug your information in here. I don't want you to announce your date of birth to the world, but you can come enter it here. I'd like to see this because you are not the first person that we have heard of that has had this happen. And this, to me, is probably some of the most discouraging testimony.
Yes, sir.
This is probably your first or second presidential election you've had the opportunity to vote in, depending on when your birthday is.
Yes, sir.
We're going to get this right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And we need to figure this out, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Senator Jordan.
Number 7. When you went and they said you've requested an absentee ballot, of course you didn't have it with you. Did you have to execute an affidavit saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then they gave you a card and you were able to vote on the machine, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in terms of when did you vote? When did you go vote?
October 23rd.
Okay. Yeah, I concur with Senator Dolezal that I think we need to check your My Voter stuff and
Yes, ma'am.
and try to figure out what happened here.
Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we will take a 15-minute break. We've been going for a long time, and we will reconvene at, 4:45? Yeah, 4:45. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I told them I was going to spend my 15-minute break sitting down, not standing up. Grab a seat.
他们正在请这个朱利安，你现在是在也许能。对对对，我现在他们在请这有可能 interview 这个是朱利安。对对对对，两个，他们在找一个跟他谈
I mean, you had messed up. Well, that is very good. You had a different in the last, right? I had one years ago where they just have the records there.
Senators, I want to thank you for your courtesy.
Oh, yes, thank you for being with us here in Georgia.
You don't mind, thank you. We've been through many of these. You know, it's contentious on both sides. But I think this has been one of the most courteous and most substantive I've been. And it's due a lot to the minority being really professional.
Well, we pride ourselves here
I appreciate it.
on trying to conduct our business with some level of integrity.
You're the best.
I mean, we do.
I've been through 5 of them. You can find equal problems on both sides. You're the best.
Well, we appreciate that. It'd be really weird if, like, we all of a sudden conducted a hearing totally different.
And got at each other's throats.
Than anything that we ever do, you know? Yes, thank you. Although the opinions are going to happen online. The rest that I've animated and everything. So right here? Yep.
Oh, maybe a little bit back. Back? Yeah. A little further? A little back. A little further? Yeah. Correct. So you fly from another state to hearing here?
Yes, so we were at the Michigan hearing yesterday.
So what's your take on it?
I think it's been fantastic, and the legislators, of course, seem very interested in the testimony, particularly the video, because that corroborates the affidavits that we already had, and seeing that, I think, just provides even more evidence, and it's very compelling.
So why are we seeing like similar fraud problems happening in different states?
Well, so clearly it was a coordinated effort, and there was a huge problem with all of the mail-in ballots. And President Trump has been saying this from the very beginning, that this type of mail-in system is very ripe for this kind of fraud, and this is all about election officials disobeying the laws of their general assemblies in their states.
And we had a press conference yesterday, Mr. Ling Wu, so it's very exciting, and do we have any exciting news to share with us?
Yeah, so of course we're on two tracks where we have, of course, the state legislator hearings, and the state legislatures can take action on their own, and we believe that they should, with this very clear and convincing evidence of fraud. And then we also have the judicial track, where we're asking the judicial branch and judges to make sure to protect election integrity and compel the state legislatures to fulfill their constitutional obligations. So we're looking forward to continuing the fight, and President Trump, of course, is not giving up. He's very willing to defend election integrity, not only for the outcome of this election, but for every election in the future. It's so important to make sure that we protect our freedoms.
So what about
Yeah, absolutely. So every concerned citizen should definitely contact their legislator and ask them to take action. And they are, of course, the representatives of the voice of the people. And when the people's vote, they've been disenfranchised through this type of corruption, and it's irredeemably compromised. The state legislators are the ones that the Constitution specifically vests with the responsibility and the authority, and we believe the obligation and the duty to make sure that corruption does not prevail. And so every concerned citizen should contact their legislature and ask them to take action.
Is there a timeline that we can expect?
Well, of course, right now the Electoral College votes on December 14th, so we have just a couple of weeks. But but certainly that vote isn't certified until January 6th, and so there still is time, of course, for the legislature to take action, whether or not they call for a new special election, whether they put forward different delegates according to the will of the people. That really is their constitutional obligation, and then how they choose to exercise it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hold you for longer.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I've already. Right. Yeah. That's right. That's right. What do you do?
Hi, nice to see you too. Yeah, absolutely. Probably not, only because I don't control my own media right now. But yeah, so you'll have to go through the tool for that. But I was traveling so much on no, so we have security campaigns. So that's if you just contact us. Well, but if you ask for Carrie Ann, that's who. But they get all this. This is mine. Yeah. I gotta go back to make sure. Oh, thank you so much. But it's the one. Well, actually, if you guys are here, let's just. How do I
What's that? Florida. I know. Yeah. Right. We only got last week, so yeah, that's the plan. Of course, that's That's what I was thinking, and that's something I talked to. She's in state. That's right. And I think last time I talked to her, she was under the assumption that she would still get to have her time. So that's what she'll need to decide.
Final question, has the governor here, Brian, the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, have they been with the team on all of this stuff, or what's that relationship been? Well, the Secretary of State.
Well, the problem is neither of us want to do our system. You know, Harold doesn't want to either. So we'll have to figure it out. What? Oh, from Gloria. Got it. Right. The other thing that would throw a monkey wrench into can't be a floor leader.
Good luck, though. Thank you for all your hard work. Maybe I'll see you again. Yes.
Well, it's usually someone pretty low, too. Yeah. Yep, right, I know. Yeah. Right now it's like the. So now the board just gotta get Rooney.
Fort Lauderdale may actually have.
So I think that. Right, that's right, you probably can. Yeah. I mean, I knew Gloria doesn't want to move, but she really I know. I mean, I know she doesn't want to because her office is better. Yeah, but if her office is better and it's got some kind of, the other thing is it has some kind of adjacent little room where she can put some staff, and she likes that too. Exactly. That's what. Yeah. What if they have laptops? No, you can't. Gotcha. No. She's gonna put Lisa Jeff. Not an assistant. Yeah. Our staffers. Well, it's up to her, but she really should. Yes, correct. As long as the internet works okay up there. Well, so with the assistant thing, so say Gloria's charge.
There's one that's right outside that door.
And I want to keep
left-hand
more
side,
time.
over right where
Just
the
for myself.
officer is standing.
Then you have to put another assistant in that suite over there, or what?
Hi, Heather. Nice to meet you. Sort of like both
Okay.
Yes.
So it kind of just doesn't work. So at that point, if she wants to stay, she might need to just.
No, not that. I work with Carrie sometimes, Carrie Sheffield. She's with John Sullivan. Yeah, and we end up we ended up letting her use our tent in the North Lawn. She could collaborate with you guys. Yes. But that was because we flexed our muscles. Yeah, so she's just going to need some. There's not one organization in society that's going to Yes, I mean, that was our plan. Me and Harold. Yeah. You the girl back in the corner she does. People are freaking out. Like, dude, it's just like, Trump, you were in a picture with a man that turned to, which is your coat. Yeah, so after that photo. Okay. Gloria told me that she had deputized you to tell Tate she had to move. On what's happening. So you haven't started talking about vaccine? You're fine. Yeah. Why don't you just focus all your energies on that? Sounds like Renee. Rather than focusing on the vaccine, like he was upset about a vaccine and an answer. I know, I feel bad for the freshmen a little bit, so it's on our side of the aisle. Like that was because, with the biennial thing, it's all weird. And Kim Jackson was saying, like, some of these people, like, what's that? Right, of course, yeah. So Kim Jackson was planning on going there, and then her wife is like, I really don't want you there. Like, this doesn't, if there's an option for you to do it online, I want you to do it that way. So she's asking me, what do I give up? And I said, look, normally I would say, yes, you do need to be there in person, but it's also weird with COVID. And I said, it's going to be a little unfortunate for those of you not there. And I said, it's just, right, exactly. So she's not really going to have, yeah. What we may do is, we're going to do a Zoom one. I may contact you for that in a couple weeks. Oh yeah, I do need a new badge, Mr. Secretary. So all these assistants, they were trying to play this out. Gloria decided to stay and kept the time. And Harold and I got one assistant. How does that work? Like yes, okay. I'm like barely senior here, essentially. I think I'm like one ahead. Yep, on it. Here we go. Team. Yeah, yeah, we do.
Take one more, just in case he's working on chewing that. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, so essentially, would that default to seniority on the assistants, or is it inspect in the office? To me, that's unclear. Right. I see. I never would think.
I look at it in terms of what it looks like. And just tell you what, I like minority.
Yes, and I don't get to? Okay, that's good to know. Okay, I thought I did. Okay, so I thought I did, so that's good to know.
Caucus chair is party, yeah, rather than the legislature.
Okay.
Minority leader controls minority leaders entitled to recognition, second, third panel majority. So you kind of have, it's a legislative.
Yeah.
Secretary, caucus chair.
There's vice chair. We don't actually have. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, so
Then it got it. So the way I did pretend that is that now, and I don't know if that was a seniority thing or whether it was it was like that when I was an agent. It was leader and chair. And I thought that had to do with I just thought it had to do with the fact that the chair is seated, and that's why it makes sense for the chair to be right there. But maybe it's have a sense of how much longer? Well, actually, speaking of, I know you
No idea. I'm hoping not too long. I need to eat lunch before it's dinner time.
Good, right? Yeah, because we have to leave. Yeah, okay, cool. Yes, exactly, yes. I want to say, where is the closest restaurant?
Is there one up here? I think there's one across the way up here.
Yeah. Just in case, if we're going to another,
Somebody says 10 o'clock.
What? No, I heard 7.
Oh my God, 7?
Hi.
I am sitting in that should tell you everything.
Everything was hijacked.
Correct. Insult and superior, allegedly. So Fulton does have a
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if the committee will come back into order, we're running a few minutes late and we need to go ahead and get started.
Oh, of course, yeah, but see, I don't actually think they're going to
Some members come on in and
yeah, I'll let you know.
have a seat.
We'll see if I can find what but yeah, I'll look around
And have a seat. Yes, sir. And if we maybe close that door too for Carter, they're coming in. Yeah. Okay, I would like to make an announcement. We have a lot of people who are wanting to speak, who had previously signed up to speak, and I know that it's getting late, and we will continue on until about 7. If you are here and you would like to fill out your statement in affidavit form, you can do that down in room 341, and that will be collected and it will be delivered to the members of the committee. And there will be a notary available down there for you to do that from the Office of the Secretary of the Senate. So we will now pick up where we were, I think, with Scott Walter.
Yes, Scott Walter.
Scott Walter. Okay.
in. Chairman Ligon, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the issue of a private interest group selectively funding Georgia election offices. I applaud your investigating all sorts of election irregularities, but even if, for the sake of argument, not one vote in the...
Sorry? Can I interrupt you? Could you announce who you're with?
I apologize.
That's okay.
I'm Scott Walter, president of the Capital Research Center.
Okay.
Washington, D.C. We're a think tank that specializes in studying the nonprofit world.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
No trouble. As I said, just for the sake of argument, let's say not one vote in the whole state was fraudulent or miscounted. You would still have the problem that I'm here to describe, and it did not occur only in the past. As we speak, the very same private nonprofit is continuing to offer local Georgia election offices money. This supposedly nonpartisan nonprofit is itself funded to the tune of $350 million by one billionaire family, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg's. Why should this disturb you or the citizens of Georgia? I can answer that with a simple question. Does every one of you facing your next election know that some geographic locales hold more votes for you than others? Do you know the demographic characteristics of persons most likely to vote for you? Their ages, marital status, sex, race, and the like? Of course you do. That's how you and every candidate build electoral majorities and win. Political activists in and out of the official political parties know these simple truths as well, and they use ever more sophisticated micro-targeting to turn out voters. That's fine when the activists are connected to our political parties or when they're in groups like the National Rifle Association or Planned Parenthood, whose legal status publicly acknowledges that they intend to influence public policy, register voters, and otherwise engage in political battles in ways that often benefit one political party or the other. By contrast, it's not right when in Georgia and other battleground states you have political parties and elections significantly helped by the type of nonprofit that's not supposed to get in the middle of elections, the so-called 501c3 nonprofit that's supposed to be charitable, educational, religious, and strictly nonpartisan. I don't want to see donors or C3 nonprofits anywhere along the political spectrum subtly manipulating elections through gifts to government offices. But this year in Georgia, tens of millions of dollars from that single nonprofit, funded by that single billionaire family, the Zuckerbergs, first flowed into a C3 called the Center for Tech and Civic Life. And then those millions flowed into dozens of Georgia election offices. Not in all the counties, only in 44 of the state's 159 counties, according to CTCL's limited public disclosure. More than two-thirds of the counties in Georgia received nothing. That money made a dramatic difference in your election this November, and it was not a nonpartisan difference. You shouldn't be surprised the center's results were partisan, because its leaders all come from a Democratic-aligned nonprofit group called the New Organizing Institute, which was so successful boosting the Democratic Party in elections that the Washington Post gushed it was, quote, the Democratic Party's Hogwarts of digital wizardry, close quote. Online messaging and all forms of voter outreach were this group's bread and butter. These wizards know how to turn the right people into registered voters and get them to the polls for their favored candidates. The Capital Research Center, where I work, has not been able to verify all the funding the Center for Tech and Civic Life gave Georgia counties because the center isn't disclosing its grants to us or the Associated Press or other inquirers, even though it will have to disclose those grants in its next IRS filing a year from now. But using local government records and news accounts, we've captured many of the grant amounts, including what were likely the largest ones given to the largest urban areas. I'll read you just a few of our findings. While I do, ask yourself, do these numbers sound nonpartisan? Should private interest groups like this, backed by a billionaire or two, rather than the state legislators of Georgia, be allowed to pick and choose where to boost election funding and turnout in the Peach State? Okay, first, hoping to forestall criticisms like mine, I suspect, CTCL funded more counties won by Republican candidate Trump than by Democratic candidate Biden, 27 counties to 17. But that's misleading. A much better comparison, CTCL funded 21% of Trump counties versus 55% of Biden counties. So a Biden county was over 2.5 times more likely to receive funding. 9 out of 10 of CTCL's largest grants went to Biden counties. Or look at the 10 counties in Georgia that had the biggest shifts toward the Democratic candidate in their voting from 2016 to 2020. 9 of the 10 received CTCL grants. And those 9 grantees averaged a 13.7% shift toward the Democrat. 2 of the counties, Cobb and Gwinnett, were among the 4 counties that delivered Biden the most votes. Of those 4 counties that gave Biden 100,000 votes or more, CTCL funded all 4, Clayton, DeKalb, Fulton, and Gwinnett. And it funded those counties lavishly. Per capita, those counties were funded between $4.38 and $10.47 for every man, woman, and child. By contrast, so far as we currently know, only 1 county, won by Trump, was funded over $1 per capita. That was Cherokee, but its Democratic vote leapt up 70% compared to a 24% rise in its Republican vote. Trump counties like Carroll, Camden, and Lumpkin got around a $0.50 or less. Biden carried 33 counties that delivered him 10,000 votes or more. CTCL funded 70%. By contrast, Trump carried 46 counties by 10,000 votes or more. CTCL funded only 20%. So that means the most vote-rich counties for Biden were 3.5 times more likely to be funded than Trump's most vote-rich counties. In sum, if you total the votes in all the 44 counties that CTCL funded, the Republican presidential vote rose by 207,000 this election versus the last. The Democratic presidential vote jumped by 530,000, or more than 2.5 times the Republican rise. Of course, the CTCL is not the only factor in this year's elections in Georgia, but I insist it is not a small factor. I urge you to investigate every dealing it had with every county. Did the contacts begin from the center's side? What preconditions did the center put on its funding? Did the counties fulfill their budgetary and other obligations under Georgia state law when using these funds? Who designed voter education material and advertisements? Was any money spent on training that would help prevent vote fraud, such as how to match signatures? Above all, I urge you to consider whether you ever again want to permit privatized elections in Georgia, where wealthy donors steer resources so unequally and inequitably. Some states forbid such funding. You can too.
I have a question for you. Are you in essence saying that by doing this that campaign finance laws are being circumvented? Is that part of what you're saying?
My specialty is nonprofit law, and I can tell you that the federal nonprofit law for C3s like this is very murky. It's possible to do voter registration and get out the vote if you're a C3 legally, but it has to be strictly nonpartisan. If it's not strictly nonpartisan, then you are violating federal tax law. I think it's a shame that your colleagues in DC's Congress haven't done a better job of spelling out that line. I can tell you that Republican and conservative groups, they do not do this with C3 money. C3 foundations don't fund, and C3 groups don't execute voter registration and get out the vote. They just don't, because they're scared they're going to break the law. The left is shameless, and because the line is murky, they're happy to leap over it. You are right, I'm not an election expert, but you're right too that the FEC might be persuadable that this was an in-kind contribution to one side or the other, but that's not for me to say.
All right. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Senator Jordan.
Thank you for being here. It's my understanding that these were COVID relief grants. Is that correct?
Ma'am, that's what they called them.
But they are called COVID relief grants?
That's what they're called. I don't believe that the Democratic partisans who actually run the institution suddenly discovered a concern for COVID, and the fact that they are experts in voter turnout for one particular party entirely slipped their mind.
And specifically, the money was to help counties and local election officials to ensure safe and healthy elections because of the pandemic. Isn't that correct?
That's what they said, ma'am.
Okay, and with respect to that, the counties could seek those grants, get the grants, and then use them very specifically for PPE or any other initiatives that were intended to make it safer for voters to actually vote during a pandemic.
Well, you know, ma'am, that is a wonderful question, because I think you should be investigating those counties to see if that's what they did. I can show you some of the contracts that have been made public that were made with places like Philadelphia, for instance. PPE was not a very high priority in the contracts that they made with those government jurisdictions. What mattered was things like advertising and voter education materials and the rest. So I'm sorry, I don't believe they're very sincere.
Okay, so let me just close the circle here. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that anything untoward happened with those funds with respect to the counties that got the grants? In Georgia, not anywhere else, in this state.
There is very little evidence that the money went toward actual COVID concerns. And again, I urge you all to investigate that to see where the truth lies. The legality of all this is highly murky under both election law and tax law.
So the answer is no.
Ma'am, I think I use a very good 501c3 tax lawyer to make sure that we don't violate anything. When I sent him my testimony, his instant response was their tax exemption should be revoked. So that expert in law thinks that just what you heard today is absolute evidence of impropriety.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions? Thank you, sir, for being here today. We appreciate your testimony.
Thanks so much. It's an honor.
I think I would like to ask if I could break with protocol. We have Mark Davis here. I need to get him up if that's okay. Mr. Davis, if you would come on up, please. And Mr. Davis, if you would tell us your name, where you live, what you do, and I know you've been here a while, but tell us your concerns.
All right. Thank you for having me, everyone. Pleasure to speak with you today. My name is Mark Davis, and I'm the president of Data Productions. The committee has a copy of my sworn affidavit. For the sake of time, I've kind of boiled it down to maybe a 3 or 4 minute presentation, and hopefully I won't get too far in the weeds with you here. I'm certainly going to try to keep your attention. I've been working with voter data for more than 30 years. I've testified as an expert witness in a total of 5 election disputes. When I processed an update to my copy of the Georgia database I received in August, I saw hundreds of thousands of voters whose name and address records matched against USPS National Change of Address records. I've been seeing similar numbers for many years now. My understanding of the core issue is that every state in the Union is permitted to address those issues in accordance with the provisions of the 1993 National Voter Registration Act. The Act permits a Secretary of State to mail a voter with an NCOA match at both their old and new addresses to obtain confirmation of the change of address, but as a practical matter, when that happens, those requests are often ignored. The only other remedy available to a Secretary of State under that law is to allow the voter's registration to age out of the system for inactivity, which can often take years. The net effect of all that is our Georgia database always contains hundreds of thousands of people who have filed changes of address with the USPS stating they have moved away from the address shown on their voter registration records, and that opens up a Pandora's box of potential issues. I have recently completed NCOA processing on another copy of the voter database I obtained just last week. It showed approximately 267,255 voters who have told the USPS they were moving to an address out of state. Some of those will no doubt be students and people serving in the military who intend to return to Georgia, and of course, lawfully they are permitted to vote. I show just under 15,000 of those out-of-state movers voted in our November general election. The NCOA processing also revealed approximately 313,000 or so voters who moved within the state of Georgia. Those who move within a county can still vote in that county and update their registration as required. However, of those who moved within the state, I'm showing 122,000 or so who moved across county lines. Most of them obeyed the law and did not cast ballots. That said, I do show over 40,000 voters who moved across county lines more than 30 days before the election, but then cast a ballot in their previous county of residence. If those were all temporary relocations, they were eligible, but I think it highly likely the vast majority are not temporary. Georgia law states if a voter moves more than 30 days before the election and has failed to update the registration, he or she may not lawfully cast a ballot in the county they previously resided in, which makes a great deal of sense. Outside of that 30-day grace period or a temporary change of address, a person who does not permanently reside in a county that cast a vote in has no legal or moral right to cast votes for public servants who no longer represent them. A person who moves across county lines more than 30 days before the election and fails to update their registration is no longer allowed to cast a vote in their old county and at the same time is not properly registered to vote in their new county. It appears to me we probably had tens of thousands of unlawful votes cast in our last election. I can only imagine how many close election contests have been affected by these issues over the years.
Any questions for Mr. Davis? Senator Dolezal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 5. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for being here. I've actually been looking forward to your testimony since we had the opportunity to speak outside earlier. I think that this may be where there's the most there when we're looking at what happened in our past election. I think this is probably where there's the most there of what we need to fix going forward. I'd like for you to, if you can, to highlight for me some locations where in your data you've seen hundreds or even thousands of people registered to vote from the same address.
Well, I ran that query just last night, and there's one homeless shelter that I believe that counts over 2,000. Several on the list are homeless shelters, and you see hundreds or even thousands of voters there. Now, I'm told that that's encouraged, I try to think through that in my head, and I see lots of potential for fraud there. It's a concern for me. If just anybody can go register at a homeless shelter and vote, I don't know. I think that's something we need to be looking at. To be honest, I've been more focused on these change of address and residency issues lately.
So let's talk about those for a second. So what happens is somebody informs the United States Postal Service, and I just recently did this, hey, I'm moving. We then, depending on, like you mentioned, depending whether it's in county, out of state, depends on what should happen with them in the voter rolls. How many people are you aware of, and I asked the Secretary of Staff this question this morning, they did not know. How many people are you aware of in the state of Georgia who filed a COA request with the U.S. Postal Service and also requested an absentee ballot and had their absentee ballot mailed to them outside of the state of Georgia?
I believe that number's right at about 15,000. But again, if they're students of the military or they have a legitimate reason to be located out of state and they intend to come back, then those votes are lawful.
Are you aware of any specific cases maybe that you could highlight for us, not using real names, but using some fake names of people that perhaps we would assume are not students, people that maybe you've looked at their LinkedIn file or you have other information on them being employed out of state, yet they're still voting as Georgia residents?
With this data, I wanted some other eyes on it. So I've made a friend who's a former FBI special agent, and he's kind of a nerd about data like I am, and I've kind of brought him into it, and I gave him a copy of the data, and he has spent days pouring through it and tells all kinds of interesting stories about people who moved to Portland 4 years ago, moved from 3 different apartments during that period, voted in Georgia. A guy took a job in New York, lives up there now, voted in Georgia. The 1993 NVRA forces every Secretary of State in this union to keep millions and millions of bogus registrations on their rolls. And in some of the cases where I've testified as an expert witness, it's not enough to go in there and say, here's proof this person moved. The only time I've seen judges actually take action is when you put that voter on the stand under oath and say, did you move from this address to this address with the intention of changing your permanent residency? And when we've done that, then the judges have ruled with us. But absent that, under the NVRA, our Secretary of State is virtually powerless to remove them. What's interesting to me is a whole lot of these that I picked up, they've already been put on inactive status. And if you look in the field for status reason, it says NCOA. In other words, our Secretary of State has already picked these up at some point, a lot of them, large numbers of them. But he's powerless to do anything about it until they age off the rolls. Now, there's a difference between the requirements of the 1993 NVRA and our own state laws. If you read 21.2, 217, and 218, our residency requirements for actually casting a vote are pretty crystal clear, okay? But there's a disconnect between making it unlawful to cast a vote in unlawful circumstances or when your residency is not correct. There's a difference between that and actually cleaning up the rolls here, because there's just a lot of room for a lot of issues there with all this all these bogus voters on our rolls still. I mean, some of these folks that are registered here are no doubt registered in other states. We don't know because we don't have a national registry. In my view, our federal government should create one. If you're a New York snowbird and you spend your winters in Florida, you should be able to still vote in New York. But the minute you decide Florida's your home and you register to vote there, that information should go to a national voter clearinghouse and then straight to New York. And as soon as you've registered in Florida, you should come off the rolls in New York. The other thing we can do about it is get the Postal Service to change the way they do NCOA. They should ask, is this change of address temporary or permanent? And if they did just that, so we gather that data, and then we change the law and allow our secretaries of state to actually act on it, we could go a long way towards cleaning up this problem.
You mentioned earlier that approximately 40,000 people filed a change of address form from one county to a new county in the state of Georgia, yet voted in their old county. Is that correct?
Yes, and see, there's
Can I ask you
actually
a follow-up question real quick on that, if you don't mind? What was the breakdown of how did they vote? How many of them were ABM? How many of them were early in person? How many of them were voted on election day?
I'd have to dig it out of my affidavit, but off the top of my head, I'm wanting to say it was maybe 18,000 absentee and 12 in person day of.
Okay, thank you.
But I want to make a point there. Okay, there was actually 122,000 folks that are similarly situated. Most of them followed the law and didn't cast a ballot. Okay, so there's kind of a 14th Amendment issue there of equal protection. Why do some people get to break the law and vote, and some people who know better and don't, they don't have their vote counted? So that's troubling too. I think one thing that we could do that would be very helpful is if we identified these folks going into an election and sent them a notice of some kind saying, hey, this is what we see. We want you voting in the right place for the right people, and we want your vote to count. Please take steps to get this corrected if this applies to you. If your change of residence was permanent, not temporary, then take the steps needed to protect your right to vote. Otherwise, they don't have any business voting for a sheriff of a county they don't live in anymore.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 3. Mr. Davis, in regards to our upcoming runoff election, January the 5th, are you saying that if people are doing what we think they're doing, they're just coming into our state to register to vote in that election, that our Secretary of State or basically this legislature is powerless to do anything about them, and that so-called fine of $100,000 and 10 years in prison means absolutely nothing?
Well, that's kind of a different subject. I know they're going to be having investigators look at the rolls and whatnot, but what I can tell you is this. There's over 500,000 folks on the Georgia voter database that have told the U.S. Postal Service they were moving elsewhere, okay? Over 250,000 of those out of the state. So if there's a group out there trying to get those folks to vote here in Georgia by chasing them down their new address, that information is readily available simply by running NCOA on the voter database. And they could be contacted and encouraged to vote here, and arguably, if they make the argument that they only moved away temporarily, they could legally get away with it, even if the truth of the matter is that they actually did move away permanently.
A follow-up, please. What about people moving into the state in this little short window that we have that can say they live in a dorm room or they live in a hotel room or whatever? What about that issue?
It's hard to detect, but we can see who registered recently, and we can give them increased scrutiny, and I would suggest we should.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Davis, and you might have said this earlier, but how many ballots were requested and sent out outside of the state, whether it be military or
I haven't run the count of how many were sent, but the count of how many voted was about 15,000. Now, if they're all students or military or temporary address changes, fine.
Right.
But if that's not the case, there's probably some illegal votes in there. I know that of the folks that moved across county lines within the state, we probably have a great deal of those that were just flat out wrong.
Right.
I mean, I just have a hard time believing that 40,000 folks would just temporarily move within the state intending to go back where they used to live.
Right.
So.
Senator Brass.
Seven. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Davis, of that 40,000, is there a way to drill down and determine which counties
Absolutely.
Were there any counties that stood out that had way more than any other county?
If you'll give me your card, I'll send you that query. I've done it. I don't have it with me.
Okay.
I can tell you that when I did drill down and I geocoded and mapped the people at their new address, and I looked at that map, these issues seem to be happening in literally every county in the state, just all over the place.
Fair enough. Thank you.
So no question. Okay. Senator Tillery.
I'm Blake Tillery. I thought I saw today where we were actually sued, or the Secretary of State's office was actually sued, possibly today, or maybe it was yesterday, for trying to clean up some of the questions that you just proposed. Did you see that?
I'm unaware of it, but I don't doubt it. This is the thing. I try to be fair to the Secretary of State, and he's handicapped by the 1993 NVRA. And if you look in my sworn statement that I filed, I've got a link in there to the DOJ website that's got a FAQ, frequently asked questions, and one of them explains what a Secretary of State has to go through just to remove a voter from our rolls who moved away 4 years ago. There was one case that I testified in up in House 28 where we found a guy who sold his house here, moved to North Carolina, and has been coming back here to vote for years, okay? And so I said to the attorney, well, why don't we get him in court? You know, we can't have this. And he's like, well, you know, subpoenaing somebody from out of state is tough and expensive, and we've got lower hanging fruit, so we'll just let it go. But that stuff happens. And, I mean, you can point fingers at the Secretary of State, but from what I see, when a Republican Secretary of State does his job and lets voters age out who moved years ago, and then he finally does a purge, he's accused of Republican vote suppression. Well, when a Democrat Secretary of State does the same thing, he's praised for his quality list management. So that's my take on it for what it's worth. But they're all subject to the exact same law, they all have the exact same issues, and they all have the exact same limitations.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Davis. We're going to move on now. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And you can get with Senator Brass and get him the information that he requested. Now we're going to hear from Dr. John Eastman by Zoom. Yes. And did you want to introduce him, Mr. Smith?
Mr. Eastman, can you hear me?
What's his name?
John Eastman, can you hear me?
We can't hear him.
We can't hear him.
Okay,
I've got my mute off. Hang on.
Okay, there you go. We can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself, please, and tell us your background, please?
Sure. My name is John Eastman. I'm a professor of constitutional law and former dean at the Chapman University Fowler School of Law. I'm also serving this year as a visiting scholar at the University of Colorado at its Benson Center, and I'm a senior fellow at the Claremont Institute.
Thank you. Professor Eastman, I believe you're going to talk to us today about the Electoral College process and how that affects the legislature here.
Sure. Thanks very much. And Chairman Ligon and the members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to testify at this very important hearing. My scholarly work and expertise have always revolved around the structural provisions of the federal Constitution. And because of that, similarly, 20 years ago, I was invited to testify before the Florida legislature as they were dealing with issues similar to what you're dealing with now. At that time, no one had given much attention, scholarly or otherwise, to the role the Constitution assigns to state legislatures in determining the manner of choosing electors. And it's a little bit foreign to us now because we haven't really done what the Constitution authorizes fully for a very long time. The last time the issue really came up was in the election of 1876, and I don't think any of us, maybe Mayor Giuliani, I don't think any of us were around back at that time. But in the wake of that controversy, Congress passed the Electoral Count Act of 1887, and which aimed to clarify some of the processes. That act, too, didn't get much attention until the 2000 election down in Florida. And before we really got into the intricacies of that act, the Supreme Court's resolution of the case in Bush versus Gore kind of ended the matter. But since then, there's been a whole lot of scholarship done, and most of it is confirmed with the written testimony I gave to the Florida legislature there. And it's that process that I want to focus on. Let me begin with the relevant provision of the U.S. Constitution that, Ray, you talked about earlier in your testimony this morning. Article 2, Section 1 provides that each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors to which they're entitled. The Supreme Court has described this constitutional authority of the state legislatures as plenary. That means it knows no other limit. That the legislature gets to do what it wants. That was in a 1892 case called McPherson versus Blacker, and it was reiterated by the Supreme Court in the Bush versus Gore case back in 2000. It even is noted that whatever provisions may be made by statute or by the state constitution to choose electors by the people, there is no doubt that the federal Constitution gives the right to the legislature to resume that power at any time. That's again McPherson, and the Bush versus Gore decision reiterated that. In the early decades of our nation's history, most state legislatures selected their state's presidential electors themselves. Only after 1824 did a majority of state legislatures move toward choosing their electors by popular vote. But your neighboring state legislature up in South Carolina continued to choose its state electors by itself all the way up until 1860. Nevertheless, the constitutional power to decide on the method for choosing electors remains exclusively with the state legislatures. Now, to be sure, the authority to take back that power and appoint electors at any time, as the Supreme Court said in McPherson, would likely not allow a legislature to pick its own slate of electors after the results of a fair election, which had been conducted pursuant to the legislature's existing statutory procedures, merely on the ground that the legislature didn't like the outcome that the popular vote had chosen. As the Supreme Court said in Bush versus Gore, when the state legislature vests the right to vote for president in its people, the right to vote as the legislature has prescribed is fundamental. But that's not the case when the existing procedures are not followed. And when significant statistical anomalies and other evidence raising serious questions about voter fraud and about whether the election was fair. In such cases, the manner for choosing electors set out by the legislature was not followed. The constitutional default of the legislature exercising its plenary power, or rather resuming that power, is therefore again brought to the forefront. As the court noted in Bush versus Gore, the right to vote in election for presidential electors is fundamental when done in the manner the legislature has prescribed. Now, what you've been hearing today is a lot of testimony about how the statutes that you had prescribed for the manner of choosing electors were not complied with. By the way, this is all in perfect line with federal statutory authority as well. Section 2 of Title 8 provides that whenever a state has held an election for the purpose of choosing electors and has failed to make a choice on the day prescribed by law, the electors may be appointed on a subsequent day in such manner as the legislature of such state may direct. The failure of state election officials to follow the manner you had set out in statutes in conducting this election, as well as the intermingling of illegal and legal ballots in significant enough numbers that the election can't be validly certified, quite simply means that the state has failed to make a choice on election day in accordance with the manner that you prescribed. And the appointment of electors, therefore, both under Article 2 and Section 2 of Subtitle 3, devolves back on the legislature of the state, which has plenary power to decide whether and how to exercise the appointment power itself or craft some other mechanism to cure the problems with the state election that occurred. That is what the Florida legislature was prepared to do in 2000, prior to the resolution of that state's election controversy back in 2000. The vote on that day had been certified by the Florida Secretary of State. But the state Supreme Court had, contrary to state law, ordered a recount in only heavily Democrat counties with the expectation that that would flip the vote that had been certified. The relevant committees in the Florida legislature, both houses, crafted identical resolutions that would allow the legislature to reclaim its plenary power of choosing its own slate of electors. Those resolutions passed out of the relevant committees, and they were already scheduled for floor votes where they were expected both to pass when the Supreme Court issued its decision in Bush versus Gore, making that unnecessary. Violations of Georgia election law here, which is to say the manner that the Georgia legislature has established for choosing the president electors, are numerous. As you've been hearing testimony all day today, the number of underage individuals who are allowed to register contrary to the statutory authority amounts allegedly up to approximately 66,000 people. 2,500 people who are convicted and incarcerated felons were allowed to vote and have those votes counted contrary to state law. Proofs of identity that are required under state law were not complied with. Voters, as you just heard, moving from one county to another before a 30-day window, as the statutes allow, were allowed to have their votes counted and cast in the prior county of their residence, contrary to state law. A number of voters don't even have registration of residential addresses, but P.O. boxes, and have been allowed to vote and cast ballots, contrary to state law. I think the biggest one is a result of the March 2020 settlement agreement that was entered into with your Secretary of State and certain Democrat committee challengers that effectively altered the signature verification process for your absentee ballots in ways that are contrary to state law. Those state statutes are all designed to help prevent fraud, and yet their violations now then have created a serious problem with the potential for fraud. Just on the absentee ballots itself, the signature verification process normally results in the rejection of about 3 to 4% of absentee ballots for failing to include a residential address or for signatures that clearly do not match those on registration. Because of the changed procedures as a result of that settlement agreement, and that was agreement that was entered into without any involvement of the legislature, which means it was done contrary to the U.S. Constitution's authority in Article 1, Section 2. The rejection rates in this election were like 1/3 of 1%. With the resulting about 40,000 ballots that would have been discounted or rejected historically were allowed to be cast and counted. That's a significant deviation from the manner that this legislature has set out. These significant statutory violations are, in my view, more than enough in the way of the alteration of the legislature's approved manner of choosing electors to warrant this legislature from taking back its plenary power to determine the manner of choosing electors. You could do that by calling a special election, although the time is very tight for that and may be logistically impossible. But you could also do what the Florida legislature was prepared to do, which is to adopt a slate of electors yourself. And when you add in the mix of the significant statistical anomalies and sworn affidavits and video evidence of outright election fraud, I don't think it's just your authority to do that, but quite frankly, I think you have a duty to do that, to protect the integrity of the election here in Georgia. These violations, combined with the significant evidence of fraud, in my view, strongly support the conclusion that something is amiss here and that the legislature simply must investigate, as you're doing with this hearing today. And then if there's a result of this investigation, you're convinced that the election was conducted contrary to state law and too fraught with the risk of fraud to be properly certified, then you should exercise your prerogative to legislatively designate a slate of electors more in line with what the evidence of what actually happened on election day by valid votes demonstrated. Now, I also think it's important that this legislature take the action before next Tuesday, December 8th. And my apologies, I have a typo in my written testimony that I provided that said December 6th, because that's when this deadline for taking advantage of safe harbor provisions in federal law, Title III, Section 5 of the U.S. Code kicks in. But certainly before December 14th, when the electors are designated by Congress to meet and cast their votes. Only by such action can this legislature protect Georgia's right to choose electors for the election of president and vice president in accord with the statutory manner that you had set out well in advance of Election Day on November 3rd. And it's those electors that you decide need to be established that should be counted by a joint session of Congress, which begins at 1 p.m. on January 6th in 2021. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Thank you, Professor Eastman.
Senator Parent has a question, and you're on number 6.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Thank you so much for being with us. I find all this a very interesting constitutional argument. So correct me if I'm wrong here, your argument is that essentially we have a failed election that would require the legislature to step in and assign electors. Am I correct?
Yes.
And what do you say in terms of proving that there is a failed election? What do you say to what's been laid out by our Secretary of State, Governor, Attorney General Barr, and the courts? Because right now there have not been, as far as I'm aware, proof of the number of ballots that would be required to have been problematic to switch the election and call it a failed election. I don't know where the evidence is. What do you say to that?
Well, there are two issues here. There's one, this extent of the fraud in the casting of ballots, and the other, which is undisputed, the failure to comply with the statutory scheme that this legislature had sent out. You can say that there's no fraud whatsoever, but if the statutory scheme is not followed, the manner of choosing electors set out by this legislature, which has the sole authority to decide what that manner is not violated. It has been violated, and therefore the election is invalid, even without any evidence of fraud.
Well, can I ask you what is the statutory scheme that, in your opinion, was not followed?
Well, I recited several of the provisions of the state statutes that were not complied with in my testimony.
I don't have your testimony, sir. I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's all right. So I think the biggest one was the change in the signature verification process on absentee ballots. That was done as a result of a settlement agreement.
I'm aware
that did
of
not
that.
invoke the legislature.
Right.
Now, the problem with that is you had a judiciary and you had executive officials changing the statutory mechanism. The only authority to do that is the legislature.
So I understand
and the legislature did not do that.
I understand the argument. Can I, and I apologize for interrupting. I just want to get sort of the things I'm really focused on answered. So the Secretary of State's position is that the law was not changed. They just, essentially they said, this is how we're going to do it to ensure uniformity under the law through guidance to the counties, and the law wasn't changed.
Well, I mean, I've looked at the statute and I've looked at the consent decree, and the consent decree very clearly allows signature verification only of the signature on the application for absentee ballot, whereas the law requires signature verification of both the signature on the application and the signature on file with the registration card.
But sir, isn't that what we did?
That change from or to and is a significant change.
I do believe that the procedure is you check them both, so there's signature verification 2 times.
Not according to the consent decree. It says or. It says or, and that's a significant change over the statutory scheme. It's only one of the significant changes.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree
that I recite in my testimony.
But would you agree that if the procedure is that they check it twice, that's actually preferable?
Yes, that's what the statute requires.
And I believe
but the consent decree allows it to be checked only once. The statute has a double protection there. The consent decree only has a single protection. And that's a change from the statutory protection against fraud that the legislature had adopted that was not complied with.
Well, you and I I'm not sure that's correct. I think it's checked twice. And I think that's what the guidance said. But can we move on? And what else was statutorily not followed that, in your opinion, resulted in a failed election?
Section 21-2-216 on registration of underage voters. They're allowed to do that up to 6 months before they turn 18, if they will be 18 by the time of the election. That was not complied with. People were allowed to register to vote more than a year ahead of their 18th birthday. That looks like more than 66,000 people were illegally allowed to register and vote in violation of that statutory scheme. Felons were allowed to vote in violation of the statutory scheme. The failure to check voter identity was, requirements of state statutes were violated. Those violations of the state statute, and let me give a comparison. In North Carolina in 2018, in the congressional district number 9 there, somebody violated state statutes by doing ballot harvesting that was not allowed under Florida law. Nobody demonstrated or proved that any of those harvested ballots had been illegally cast by people who weren't proper voters. Nevertheless, the violation of the state law was enough for the state election board to order a re-election as a result. I think the same thing has gone here with these violations of the state statutes.
And if I may very briefly wrap it up. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm aware of the North Carolina situation. I think the difference that at least I feel is I haven't seen any evidence of any of the things that you're talking about. So we would need some sort of court intervention. We would need a successful lawsuit. We would need the state elections board to take action the way you described happened in another state. And right now what we have is in our law 21-2501F, where the legislature has decreed that the candidate receiving the most votes is who the electors will represent. That's what we have in our law.
Well, with all due respect, the candidate receiving the most votes in an election conducted in according with all the other provisions of your state election law. When that was not done, you don't have a valid election. And this is exactly what happened in Florida when the state Supreme Court started ordering things on recounts that were contrary to state law. The Florida legislature didn't wait for a determination of a court to say our state law was violated. They made that determination themselves and passed resolution to protect their electoral votes. I mean, and it is their sole authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to do that.
So there's a lot of fraud that even the Attorney General of the United States has not found? I'm confused. I'm sorry. And
well, no, you went back to the very first point you made. There doesn't have to be evidence of fraud, although I think there's rampant evidence of fraud, as you've been hearing all day today. The mere violation of your state statutes is sufficient for this to be an invalid election and to return the power to determine the manner of choosing electors to this body.
Senator Jones.
Dr. Eason's Burt Jones, Jackson, Georgia. Appreciate you being here today. And I appreciate you educating the members of the committee here on constitutional law, which I'm sure most of us needed to hear. But with the argument that we've been presented as far as the irregularities with the voting and also the consent order that our Secretary of State went into as well back in March, with us also having another election coming on the horizon on January 5th, with all these questions swirling around the November 3rd election, wouldn't it be in our best interest to try to correct these things as a legislative body before the January 5th election runoff?
I do think it would be in your interest and the interest of the voters of Georgia to fix this, to make clear what the statutes say. And when the consent decree, if as I read it, is contrary to your state statutes, to determine that consent decree has no validity over the operation of the legislature. The executive officials don't have authority to constrain the manner that you, the legislature, have chosen, because that power is given to you as a plenary power by the federal Constitution. And what the Supreme Court said in McPherson is not even your state constitution constrain your authority on that. So certainly a consent decree entered into by the Democrat Party and your Secretary of State can't constrain the manner that you have set out for choosing electors. And if I'm right that the consent decree violates those state statutes, it's the state statute that is supposed to govern.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here and answering our questions.
Senator Dolezal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Amendment 5.
Should have that memorized by now, probably.
That's right.
Dr. Eastman, thank you for joining us. I want to unpack this settlement agreement a little bit relative to what it changed in our law. And I think the operative word is actually any. And if you look on page 3 of the agreement, essentially what we did is we introduced new source material into the second signature check. Right, so to reference what Senator Parent was saying, the two checks that are envisioned under our code should both be checks against the file that's the signature that's on file in ENET. And what changed in the settlement agreement was to introduce something the law never envisioned. It introduces into the second signature match that is on the ballot, the actual absentee ballot envelope, to compare that and to allow the original signature that was on the absentee ballot request form to all of a sudden become source material, and that we only now require it to match any of the voter's signatures on file in ENET or on the absentee ballot application. Our law never envisioned comparing the signature on the ballot with the signature on the ballot application. So essentially what we did was we ignored the double check, because by allowing the first check to essentially match the second check, we only have one check. And the law, to Senator Parent's point, should have two checks against that signature that's on file in ENET. And if we wanted to change that, then we should have dealt with this in June when we were sitting in this building to continue our session this year, and we could have had that debate. But what happened here is a fundamental shift in the signature match process that was passed by this legislative body, and it does fundamentally change the source material and essentially moves it from two checks down to one check. So I know you said that the operative word is or, really the operative word is any, that we're now only requiring a match of any signature, not the signature that the statute actually calls for. And there are other things in here that were added procedurally that may be good procedure. But to your point, and I guess this is my question, what do you view in your legal opinion as the bounds by which an executive branch member or a secretary or even a governor has the ability to kind of unpack in guidance and change any shall language or specific language versus their ability to kind of operate within things that are more loosely defined in the code?
Well, kind of clarifying what they view the statute as meaning is, I think, normal part of interpretive regulation. But when they change the manner, and I think, allowing for any signature means I could match it against your first voter registration card, I could match it against your latest registration card, or I could match it merely against the application. Of course, that means if somebody is fraudulently submitting applications in the manner that you heard testimony of just about an hour ago by that college student named Grace, and I'm sorry I don't recall her last name, that somebody submitted an application on her behalf and voted it on her behalf. Now, if the signature on that ballot when it came in had to be compared with her voter registration card, the fraud would have become manifest. But when all it had to do was be compared to the application, then the double fraud, both on the application and the vote, gets through, and she could be deprived of her right to vote as a result. The second thing they did with that settlement agreement is the statute says, one election official is supposed to determine whether an application for an absentee ballot is valid. It created a higher burden by requiring 3 people to review it. That may be good policy or not, but particularly in light of the massive increase in number of absentee votes, what it did is induce people to be much less careful in the validation process that they were even doing. And it was a looser process than your statutes allow. So I think on several fronts, that settlement agreement is contrary to your state statutes.
Senator Brass, did you have a question? He raised a question. All right. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you.
I recognize you.
So, Professor, I disagree with you in terms of your interpretation of the consent agreement, but we're going to kind of move on from that, because I do want to talk about the whole idea of this check, that somehow it's a fraudulent check if you compare the ballot signature to the application signature. I just want to focus on that. You are aware that under Georgia law that the application signature has to be checked against the original registration card or the most current update that the Board of Elections has. Do you understand?
I'm aware of that as well. But one of the allegations that has been made is that because of the massive increase in number of absentee ballots and the increased burden on county officials by going from one official to 3 in order to validate that check, that meant that process was not being faithfully complied with, which makes it even more important that the double check that your statute sets out, both on the front end when the application is filed, but also on the back end when the ballot is filed, is submitted, that it be checked against the original voter registration signature or the most recent voter registration card on file.
And respectfully, Professor, but with respect to that allegation that somehow this need to increase kind of eyes on a signature to make sure that it's a valid signature, that somehow overwhelmed county elections offices and prevented them from actually being able to do the appropriate check in terms of a signature match. That's just an allegation that has absolutely no evidence attached to it. Isn't that correct?
Well, it's been an allegation that's been made. I'm not here to talk about the evidentiary proof of it. What I can confirm is that the settlement agreement doesn't, the statute requires the check against the registration signature at both phases, the application phase and the ballot verification phase. The settlement agreement allows that signature verification to be done either against the registration signature or the application signature. There's a double check built into the statute. There's only a single check built into the settlement agreement, and I think that violates state law.
One final. Professor, are you a member of the Bar of Georgia?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a member of the 11th Circuit Bar, which has federal authority over Georgia, and I'm a member of the Supreme Court Bar.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, are there any other questions? Okay. Yes, Mayor, please, Giuliani.
Professor, it's Rudy Giuliani, who does remember that election in 1876. But
sorry about that, Mayor.
Vaguely. Professor, is it possible for the legislature, if they assume the authority that is theirs under the Constitution, could they make findings?
They could, of course.
Fact, based on
they could make findings.
For example,
based on the investigation they've conducted today.
They had evidence presented today. They've had affidavits presented today. Assume they had fulsome evidence of 3 or 4 violations. Could they make those findings?
They could. And I would encourage them, if they were to take this step with the resolutions I have recommended, that they preface the resolution with a set of findings.
And Professor, presumably action like this will be challenged in the Supreme Court. Should they take this action or some other legislation? How do you see that argument?
Well, it could get to the Supreme Court, or it could be presented to Congress at the joint session of Congress when they begin opening the ballots and counting the ballots. And if you have the governor's certified slate of electors and a legislative's certified slate of electors, unfortunately, Section 15 of Title III is embarrassingly ambiguous about which of those slates of electors ought to be counted. And the 12th Amendment is also a bit ambiguous about who has the final say-so in making that determination. I think a very credible argument can be made that it's the President of the Senate as the presiding officer of that joint session of Congress. The rest of the 2 houses are supposed to be there to observe, according to the statute and the 12th Amendment. But of course, this is an unresolved issue, and there's scholarship going both directions on that question. And I think at that point, given the confusion of both of the 12th Amendment and the federal relevant statutes, I think the Supreme Court may very well weigh in.
Now, if they do, in fact, have a rational basis for their decision, either based on the law as you pointed out, or based on factual findings as well. Isn't it likely, assuming that that's correct, that the Supreme Court would recognize the power that was been granted to the state in this area and give it some degree of deference?
I think based on the McPherson decision and the Bush versus Gore decision, both the majority per curiam opinion and the concurring opinion by Chief Justice Rehnquist, the late Chief Justice Rehnquist, that would be where I would suspect the majority of the court would go.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Professor. Thank you for your presentation.
I'm sorry. Okay. One procedural problem that they have is they need to have a special session. Now, given the fact that this power that they have comes from the Constitution of the United States, is that guided by procedures that would govern Florida law? Or could they call a special session?
Georgia law.
Georgia law. Oh, did I say Florida?
We're going back 20 years.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
So I mean, we've not had that precise issue confronted as a holding, but in the McPherson case, the Supreme Court specifically said the legislature has plenary power, and even the state constitution cannot restrict that power. So if there's some provision in the state constitution that says you can't call a special session in order to exercise powers you have from the federal constitution, I think the federal constitution trumps that, and I think the Supreme Court's decision in McPherson supports that conclusion.
I agree that it trumps it, Professor. All right. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Senator Heath, now you can ask your question.
Thank you, Professor. I'll just give you a little preface here. I'm just a cowboy from West Georgia, so this has been interesting, but I think the mayor just touched on the question that I was going to ask of you. So our Constitution, I believe, states that there's 2 ways to have a special session. One is the governor calls a special session for a specific list of or a specific purpose, or the legislature by 2/3 vote of the 2 bodies can call itself into session. Now, this appears to be a partisan issue. We certainly don't have a supermajority in either party here in Georgia. So am I hearing you correct that less than a supermajority of the legislature could convene and appoint electors based on their findings of fact that the election was flawed and unacceptable?
I believe so, and I think look, the federal Constitution is going to prevail over limitations on your legislative power. Those provisions of the state Constitution deal with the state legislature acting in its state legislative capacity. But in deciding on the manner of choosing electors, it is not acting as a state body. It is acting as the federally appointed legislature with direct authority from the federal Constitution, which of course preempts the state limitations on it. And that's what the Supreme Court held in the McPherson case. That's what Section 2 of Title 3 provides in the federal statute. Whenever any state has held an election for purpose of choosing electors and has failed to make a choice on the day prescribed by law, and I would say in accordance with the law that had been set out, the electors may be appointed on a subsequent day in such manner as the legislature of state may direct. That's Title 3, Section 2 of the U.S. Code. I think that also prevails over any other limitations that might exist in Georgia law about when the legislature can call itself into session. It has a federal statutory authority to deal with the issue when the state's election has not been validly conducted.
Thank you.
So, someone else have a Senator Rett.
Doc, here's Senator Rett. Just one quick question.
Wait a minute. Hey, let me get you cut on.
Two.
Yeah. All right. Now you can go ahead.
Senator Rett, Doc, just one quick question. If the courts rule that there hasn't been a significant amount of evidence found to move forward with this, wouldn't this be in direct conflict with the judiciary? Judiciary?
I'm sorry, if the courts rule that there hasn't been evidence of the fraud or hasn't been evidence of violations of the state statutes.
Right, not enough substantial evidence, then how could the legislative body move forward?
Well, so I think it's important to disaggregate two kinds of things. We're talking about evidence of fraud that was substantial enough to have affected the results of the election, or are we talking about evidence that the state statutes themselves were not complied with? And I don't think you have to have both. I think either one is sufficient for the legislature to resume its authority under Article 2 of the federal Constitution to make sure you have electors chosen in accord with the manner set out by the legislature.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that may be all of the questions. Thank you, Professor, for your time today. It's been very enlightening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Come up here. What? Yes, I think I think that's it. Did you have anything else? All right.
We have no further witnesses. I would like to make a short point.
Sure. Go ahead. Number 12.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for your patience today and having us today and all our witnesses. As I said in the beginning, this hearing is just the tip of the iceberg. Literally, as soon as I get back to my office, I'm signing the pleadings to file a suit in Superior Court where we will be pleading and proving the allegations that we've made here today of the irregularities and the abject failure of the Secretary of State and the counties to properly conduct the election. And we believe it's impossible to certify the election results. Today, you've heard and you've seen a video of the what happened with the Fulton County election officials in violation of OCGA Section 21-2-483B, which says all proceedings of election officials are to be open to the public. And you saw them order our folks out of the room. You saw them order the media out of the room, and then they continued to order and continued to operate after they ordered everybody out of the room. You also saw them take ballots out from under the table and pull them out. That is a clear violation of Georgia law. You heard our witnesses today testify. You heard Scott Walter talk about money flowing into 44 counties out of 159 that was allegedly for COVID, that clearly was not used for COVID. You heard Grace Lemon, a wonderful young lady from the University of Georgia who did her civic duty and tried to vote, and somebody took her constitutional right away and voted for somebody. You heard, and I would please respect my time to speak. Thank you. You heard Mark Amick, who witnessed illegal activities by the election officials in both Fulton County and in DeKalb County. And he had disputed testimony of the Secretary of State of what did not happen that night in Fulton County, as well as our video evidence. You heard Susie Voiles, a 20-year veteran who's been a poll watcher. And I personally know Ms. Voiles. She's a neighbor and a wonderful lady. She is about as conscientious a person as I've ever known to, and you heard in her sincerity in her voice of how hard she works and how sincere she is about getting things right, and not in a partisan way, but wanting to do things in a right way and in a transparent way. And she saw these pristine ballots that had no folds, that were all for Vice President Biden. You heard Dana Smith talk about, with passion, even though it was a county that was carried by President Trump by a large margin. She talked about irregularities. You heard from Bridget Thorne, who worked as a subcontractor for the Dominion, about how they just let these test ballots just lie around with no security, Who knows what they did with those ballots? And those were the ones that they were in the State Farm Arena. They were in the State Farm Arena, the same place where they were counting ballots, and they were just lying around. Those could have been the ones that were in those suitcases. You heard from, of course, Professor Eastman, who talked about the constitutional duties and rights. So, as I said, in conclusion, the actual result of legal ballots cast on November 3rd in compliance with the Georgia Election Code cannot be known ever. Not by the Secretary of State, not by the governor, not by the voting public, and not by the Georgia legislature. That's why the election must be vacated and cannot be allowed to stand. Again, thank you very much for your time and your patience today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call Mr. Tony Burrison now. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Burrison, if you again state your name, where you're from, and then let's try to, we have a lot of people that want to speak, and just get to the essence of what you wanted to say.
Yes, sir. My name is Tony Burrison, Jr. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. Been here.
Oh, yeah, you might need to get a little closer to the microphone. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So my name's Tony Burrison, Jr. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I was a poll observer for the Chatham County area. What I observed, and this was my first time being a poll observer, first off, I got to tell you, I'm a veteran from the Navy. So when I came back from service, I was a little disappointed in how my city was being run, especially seeing as we're one of the most impoverished cities in Georgia. And this is a problem for me because what's going on in my city is actually affecting the state. And when I observed what I observed in the polling area, it was disgusting because nobody was actually checking anything. They were just counting. And when I say counting, I mean they were just taking the ballots and one by one going down. There was no bipartisan overlook. Now, there may have been a few on certain tables, but there was not a clear bipartisan check of these ballots. And that disturbed me because while I was observing, while I had the chance to observe because I got kicked off the floor, but when I was on the floor, there was nothing that ensured me that the votes were actually being counted correctly. If you put, I don't know, 100 or maybe even 500 votes, fraud votes, in that system or in that precinct, and you count them, how do you count that they're actually legal? No one's checking any signatures. They're just simply Biden, Trump, third party. Is that how that process is supposed to run? Now, I've come up here. This is 4 hours away, and I've spent the whole day here with you guys, and I've heard all this testimony and all this issues, but it seems like nobody's actually wanting to get down to the actual problem. There are impoverished cities that are being manipulated by identity politics, and it's causing an effect on the election. Now, the only reason I came up here to talk is because people sort of, like me, they don't get involved with things like this. But this is so important that if you do not act on this, you will leave an opening for terrorist activities as far as taking the election for themselves or putting whoever they want in office. I can't sit by and do that. I served on the CVN 70 Carl Vinson proudly during the service. My ship was one of the ships that was in that. We served because we wanted to get the people who caused 9/11, okay? And we did that. But now it seems like we're having to fight our own people at home just to keep our peace. Can we all agree, if we have a fair, open recount, a fair, legal recount, That means checking signatures. That's just making sure that these people are real, making sure these are Georgians that are voting and not some random people in China or some random person in whoever other country. We don't need things like that in here. We really don't. We already have enough issues. We got enough to deal with as far as economics goes. So I wanted to come up here and voice my opinion about that and also tell you my truth about what's going on. And I wanted you guys to know that when I was poll watching, I got on the floor for roughly 15 minutes before they kicked me off. And the reason they kicked me out was because they said that certain poll workers had an issue with me walking around. Certain poll watchers didn't want me to be here. Now, they could say because of COVID. That's fine. You want to say that? That's fine. I'll tell you right now, I have that right there. I have lupus. I've been diagnosed with lupus through the VA, and this is hydrochloroquine. Thank you. It works. So to sit here and tell me that I cannot exercise my right with my medicine, where's my justice? Where's my right? Okay? Now, I don't know if you guys understand the process of what's going on. We have small businesses down in Savannah that are struggling. Some of them that have been open for years and upon decades and serve the community great. And they're having to close down because of a mayor who feels like COVID is the worst thing in the world. It's gonna kill us all. But if you check the mortality rate in Savannah, Georgia, where's the pandemic? Where is it? There's a lot of people who love the fear monger to get what they want. I'm not one of them to sit here and let you fear monger me, okay? I done seen what fear looks like. I done seen what the worst of humanity can look like. And I'm just sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. And I just came here, voiced my opinion, drove 4 hours here. I got 4 hours to go back home. I just wanted to let y'all know that. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to our nation.
Hey, it was my pleasure.
Your opinions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
If Jenna and I excuse ourselves?
Yes, sir.
We're in very good hands. I think he's done a great job. Absolutely a great job. I would just say, first of all, as I said to two representatives there, this is probably the most courteous hearing that Jenna and I have been at in the last week, and the most courteous treatment of this subject that we've seen. And I think that's a credit to the minority in obviously feeling very emotional and very strongly about this, as we do, and conducting it with tough questions, but very, very professional questions. I congratulate you. And I congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, for running such a good hearing.
Thank you.
I just leave you with what the professor said. This is a terrible, terrible constitutional crisis we're in. You're not the only state affected this way. Yeah. There are some with more evidence of fraud than you have. There are some with less. But from what I heard today, if you had hearings and made findings of fact, there's overwhelming proof of fraud. It depends on you, and it depends on your determination of credibility. You look at the ridiculous rejection rate. In 2016, you had 199,000 votes, mail-in votes, 6.4% rejection rate. 2020, you had 1,320,000, and you had no rejection, none, 0.2%. I mean, that can't be possible, except if the testimony those witnesses gave is true, that they weren't allowing Republicans to do their duty, and that constitutes fraud. You're putting ballots in that easily could be tampered with. You have 123,725 statistically invalid votes according to Professor Ramsted's analysis. You have 96,600 votes that were mailed in, that were cast, put in the ballot box, 96,660 votes that you voted, for which there's no response, none, zero. It doesn't attach to anything. When you look at that rejection rate, and when you look at what you saw on the video, which to me was a smoking gun, powerful smoking gun, well, I don't have to be a genius to figure out what happened. And I don't have to be a genius to figure out that those votes are not legitimate votes. You don't put legitimate votes under a table.
No.
Wait until you throw the opposition out, and in the middle of the night, count them. We would have to be fools to think that. So no need to push it any further, but there's more than ample evidence to conclude that this election was a sham. It was an embarrassment to the citizens of your state, and it's not the only one. And not my place to confuse it anymore, but in my view, it was part of a concerted plan, because certain cities were picked in order to carry this out where they thought they could get away with it. They didn't do it everywhere. It's not accidental that they picked Detroit and Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and Milwaukee and Phoenix, Arizona, and Las Vegas, Nevada. What do they all have in common? They're controlled by one political party. Some of them have been controlled by that political party for 60 years, and they have records of criminal corruption indictments as long as my arm, and some of them have quite long records for voter fraud. So this was a carefully selected thing they did here. And the one thing common to it all is the mail ballot. Keep the Republicans away from seeing the mail ballot. If they were not fooling around with that mail ballot, then exactly why were they putting us in corrals in Philadelphia or in Pittsburgh? Why were they keeping Republicans away from ballots here? Why were they counting them in the middle of the night if there was nothing wrong with them? You would think they'd want to show them to us.
Exactly.
I think it's clear. And I hope you take the advice of the professor. Whenever we've had a terrible constitutional crisis, we can always go back to one place for the answer, to our founding fathers and the Constitution. They've put the finger on you. They put the finger right on you, on the state legislatures. You're the plenary power. You don't even share it like you do the elections clause with Congress. It's yours alone. And it's because you are the body closest to the people, and you can protect us the best. And we're counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you also, Mr. Burson, for being here. We appreciate your time. Yes, you can.
Burson, yes, sir.
First, I want to just thank you for your service to our country. I appreciate you being here. It took 4 hours to get here from Savannah. You probably drive like I do pretty fast. But I wanted to ask you a question. Do you believe there is voter fraud in this election on November 3rd?
I believe there has been voter tampering as far as rigging goes. Now, as far as hard evidence, I cannot prove that. But from what I've observed, it's clear to me that there's no bipartisan in this election. It's very one-sided leaning as far as voters go.
And as a voter and citizen of Georgia, based on what you've heard today, do you feel we should do something to ensure that it doesn't happen again?
I do believe so. I do believe there is actually ways to make the voting process a lot smoother, easier, and 100% verifiable. And I wish our state would try to look into that as far as that goes. I can't force you guys. I can only voice my concerns and my opinions and send petitions up. But it's up to you guys to make that call. And I hope you guys make that call because, like I said, if these guys are allowed to make these small little increment changes in each county to affect the overall election, we have a major problem. Small fires turn into big fires. But if you don't pay attention to them, it'll look like California.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. Appreciate it. We have some more. Hale Salsi. I may not be saying that name right.
You're pretty close.
Is Ms. Saucy?
Susie.
Susie. Okay, sorry
Susie.
about that.
It's
If you
a-
just
it's a
let us know
mouthful.
where you're from, what you do, and try to get to the essence of why you're here.
Hale Susie.
Hale.
That's Hale Susie, SOU, as in cat, IE. And okay, so I live in Smyrna, Georgia. Me and my wife live up there. I actually do digital marketing for car dealers, but I was a volunteer for the recount process to go as one of the monitors. I started off at Cobb County, and there was definitely some interesting stuff that I saw there, but most of what I want to focus on is Fulton, so I'll try to be as concise as possible about Cobb County. One of the most disturbing things that I saw in Cobb County on the first day is that they were using an electronic counting machine, and we were told that that was not supposed to be the case. I did notice that the next day it was not there. When I first came onto the floor, I was standing at one table, and from 209 to 212, I was taking notes as I went, from 209 to 212, the first auditor, how the process goes is the first auditor reads off who the vote was for, the second auditor confirms it. Well, 3 times from 209 to 212, 3 times in 3 minutes, the first auditor called a Trump vote for Biden. Now, the second person who was checking it, the process worked, she caught that. Well, the reason I left that table is because someone told me that at one of the other tables they were not double checking. So I went over there, and very quickly I observed that she was not double checking, went and told the people who were in charge, as I was advised to do. They said they would say something to her. When I came back around the room, she was still not double checking. So as I came up behind her, she saw that I was looking at her, and she started very exaggeratedly putting it in her face. So, hey, that's fine. I was content that she was at least checking. But as I walked away, I turned around and noticed that she was staring at me. As I kept going around the room, more of the auditors were becoming aware of me. They were calling their bosses over. They were pointing me out. And as I walked up behind her, I heard her saying to one of the other people that I'm paid by the taxpayer, and this is a quote, "I'm paid by the taxpayer, and this effing a-hole wants to come in here and watch me." So last I checked, I'm a taxpayer, so I just want to come, volunteer and check this process. Well, very quickly, if that wasn't enough, I go down to Fulton County the next day, and I actually have with me, this is the letter that's supposed to permit me to go out onto the floor so that I can be close to the process. Well, I still have this letter because no one ever checked it. When I walked into the basement of the World Congress Center, there was an unattended notepad, and that was it. And so I was able to walk directly on the floor. And what I'm mainly here to tell you today is that within the first 30 seconds of me being there, they had runners who would take the suitcases full of ballots out to the tables with the 2 auditors on it to count. Within 30 seconds of me walking in, I signed my name on the notepad, walked up, and a gentleman came up to me with a suitcase full of votes, and he said, "Hey, I was supposed to take these to table 96, but they already have one. I don't know what to do with it." And he rolled the suitcase forward me and offered me for me to take it. So this suitcase, anywhere between, I've heard the numbers between 6,000 and 15,000 ballots was offered to me. And it kept me up that night, quite frankly, because if I was somebody dishonest, very easily could you have walked out of that center with that. So that was just one thing that I observed. Several other tables, we solved a bunch of different issues. I was actually Susie Voiles, who gave her testimony here earlier today about the pristine ballots. I was one of the monitors who was told to step away from the table while she was looking at that. And I do have photographs of those ballots, and you can see that they're flat. Another table had over an 8 to 10 inch tall stack of votes that are purely for Biden, not a single Trump vote. And I've worked with data digital marketing, and anytime we start having a number that approaches the 90th percentile, you get a little bit wary about that when it comes to consumer data. Now, for 100%, that's passing in probability, and it's approaching impossibility. There were several other tables where they were not double checking. There was one table where the women had their purses on the table. These purses were not checked. There was one set of people who were taking them out of the suitcase, counting them, and then putting them back in to the suitcase. And so I guess the main thing that I want to focus on is the chain of custody for these ballots. They're all stored in suitcases at the front of the room. Clearly they're being offered to people who shouldn't be having them, but also they have a little placard on them that tells the time and date that's supposed to secure the integrity of when they were open. And of a majority, I would say a majority of the ones that I observed did not have any of that information filled out. So, I've got my sworn affidavit here, And I think that's the main things that I wanted to cover.
Okay. Senator Dolezal has a question for you. You're number 5.
You got it. Good job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Sorry, sir, I didn't catch your name.
It's Hale Susie. That's H-A-L-E, Susie.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for
Nice
being
to
here
meet you.
today.
Thank you.
I want to ask you a couple questions about the recount in Fulton County. Senator Beach and I had the opportunity to go down and observe it as well. And I'm curious if you could maybe corroborate some of the things that I saw. How would you describe, I think the thing that struck me the most was the abject lack of security in that room. And you referenced that earlier with you basically could walk in and walk onto the floor.
Absolutely.
I literally saw a person. And I used to work in the music business, and it reminded me of our concert type security people that, are not always awake on the job, if you will. But as you know, there's those large doors in the back of I think it was Hall B, if I remember correctly, is where the county was taking place, at the World Congress Center, and there was a person. But I noticed that there were stacks of this. We're calling them suitcases, but really they're kind of they're large rolling cases.
Yeah, I've settled on suitcases. I don't know what to call them.
Against the back hall, there were some up at the front. There were some behind the Arlo system, et cetera. I'm curious, in your whole time being there, you were there as an observer, not as a poll worker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you ever stopped and asked who you were? Were you ever credentialed? Were you ever checked in and out? Were you ever...
The only time that I had any kind of contact with people there, they asked me to step away from Susie Voil's table. And then I did. So no one ever checked credentials. And I should have mentioned this. I apologize. That they were flipping over their piece of paper that have the batch number on them, and I asked one of the election officials, hey, how can I see the batch number when I'm not supposed to talk to the people? And they said, well, you're not supposed to be close enough to see the batch number. So those 3 times are the only time that I ever spoke to anybody, or anybody ever spoke to me or approached me.
What did you observe relative, unpack this chain of custody issue a little bit more. You mentioned they weren't signed in, they weren't signed out. And I'm not trying to lead you, but I'm telling you that what I observed was basically these cases were scattered throughout the room with no rhyme or reason that I could discern. Were you able to decipher kind of the process at which they were at least moving things from start to finish?
So I would 100% agree. I was actually trying to find it in my affidavit. There was one table that I saw had 2 suitcases of ballots, which we were told was never supposed to happen. So as far as I was able to surmise, the process is the people would sit at the auditors, the people who are counting the votes, would raise their paper when they were ready for another suitcase, that's what we settled on, suitcase of ballots. Then a runner would go up, check that out, and bring it to them. And the same process would continue. They would raise a different piece of paper if they had a question. The entire place there's over 200 tables, I believe, and it's, as you saw, it's very huge. But even that process was having breakdowns in it.
Yeah, so I mean, I would estimate that room was probably 100,000 square feet. It was massive, and I think there were actually 300 and something tables.
Okay, yeah.
How many?
At least 200.
Do you know how many of you were allowed on the floor? In other words, Republican, Democrat, Independent,
So at Cobb County, they limited us to 4. They only allowed 4 of us onto the floor. At Fulton, no one even knew who I was because I just walked onto the floor. No one was confirming who I was.
Were you able to identify how many other poll watchers were there from either party?
The DNC people were pretty clearly labeled, and I can see that, and most of the RNC people looked pretty shell-shocked, so they were easy to pick out.
Okay, thank you.
There was not too many.
Okay. Senator Heath?
Just curious if the legislature is called on to conduct further investigation to make a statement of fact, do you have a photo that would somehow validate that you were, in fact, on the floor in Fulton County? I mean, I don't doubt what you're saying, but if we were really going to pursue this, can you prove to me that you were there?
Yes, I took several photos.
Okay.
And yes.
Thank you.
And a reporter actually filmed me there too. So,
Senator Gooch, quick question.
Do we have video? Security video as well, and then there was somebody who was recording, and I was in several recordings. Sorry.
You may have answered this, and I wasn't hearing you. While you were on the floor, did you see anyone from the Secretary of State's office?
No.
No state officials?
No. Not that I was aware.
Okay.
And this is actually my first time giving this statement because I had reached out to several different people, called hotlines, submitted my affidavit, and no one seemed interested.
Have you written a letter to the Secretary's office?
I have not. I called the hotline. That's what I was told to do.
Okay. No emails?
I've sent several emails to different people, and this is a notarized affidavit that I got.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we got it. All right. We'll get your contact information. I mean,
Sure.
we have that, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you for being here. All right, our next is Annette Jackson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I got a sliding podium. Good evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen.
If you would just, again, give us your name and where you're from, and then let's try to get to the essence of what we're going to talk about.
Oh, my God, you're going to cut my time short, okay?
Yes,
I'm going to
ma'am.
make it move,
Make
okay?
it move. That's right.
My name is Annette Davis Jackson, and the reason I come before you, the Senate body, is I was a candidate for United States Senate. You can clap. Come on, clap for me. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right? So I was a candidate for United States Senate, and then I was pegged by Washington, D.C., Donald J. Trump Foundation to be a monitor in Gwinnett. I submitted a complaint form to the Gwinnett County voter elections and an email to Senator Ligon to include having a question on the military votes being duplicate. This is what I care about. There's a lot of things that I care about. But when I went to ask the Gwinnett County officials, where is the military vote being counted? They were a duplicate section, and of course there were two people counting the duplicate section. And I said, well, what do you mean by duplicate? Shouldn't the military personnel have their own category? And they said, well, they're in duplicate. What they did, they accepted military votes two ways, by absentee ballot and by email. When they got the absentee ballots by email, what they did was they printed out the email. They took another absentee ballot and stapled the email or the absentee ballot together. And then they bubbled in their answers. Who knows what it is, on the amendments or anything. We don't know. I have this, and I'll leave this with you. If you go on the back page, I'm really technologically skilled, and I asked for the general election report, the summary report. In Gwinnett County, they had election day, advance voting, absentee by mail, provisional, and the provisional for Donald Trump was 274. Biden, 407. Absentee by mail, Donald Trump, 40,396. Joseph Biden, 81,502. The advance voting for Donald J. Trump, 90,472. The Joseph Biden, 124,125. On election day, they had 35,271 votes for Donald J. Trump, and then Joseph Biden had 35,793. Now, for the total registered voters for this voting period, they had 416,458. 416,458. When you add up all the totals for all of these categories, it added up to 414,192. Now, the registered voters who voted was 416,458. So there's a margin of error. How I knew one margin of error in Gwinnett County was they counted the ballots 3 times, and they were short 30 votes. So what the election officials told them to do was scratch out the number that you had and put the number that you counted. So there was 30 ballots just on one that didn't have anything there. Then the precincts reported was 156 out of 156. That means the precincts were at 100%. The ballots cast were 827,758. I said before that the registered voters were 416,458 out of 581,467, which is a 71.62 margin. So I asked 827,000. Wait, where'd that come from? 758. They said that was page 2 of the ballot. Page 2 of the ballot. So I'm like, no, there's only one ballot, but they had a second page. So you have to question that 827 and what did you count as ballots and what did you count as amendments or whatever? We have no idea. So if you go to my statement for the violations, I do consider it as being fraud, and I also supplied a copy of a report that I submitted, and I'll show you guys here. I did 2 reports. One report was on the elections form, right? So I didn't depend upon the GOP portal. I reported 3 days in a row, 4 entries each. So I reported 12 entries each that went into a portal. So you might be able to get that copy too. But what I did notice is that a lot of the locks on the bins were broken. And so a lot of the locks on the bins were broken, so there wasn't the proper security. So I stayed within one bin to see, what are you going to do with this lock? So they said, we're going to have to go outside. These are old bins. We're going to go outside and we're going to get another one. I'm going to stay here. But then I looked at the scanner or the rubric as to all the precincts with the batches that are supposed to be a part of that bin. What I noticed that there was one precinct and then down at the bottom that hadn't been checked red. What I found out was they didn't know where that precinct was. It wasn't in the bin. Where was it? It was in panel review. I didn't find that out till the next day. So here's what I asked. I asked that please make sure that all precincts are counted before one considers the box complete and takes it away. The way that they considered in Gwinnett the box is complete, they put it over in another area near where they tabulate the votes and they put a green sticker on it. So a lot of the precincts had not been counted, but they went over to the green area as being counted. And I did put down the precinct numbers, precinct number 137, batch number 7, total scanned was 50, and a clerk didn't know what to do with it. Another set of voters, absentee ballots had a red void stamp on it. And I'm like, where'd they get the void stamp? But they were unattended. So I made a copy of a complaint too. So I don't know, I'm probably the only one who did complaints, and use their own complaint form. Hallelujah on that one. So that's what I noticed. I noticed that there were more Democrat monitors on the floor than Republican. We follow the laws. They had to issue a statement to say, only one monitor per 10 tables, but they were flooded. Another thing I want to look at, and I think that points to the fraud, is Donald Trump did an executive order. He did an executive order regarding the establishment of task force on market integrity and consumer fraud. He did that on July 8th, 2018, and I'm wrapping up too. Really quick. He said, by the authority vested in me as President of the President, by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, and in order to strengthen the efforts of the Department of Justice, federal, state, local, and tribal agencies to investigate and prosecute crimes of fraud committed. This is just not a civil issue, it's a criminal issue. Against the United States government or the American people, recover the proceeds of such crimes and ensure just and effective punishment of those who perpetrate crimes of fraud. It is hereby ordered as followed, and this is voting fraud. And he got together the Deputy Attorney General, the Associate Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General, the Assistant, and the Tax Division, the Civil Division, the Criminal Division, the Antitrust Division, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the attorneys designated by the Attorney General, and the Department of Justice. He did such a fantastic job in bringing out fraud, and this was in 2018. So how could he and his lawyers, Giuliani, as well as Sidney and Lynn Wood, bring fraud to the case? Because they knew that there was going to be fraud 2 years before the fraud existed. And not only that, he brought in the Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, the Secretary of Energy, the Secretary of Education, all across the board. I know, I gotta go.
I gotta go. I need to get 2 more people, and then we're going to have to wrap it up.
Okay, 2 more people.
Appreciate you.
But here's my statement.
We have your statement, right?
You have my statement right here?
And if you could leave it right here.
I will definitely leave it right here. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. So I've submitted all the forms.
Yes.
Thank you very much for what you do. And there was fraud in this election. My name is Annette Davis Jackson, and I was a candidate for U.S. Senate.
Thank you. All right.
And I hope you decertify and hold a session for all of the General Assembly. Thank you.
I'm going to call Scott Hall, and then Nancy Claire, and then we're going to have statements by some of the senators, and we'll be closing out. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Hall, we're running short on time, so just tell us where you're from and just tell us what you saw and what you want to bring to the attention of the committee.
Not a problem, Mr. Chairman. Many of the members here probably know me. I've been around this Capitol since Tom Murphy walked the floor, and I've been knee-deep in this situation for the past 3 weeks, so I'm going to get right to the meat of the issue. Is there something wrong here? There absolutely is, okay? And I have seen it. I am knee-deep in it, top to bottom. Number one, I was there on the first recount. There were large quantities of what appeared to be mail-in ballots that were not
marked by a writing instrument, period. They appeared to be marked by a printer, okay? Pure and simple. You've heard
What county were you in?
I was in Fulton County.
Okay.
I was at the Georgia World Congress Center.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and we saw this over and over and over again. I have prepared testimony that I can submit. I have photographs. And during the second day of the recount, we in fact, again, 99% of the people that in fact had left, okay, you had a very guarded area that had tape and ribbon around it where they monitored the bags going in and out. And then at 12 o'clock on Sunday, okay, 12 o'clock on Sunday, everybody's gone. They set up 2 tables. I have photographs in the lunch area, which is outside the viewing area of the security cameras. Again, I have security, I have video, and I have photographs. People were asking the number of monitors. We were limited to 1 monitor per 10 tables. 1 monitor per 10 tables.
I want to stop you, right? I want to ask you one question. Are you saying that a table was set up in a lunch area that was unsupervised and ballots were counted?
Yes, sir. And I got a picture.
Okay.
Okay? And I couldn't find it looking at the security cameras.
Okay. All right.
Okay? So I'll continue. Again, you know, then one of the people that I've asked from the Secretary of State, I think, nominated a Fulton County monitor by the name of Carter Jones. Again, we're getting these calls that ridiculous. I got a call at 10 o'clock last night saying we're counting again at Fulton County. I had to run down there to Fulton County, Georgia World Congress Center at 10 o'clock at night, okay, when there's virtually nobody around, okay, and I meet Carter there, and we start talking about the issues, and he said, I've already filed 3 reports, and this is going to be the 4th. And I've asked twice, but I haven't seen a copy of those deficiency reports from Carter Jones, who's the Fulton County monitor. So I can tell you, I also monitored the Fulton County warehouse on English Street. I was there. I, in fact, actually bought lunch for everybody there. Fulton County employees there were wonderful, okay? But I cannot say the same for the contractors, okay? I don't know who these people are that they brought in, okay? But they ain't from Fulton, okay? And I heard Bridget Thomas talking about somebody doing something with cards. I showed them a picture, okay, of the guy we brought in lunch. Okay. Fulton County warehouses trying to escort me down to the lunch area. The same guy comes out, and that was the only area that was off limits. You weren't going back there. Okay. I don't know why the lunch area was more secure than the area that they do everything else. One thing also I learned is every thumb drive, every vote in Fulton County is reduced to a thumb drive. Every precinct carries those to one of 4 locations: North Annex, South Annex, Roswell, and downtown. Then they carry those thumb drives to English Street, okay, where I have photographs of pallet loads of basically signed checks. Okay, pallet loads. I have the photographs. Every possible precinct. So you've got every single vote. Okay, you've got currency. Okay, now you just need somebody to do it. I hired one of my guys to basically go out and say, guys, can this be done? Could you, in fact? Now I've got all the votes that haven't been uploaded anywhere. And he actually wrote me a paper. And he said, it's the stupidest, simplest thing I've ever seen. He said, Dominion's own documentation shows how you take an entire batch, swipe it off, and then swipe on a new batch before you put it into the real-time reader that uploads. Okay? I got up this morning, okay, and cried, okay? I literally cried. I've got just as many friends on the Democratic side of the aisle as I do the Republican. And I feel like I've got Alabama and Auburn playing football. Alabama won by a nose. Auburn goes back and reviews the video, and they say, you didn't quite make it. And they're saying, you're just mad because you didn't lose, or you lost. And I said, no, I think you're cheated. When in reality, somebody paid the damn referee $1 million to, in fact, call this game. Okay? I have been knee-deep in this for several weeks, and there's no question in my mind something is very wrong, and now you've got video proof. Okay? You've got video proof. And then Bridget talks about what was going on at the Georgia World Congress Center. okay? And I see the very same guy that, in fact, tells me I can't go to the lunchroom, okay? And then I go to the Georgia World Congress Center, and I, in fact, document a defect. There is a sea of these bags that they were so careful about having these red security tags on. Me and one other individual noticed 9 bags. 9 bags. It's in my statement. And I, in fact, called over Georgia World Congress Center security and the Fulton County, and I said, guys, I'm a monitor. I need to document this defect, period. I am in an area outside the ribboned area. They wouldn't let you take photographs. I don't know why we were so concerned about, you can have a camera 7 miles away, but we can't take a photograph of a problem. I was outside the ribboned area. I told the officers, okay, I said, see all the security tags? Here's one missing, and there's several others that are missing. I'm going to document it. You know what they did? They kicked me out of the Georgia World Congress Center. Okay, I've got proof of that. Guess what? The TV station wanted to know what happened. I sent them over there. They recorded it. Me and one other did. They did not, for some reason, want me to document what I was there to document. Okay? An election bag that was missing a security tag. I ask any one of you, you put your luggage on an airplane with a lock on it and you get it on the other end, should you be suspicious? You're dead burn right you should be suspicious. So again, you know, it is breaking my heart the more that I dig, the more that I find. Again, you know, I got friends on both sides of the aisle, and you know, this is wrong. This is very wrong. I'll be glad to take any questions, but somebody needs to get a list of those contracts. You know that one individual, I asked 3 times, is he a Dominion employee? Is he a Fulton County employee? One time, yes, he's a Dominion. Next time, he's Fulton. Well, it just so happens that he, in fact, was a Dominion employee that was recently hired by Fulton County. And that should raise flags.
Thank you. We're going to take one more witness, Miss Nancy Kane. Thank you for coming.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, John.
You guys testimony?
Yes, we've got it. Yeah. And if you just state your name and where you're from, and then give us a brief statement of what you
Certainly.
want us to know.
My name is Nancy Kane, and I have lived in Georgia for 20 years. Let me just tell you, I've been an administrative assistant for many years as well, and I'm a linguist, a Spanish linguist. I volunteered to be a poll watcher, just want to say this briefly, at the general election in 2020 because I saw it as an opportunity to give back to my country. For me, as a law-abiding and naturalized citizen of the greatest country in the world, it is my duty and an honor to help ensure the integrity of our most sacred right as Americans, our right to vote. So let me just tell you, I lost my job because of COVID-19, and I saw it as an opportunity also to fully be engaged in this election and do my part. So I started working as a poll watcher at the advanced voting at the Lower Roswell Road, Marietta location. I was also a poll monitor during the processing of absentee ballots, and a poll watcher on election day. So let me just tell you what I observed briefly and what raised flags to me that something was wrong as well. Around 10 a.m. on November 5th, I arrived at the State Farm Arena, Fulton County Board of Elections, to witness the vote counting of absentee ballots. Upon arrival, I was not asked to present my credentials, but I identified myself. I was told where to sit, and I sat on a table right in the media cameras, and everybody was right behind me. Shortly thereafter, I just noticed to my right a young man just with a paper ballot punching in the selections on the ballot on a voting machine. I go, how strange is that? Why not put it through the scanner? So I asked the supervisor, what is he doing? You know, can you explain to me? And he said, sure, what we're doing right now is after the military ballots or are transcribed on a proper format, or ballots that come in damaged, We try to salvage those, he says. So we're just, transferring them to a new ballot, and then this is the process, this is the procedure that we're doing. So it's still very strange to me that it would not be put through a scanner, because when this young man was doing that, nobody was verifying what he was doing behind him. So technically, he was voting for someone else on a voting machine, but nobody was, trying to verify what he was doing. So I took video and I took pictures, and I also recorded my conversation with the supervisor with that explanation. I also told them that I noticed that none of the people there had credentials on. And he said, oh, many of them don't have. And that's my brother right there, the one that was doing the voting for someone else. It just seems so out of not following protocol to me, I left shortly thereafter when I heard that the counting was over, the counting of votes was over. So I went to DeKalb County facility. And when I got there, again, I identified myself to another poll watcher who walked me around. This was a very strange facility. All the rooms were whatever was happening there was segregated, and behind closed doors. And I saw that the poll watchers were many feet away from what was happening, not able to observe closely. And I was in the room where the scanners were and the poll watchers were, and 30 feet away. How could they possibly see what's going on? There was another table where they were duplicating the votes, the military votes. And I asked, why are you duplicating those? And I understand that some of the military votes, they vote online, so they have to be in the proper format. Okay, again, nobody was looking at that close enough, to see if they were doing it correctly. I spoke to my fellow poll watchers, and they were very frustrated that they were not able to see. An attorney for the city came to me and said, you need to move. Maybe because I was too close to where the scanners were, behind these glass doors. And so I said, well, I've been a poll monitor, I said, and I was able to move around, walk around. And why is it that the other monitors here or poll watchers are not able to do the same? And I showed him the statute of Georgia that says that we're able to do that. So he looked it over, and came back with some tape, masking tape or some sort of blue tape to put mark on the floor next to the tables where we could then stand and observe closer. But again, this was 2 days after, right? A lot happened before that we were not able to see close enough. So that's what happened. That's what the major observations for me is just appalling, really, what's happened. And I just want to say I'm heartbroken, hurt, appalled, angry at the level of fraud and irregularities that we are witnessing in this election, and especially ashamed that this is happening in the state of Georgia. I ask you to please do your job as elected officials, the job that we have entrusted you to do, and ensure the integrity of the vote for the American people, who on November 3rd, we look forward to casting our votes. Because as of now, we feel completely disenfranchised, and it is as if our vote did not count, was nulled. And I know I speak for the 74 million Americans who voted for Donald J. Trump, the best president this country has ever had. And I'm proud of my country, and I'm speaking from my heart. And what is happening in our country is a travesty, and we cannot allow it. We cannot accept it. So thank you so much for listening to me today and to all of us. Really appreciate it, and I hope I hope that you do the right thing.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. Okay, I know that there are some senators that would like to make a statement or two, and I'll allow that, and then we'll close it out after that. So, Senator Parent, I know you wanted to say something, so I'll recognize you now.
Thank you. I'm number 6, am I on? Yeah.
You're on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, colleagues, I sort of feel like where I sit that it's kind of like an Alice in Wonderland moment where you've gone down a rabbit hole and through the looking glass everything gets wavy and seems really confusing. But to me that seems like a sort of alternate universe that we don't have a lot of evidence of, frankly. And there's a lot of misinformation or misstatements even being disseminated by some witnesses, probably in good faith. But when you investigate further, you realize that this is really not a surprise, because if you've read the affidavits that have been filed with a lot of these lawsuits, what you will find is that people see things that they think are suspicious, but they do not understand the elections process in Georgia. And once that gets investigated, you find out that what they have actually seen are things unfolding the way that they should be. And I just would like to mention just a couple of those things. First of all, in the video that we were shown, as I mentioned to our Whip Gooch, the Secretary of State has issued many statements about all those things that were raised in the video. And the Secretary of State says our monitor was there. And in fact, since this morning, they've identified the person. It's a young white guy between 25 and 30 wearing a blue jacket that is in the video. That is their monitor that was there the whole time. Some people have filed affidavits not understanding that there is a duplication process when ballots can't be scanned, when they're torn, when they're UOCAVA ballots, because then when they're UOCAVA, Uniformed Overseas Citizen Absentee Voting Act, something like that, people are printing them on home computers at their houses abroad. They have to be duplicated, and there's a procedure for doing that. So you see a lot of these affidavits where people are like, this seems weird, this seems fraudulent, when actually it's the process. The human error raised in DeKalb, there have been, by Mr. Amick, I think, there have been numerous news stories about that. That would have been caught later in the process. If you canvass the vote properly at the county level before you go ahead and submit, you will catch things like that. And that discrepancy would have been identified even without, and I'm not saying he didn't identify discrepancy. He did. It's just that it never rose to the level of being a problem, and there's no evidence that it wouldn't have been caught. So it's not evidence of fraud. People who think, oh, I didn't request an absentee ballot. Well, you're on the rollover list. 600,000 people. So there's just a lot of things where we really need actual evidence of things that are provable, that are widespread irregularities that would rise to the level of having flipped the election. And, we heard a lot about, particularly out of Mayor Giuliani, about the fact that there were far fewer ballots rejected in this election. Well, that is true, because we changed the law. We changed the law after the 2018 election to allow an opportunity to cure. And the laws related to the oath were also changed by this body. So these are all things that have happened. There are some innocent explanations for many of these things. And, this was a very close election, but in the end, the number of ballots and the number of voters matched. After the hand count, they matched. The number of voters and the number of ballots matched, and that has been confirmed numerous times. We did a hand count with the human readable text for the presidential election. We're about to complete our third count. I feel like if we were truly interested in getting to the bottom of a lot of concerns that people have raised, and I do think that those need to be addressed, because faith in our elections is crucial. People do feel that results can't be trusted. That is a problem. First of all, there is the 23 investigators and 250 complaints at the Secretary of State's office. But even aside from that, if we were interested in finding out the truth behind statements being made, we would have a hearing where many of those could be discussed and we could ask questions of people that have knowledge about how Georgia's election systems are run. And we did not have that. So it seems pretty clear to me that we aren't actually really interested in trying to get to the bottom of some of these complaints. Could our election be run better? Human error does not equal fraud. Bad management does not equal fraud. Of course we need to have secure elections. I'm sure there are myriad ways that you guys think it could be run better and that I think it could be run better. There are, so let's talk about those. But we do not have evidence of widespread irregularities that would change the election, and that's what you need to really talk about this. I've mentioned it 3 times already today. 40 judges and 40 lawsuits have not found that. Attorney General Barr has not found that. Brad Raffensperger and everyone involved in elections in Georgia have not found that. And with that, we get to this notion that we should seize the power away from the voters. I think we all know, and Senator Heath, Chairman Heath raised it, in order for us to even contemplate doing that, we would have to call a special session and change the law. The governor, speaker, and lieutenant governor have already said, we're not calling a special session. You need 3/5 of the legislature to call a special session. Clearly that's not gonna happen. If these folks have evidence of fraud that would change the election, they can and should present it in the courts and to the Secretary of State's office. People who have the ability to investigate, recommend changes to us, and if there's a big problem, then let's hear it, you know? Then we have to take action. But until we have that, engaging in a lot of these things does more to undermine Georgians' trust in the election than it does to help it. Ever since today started, I have been attacked. The Secretary of State's office has had to take action as it relates to my address. And I've started to get some of the vile things that some of our other colleagues at the Secretary of State's office has. We've given it oxygen. And I think that does a disservice to so many Georgians. You got evidence, show up in court and prove it. That's how it has to be. And in the meantime, we've got OCGA 21-501F, where we have said that the person who gets the most votes is who gets the electors. And do we really want to mess around and have to redo every single one of our own elections too? I'm a little confused about that. Are none of us legitimately elected? Can anyone answer that for me? Do we know? I guess not, if we're not certifying the election. I really appreciate all of you for listening to, from where I sit, I see it. I know we've all gotten blown up since the election. I know that all of you have a lot more than me. Even I have. I know it's hard. I know there's so much pressure. And I know that with the tweets coming out of the White House, it's pretty darn difficult. And when you've got US senators saying, resign, Secretary of State, it's pretty darn difficult to get up and be like, actually the election was okay. I'm gonna tell you the truth. That's pretty hard, I get it. We all are under a lot of political pressure, so I understand where you sit. Thank you for allowing me to make a closing statement, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Brass.
Mr. Chairman, first off, I want to say thank you to you for being willing to hold this hearing, and members of the committee for staying here as long as you did. Regardless if we heard evidence of fraud or not, we owe it to our citizens to find the truth. And what we know is if we dig in and when we do find the truth, there's going to be a large part of this population in this state that is not going to be happy. But the truth is we owe them that. We owe each and every voter in this state an opportunity to see the truth. And again, we keep talking about the fraud, but for me, I want to know was state law followed? And we have heard clear evidence today that state law was not followed time after time after time. And that is a problem. And if state law was not followed in an election, then we do need to keep an open mind on a path forward. again, we all are under tremendous pressure, all of us, because this is a pivotal point in this state, in this country, and there's no decision that's going to be an easy one. So I pray for each and every one of y'all. I pray for myself that we all make the right decision, but I really pray that we dig in and we find the truth.
See, Senator Gooch, did you want to make?
Yeah, I want to thank you for letting me be in here today. I'm not a member of your subcommittee, but I have been here all day. I started out with Chairman Heath in the first meeting where we had a couple of hours of testimony, and this meeting has gone on now for, 6 hours? I know now why I don't want to be on the Judiciary Committee. But let me get serious for a minute. As I spoke earlier this morning, I talked about the people I represent back home, just like each of us do. We all have a constituency, 56 state senators, roughly 200,000 constituents, and we work on behalf of them. We represent them. We are their voice while we're at work in this Capitol. I sit around the table at various meetings and at restaurants, and I talk to people on a daily basis, bus drivers, farmers, chicken farmers, cattle farmers, construction workers, nurses, school teachers, administrators, business people. And what I can tell you, what I'm hearing, and I'm sure you are, is that the voters and the citizens of Georgia have lost confidence in this election. Some of it may be because their candidate did not win. I get that. But I can also tell you, based on what I heard here today, going on 8 hours of testimony, we have a problem in this state. And we have a problem with our regulations, our ordinances, our laws, our policies. And we need to, as Chairman Brass said, we need to find the truth. We are obligated to seek the truth. I'm not sure how this committee or any legislative committee will find the truth without help from an investigative arm of government. So if you're trying to move toward a special session, let's approach it that way. But I think we need to move faster. We need to move deliberately, and I would recommend you consider requesting help from the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to begin a full forensic audit of the November 3rd election in Georgia. And I think we should consider doing that this week.
Anyone else? Senator Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What number is it?
I'm sorry, wait a minute. 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you and everyone staying for the late hour. I appreciate, as the mayor said, complimenting the minority for their approach to this. I would disagree with one of my colleagues in one regard. The comment that we don't need these hearings. I really could not disagree with that more strongly. We need these hearings. Our voters, our citizens need to see us having these hearings because they need to know that we, as their representatives, are willing to investigate wrongdoing. Do we need the truth, Senator? You're absolutely right. We do need to get down to the truth. But I want to take it one step further. We need to have accountability for those that have engaged in wrongdoing. That's the next step. That is the step beyond fact-finding and truth-gathering. We've got to have accountability. You can't have accountability if you don't have these hearings. If fraud and impropriety are occurring, you can't stop it by just lamenting after each election, wow, that was a mess. I hope it doesn't happen again. It won't change. It won't change. So what we've got to do is figure out some form of accountability, and we cannot expect anything to change with regard to what seems to be the perennial fraud and impropriety in certain precincts and certain areas that occurs every election unless we start and decide to have some form and measure of accountability for those that engage in fraud, those that engage in wrongdoings, and choose to violate our law. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your patience. Thank you for staying late. I appreciate your leadership on this committee. Thank you. And I thank all my colleagues for being here.
Senator Summers, you want to say something?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing a non-member to sit at the table and be engaged in these topics. Guys, I've run 4 elections in 1 year. I will happily run another election if we can get a fair and balanced election in Georgia. She asked the question, I'd gladly do it again. I'm telling you straight up, I totally believe that we should be called into special session and allow the legislative process to take place and make sure, as several of these senators have said, that we give people the honest truth about the election. Whoever wins, wins, but we need to know the facts and we need to know who that person is. And I would gladly do a re-over in my election if that's what it takes. But boys and girls, we're here to vote and stand up and be strong. It's time we acted like legislatures and come together, ask our governor to call us in for a special session. He wins either way. If we find no improprieties, the governor looks good. If we find improprieties, the governor looks good. Let's get on with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Beach.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for allowing me to be on this subcommittee. I'm not on judiciary, but thank you for allowing me. And I also want to thank you for all the hard work you put into this. For a guy that's leaving office, you have put in a lot of hours on this, and I just really want to thank you. But I just would say I'd agree with my colleagues. I think Senator Brass hit the nail on the head. We got to get to the truth. And then I think you hit the nail on the head, Senator Gooch. We got to restore voter confidence. I can tell you the voters have lost confidence in our system. And I'm going to tell you, in my 8 years here in the Senate, I have never received so many emails, phone calls, text messages. I put my cell phone number on my website and on my Senate page, so I've been getting a lot of calls. And I want to just share one of the calls that I keep getting. And I had a lady call me, and this is kind of the calls I'm getting. And she said, Senator, she said, I stood in the Alpharetta Library for 2.5 hours to early vote. And I went in there, I showed them my driver's license, my photo ID, I signed my name and matched the signature in the database. I got my card, I voted, I checked my ballot, I scanned it. She said gave the stylus pen back, I got my sticker, I walked back to my car, and I was proud I waited 2.5 hours to vote. I didn't have a problem with it, I voted. Now she said, because of the agreement that Senator Dolezal talked about with the Secretary of State entered into, she said, I know now on absentee ballots, they don't have to show ID. The voter signatures don't have to match with the database. And she said, I feel like my vote was compromised. I feel like my vote was diluted. And I feel like my vote didn't matter. And I'm not going back to vote in January. I said, ma'am, I need you to go back and vote. You got to go back January 5th. But that's what we're dealing with right now, and that's why I'm so glad we had these hearings. I wanted to tell that story so that we could get to that. And Senator Kennedy, you're right. We can't just wait and think that things are going to get better at the next election. We need to take action. That's what the state of Florida did. If you remember, we heard today, in 2000, they had a mess on their hands with the Bush-Gore election. They got their results back in by 9 p.m. on election night, and we were still counting votes 2 weeks later. That's ridiculous. It's uncalled for. And Broward County and Dade County were a mess. They got it cleaned up. They've got twice the population we have, twice the elderly population, they had more absentee ballots, and they're on 2 different time zones, and they got their votes in and called at 9 o'clock. Our goal as a state, in my opinion, should have the election results by the 11 o'clock news, the night of the election, so our voters know that we've got the winners and the losers, and we should be able to do it. But we got to get to the truth and then figure out how to make it right. So I just, again, I'm glad we had this. I hope we dig into it and have investigations and make sure this was a fair election and make sure the elections from here on out are fair. So thank you for all your hard work, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Tillery, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I asked a lot of my questions earlier today, but thank you for giving me a second to close. First, I want to thank the members of the committee. I appreciate your cordiality today and how you handled things, even though I know there was a lot of passion. but I do appreciate how you handled yourselves. There were things I learned today. When I came into this room, I'd gotten a lot of questions, just like many of you, from calls from your constituents. And because of some of the things I heard today, I think I'm better prepared to answer some of them. I'll carry you back through just one or two of them. When we heard from the colonel, and he mentioned about things from Dominion, I'm sure you've gotten a lot of calls about that as well. And we walked him through, and he got to the end, and he said, if you did a 100% recount or 100% canvass, then I would have to say it would probably remove some of my concerns about a glitch. That's helpful for me. That was testimony you heard here today. When you heard from Grace Lynn, the student from Georgia, who talked about not being able to, going in and hearing that she had already requested an absentee ballot. I know I've heard that 100 times. I'm sure you've heard it as well. The testimony that we were able to get from her, and then thanks to Senator Jordan, Senator Dolezal, and others, we were able to show her, no, here's how that actually works, and we were able to help answer her question, which watching that is going to help me answer questions for my constituents. Those are the things I learned. That's where I was able to grow, and I can answer questions from my constituents. But there was one other thing we saw today, too. One of our senators already mentioned an Alice in Wonderland moment. That happened for me, too, today. And that happened when I believe her name was Miss Pick, played her video. I can't explain that one. I cannot go back with that video and help my constituents understand what was done and why it was done. When I see the table come in at 8:23, it's got a drape all the way over it. I see something happen at 11:23 later on. I see folks leaving at 10:30. I can't answer that one. That's the one that I'm going to be focused on trying to answer as we move forward. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your help today answering questions that our constituents bring, members of this committee. But I remind you that our work doesn't end today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You want Senator Jones? You want to? Yes, sir. Let me make sure I have you.
14 here.
Yep, gotcha.
Senator Ligon, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you. I echo what Senator Beach said about, for the amount of work, knowing that you've served distinguishedly 10 years in the Georgia legislature in the Senate, and know you're heading out. Well, you and Senator Heath as well, but for the work you've put in for this committee, I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, because you show that you're a true public servant and a true patriot for what you've done. The one thing, I'm glad we got to have this meeting today, because there's one thing that all of us have in common in this room. We've had 3 election cycles now, 16, 18, and 20, where all of us have been disappointed in the results. And each one of those election cycles have brought forth allegations of some sort of mischief or fraud or things of that nature. And it's our job as elected officials, especially when those allegations are in your own state, it's our job as elected officials to seek out, as Senator Brass said, the truth and what has transpired. And what we saw today, I was like Senator Tillery here. I was seeking, answers to questions to share with constituents, and like as he eloquently said, what we've witnessed today with the video from the State Farm Arena, those have raised a lot more questions about the process, as well as what went on, particularly in one county here in our state. So my only regret is that we haven't started these hearings sooner. However, with the findings of the video just coming out as of last night, maybe it is in our good fortune that we started the hearings now. But I definitely think that moving forward, and we need to move quickly in trying to establish what a significant forensic investigation would look like, and what role do we need to play in legislators of seeking not just to answer questions from November 3rd, but prevent it from happening on January 5th, which is the most important election we have right in front of us here. So thank you again, Senator. I also want to thank Senator Dolezal for your behind-the-scenes hard work, as well as Senator Beach. I know y'all put in a lot of work and a lot of hours making this happen as well. So, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else before I close? Senator Dolezal and then Senator Heath. Go ahead, Senator Dolezal. Let me get you.
Mr. Chairman, you've been exalted, and I'll echo the exaltation. And I will extend that to Chairman Heath as well. I thought that the meeting this morning laid a nice groundwork, and it was nice to be able to Senator Tillery's, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman Tillery's point earlier, to be able to ask questions of the Secretary's staff, if nothing else than to inform ourselves and inform our constituents, is to the way that this works. What didn't get discussed today that I think is important to illuminate is the fact that we discovered, really by accident, significant structural flaws in the way that we conduct our elections. We had 4 counties discover thousands of ballots via a risk-limiting audit that was never supposed to happen. The audit wasn't supposed to happen this year. It was supposed to be a pilot that was happening in the future, and it was never envisioned to be every county counting every vote, period. So the system worked because we got lucky. We have a significant problem when we don't know when we finish an election that the numerator matches the denominator. The fact that we don't know the denominator. We hear at one point in time at 6 o'clock one morning that there's 25,000 more votes to go, and then we hear at 10 o'clock that there's 45,000 more votes to go. I understand somebody may have misspoken that, but there's no master place that any one of us could go to the Friday after the election and say, here's how many votes are left to count, because we know how many ballots came in, and we know how many ballots have been counted. That's simple blocking and tackling when it comes to functioning something like this. This is one big data exercise. And we have to get the blocking and tackling correct to instill confidence in this process. Because when you find thousands of missing ballots, when you hear that one number is still outstanding, then you hear that another number is still outstanding, there's none of us that can stand behind a podium and say this process is working well. We keep hearing this caveat around the irregularities or the fraud. And the caveat is that it's not enough to change the outcome of the election. That's the consistent caveat. Gabe Sterling said in a press conference that he knows there was fraud in this election. How does he know that? Is he wrong? Is he right? What he also said was, but we know it's not enough to change the election. How does he know that? There's 250 open investigations and probably should have been more. We heard this morning from the Secretary's office that 300 people double voted again. We had 1,000 people double vote in June, apparently 300 double voted this time. They said the number was down. They told us there were 70 felons that voted. We've heard about thousands of people where their ballots were sent out of state. We were also told that we know that we're asking a lot of the election officials to review 1.3 million signatures, something we've never asked them to do before. The Secretary tells us it's not the best way to do it. But we won't even go through the process to review a random sample of those signatures to figure out how well we did. That's unacceptable. We owe it to ourselves as the people that are charged with the responsibility of getting this process right to understand when the system was stressed and when it was flexed, how did we perform? There's not one business in America that would go through this process and have something change in that manner and do zero review. And ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the signature match process, we've done zero review. It may have been flawless. I would like to be able to say that it was flawless, but I don't think that any of us believe that it was flawless, because I don't believe that any of us think that our signatures are consistent enough over a period of time from when you last got your driver's license. Senator Beach, I'm sure you got yours, within the last couple of years, but I got mine 10 years ago. My signature's changed. There's an incredible amount of disinterest in the media and frankly from the minority party in really digging into this process. And I do respect the senators who were here today, but there is not a call for a signature audit. There has not been a call for investigations. We've heard for the last month that this State Farm Arena situation was under investigation. Why did it take us a month to get a video? Why did it take us a month to get a video and it wasn't even produced by an employee of the state? That's patently absurd. We have to do better, and we can do better. That video is a bombshell. You saw the media and the observers leave the room at the same time. That tells you they were told to leave. Why were they told to leave? The media needs to get interested in this, and they need to get interested in this quickly, because they have a role to play in this as well. And the fact that I can guarantee you, well, I can't guarantee you. I would suspect that if the allegations were on the other foot and in the other direction, that we wouldn't have waited a month for an open records request to be filed, or however they obtained that video, to see that video. We have to get a lot more curious, because we have to get it right. And Senator Parent, I'm not intending to throw you under the bus, and I apologize for my comments about what I just said, but I do really wish that I sensed a bipartisan effort to dig into the details of what happened so that we can affirm it in either direction. This, to me, is not about who won an election. I don't think this is about who won an election to you. I don't think this is about who won. You referenced, maybe our elections aren't legitimate. We don't know what happened because we haven't lifted up the hood to look. 1.3 million signatures, and we haven't bothered to look. And I would like to link arms with anybody, regardless of party, to get to the bottom of exactly what happened so that we can move forward, and quite frankly, so that we can do a better job and know what laws we need to change. We've all gotten a little bit of a baptism by fire in election law and what our state laws say, but whether it is a special session, which I do think we need to have, or it is when we come back in January, we have our work cut out for us, and we don't know what we need to change unless we look at exactly what happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and senators, people who have persevered throughout the day. I don't have much to add to this other than just a few observations. Someone had mentioned earlier that, mistakes are not necessarily criminal, or I don't remember how the comment was made, but I agree with that. I think we all make mistakes. We've all misinterpreted things. None of us are perfect. But what's potentially at risk here is at least the direction that this country takes. I think that, well, number one, it is exceedingly embarrassing that we're having this discussion. I remember watching the videos of, what was it, the 2000 election of Florida going through a similar process, and I was kind of laughing like, those guys have got to be a bunch of idiots down there. And maybe I should not have had those thoughts, because now the camera's on us, and it doesn't look good. But there's enough mistakes that have seemingly been made. I don't think anybody will come out of this clean, including the legislature. When you go back and look at what the legislature has done, and I think I've been around to see a whole lot of these laws that we're struggling with right now. I saw a lot of those taking place, and I kind of remember the mindset as we did various things, and I look back on it and I'm thinking, yep, we thought we were doing the right thing, but now I don't think that it was the right thing. And guess what? That's what we do every time we get together. We're tweaking what the previous legislature has done. There's not a lot of brand new, clean ideas that come out of the legislature. As I sat and listened to the witnesses in the Government Oversight Committee meeting this morning, admittedly, I could sit there and pick through some of that and say, well, maybe that's not a false statement, but it might not be the whole truth either. As I sat here and listened today, this afternoon, same thing. I mean, certainly everybody that testified gave you some reason to suspect that things were not done properly. Maybe they weren't intentional mistakes, maybe they weren't intentional acts, but there were certainly opportunities. And then the professor that, essentially his position seemed to be that, okay, boys and girls, this is in your hands. You should exercise your power as a legislature and straighten this out. If the legislature can convince itself that we have created an environment where you can't conduct a true and accurate election, then maybe we do need to step up. But before we get to that point, I mean, we would be setting a precedent there that is, you just need to be very careful. The legislature has a problem that I know we have discussed for years, and that is that we can't swear witnesses in a committee. So you can come here and stand at that podium and say anything you want to say, and there's no recourse. So the problem that we've got as a legislature is that now we've got to take that information with the very limited staffing and capabilities that we have. As a legislature, we're essentially one-man shows. There's a few of us there's a few legislators who have one admin assigned to them, very few. There is no legal staff that is assigned to a certain committee chairman or a certain legislator. We all use the same pool of resources, and it's very shallow. So those are some problems that need to be resolved, and the problem that's in front of us right now, tonight, is that for us to take any further action, I think the first thing we got to do is go on our own to find the facts. Now, we talked to I think it was the colonel, was talking about the Dominion machines and voting machines as a whole. I will tell you that there is a risk at exposing how that machine works. I read, somebody told me that somewhere on a blog, that the source code for these machines is open source and it's available to everybody. Well, I don't know if that's true or not. But I can tell you that it is very difficult, if you know exactly how a machine works, not to figure out how to break it. So there's some risk in opening up that to the public, to any investigator or hacker, if you will. But there's also a gain there in that now, at least the allegations, the appearance is we don't know what can happen. I think I could write software that would not be corruptible through a USB port. But I don't know that that's the way that software is written. I have heard them, testimony about, Fulton County said they had this mobile voting precinct. Well, to me implies that you got to reload data. When you move it from one precinct to another, you got to reload data. But there was also testimony that says nothing has changed in them in the final hours. So there's a lot of work that we got to do before we take any drastic actions. But I think that we got to get started on it, and I don't know who's best to work on that, but there is a world of work to be done, and I really don't know that if we had all 56 senators working on this, dedicated 8 hours a day, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, that we can really resolve all this. But we got to do what we can do. We got a mess on our hands, and as has been stated, you know, this whole a democracy is dependent upon being able to trust the outcome of elections. We've got to do something to restore not only Georgians' trust in our elections, but the country has got to trust our elections. Georgia is significant to the United States of America. So I don't have any answers. I do see there's a lot of problems, and just as I stated in my committee this morning, it was exceedingly difficult to put that committee meeting together. I know this one was as well. I don't know about the legalities, but if you want to go to a county and say, I want to see this box of ballots and I want to study them, I want to feel of them, I want to resolve some of these things, there's a security risk at that. Because frankly, I don't trust every legislator. So, you know, there's a balance here that we got to strike, and I don't know how we get there, but we got a mess on our hands.
Thank you, Senator Heath. Senator Harper, are you number 10?
Yes, sir. And I also want to say thank you, although I'm not a member of your subcommittee. Thank you for letting me sit in this afternoon. I appreciate it. But being a member of Senator Heath's committee, I just want to express, as others have, to both you, Senator Ligon, and Senator Heath, both of our chairmen today, for your outstanding, I think, run hearings both this morning and this afternoon. I think y'all both did a phenomenal job. You should be commended on the work that you put in prior to today, and the work obviously that's going to continue going forward. So thank you both for doing that. And I think it's all evident why we're all here. I know Senator Gooch referenced this, and many others have. You know, like Senator Beach, in my 8 years of service in the legislature, I can't think of another single issue that I have heard from more of my constituents about than this one issue that we're here discussing today. And I agree with a lot of the comments made. One of the roles of the General Assembly and one of the roles of the legislature is oversight, and that's why we're here today. And that's the whole purpose of us convening these hearings today is to provide that oversight that we're expected to do on behalf of the constituencies that send us up here to the Gold Dome to represent their behalfs. And I think that's why we're here today. And we should do these things. We should have these type of hearings. We should investigate issues when they arise. And I want to say thank you to the Secretary of State's office this morning, Fulton County, and all the witnesses that showed up, Mayor Giuliani for coming today and providing testimony. I think it was awesome opportunity for us to have an open forum and discussion to be able to ask those questions of all of those entities. To Senator Parent, I'm going to reiterate what I said this morning to the Secretary's staff and their folks. You know, if you have received threats today because of things that you may or may not have said, I hope my colleagues will join me in condemning any of those acts or outlandish threats that may be coming towards you. And I reiterate my comments this morning in condemning the same things against the Secretary and his wife and his staff. I think that's unbecoming of us as citizens, and that's not who we are as a basis of an American citizenry and the democracy that we all enjoy. And I think those type of things can have an impact on the foundation of government that we have. But the questions that we asked and the answers that we were able to get today, I think it boils down to a couple of things that it's already been said. It's about getting to the truth, and I think Senator Brass summed it up well in his statement of was state law followed. I think that is a legitimate question, and I think the longer this hearing went today, I think there's more questions that can be asked. And I think if you look at the hearing that was conducted this morning and the hearing that was conducted this afternoon, I think there's some differences in those presentations that should be looked at. And whether we're talking about chain of custody or signature verification or signature match issues, as Senator Dolezal has very adequately presented on today. And I think, all of this laid out is giving us an opportunity to lay a foundation for us to take some action, as Senator Heath has alluded to. That I think this has given us an opportunity to lay the groundwork and lay a foundation for us to look at our laws and make sure that our election law is proper. And if we need to make those adjustments, we can make the proper adjustments that need to be made, and we can give voters the confidence that they need that our election system and our state is secure, and that they know that when they cast their ballot, they know that their ballot is counted, and that they can have trust in our system of self-government, because without that foundation, we can no longer be a nation that is governed by the people. Or a nation that is built on the foundations that we were built on as a country and as a state. And I just want to say thank y'all. Thank you both again. Thank you to all the committee members. I thought this was a well-run committee. I thank you to everybody for the cordial conversations that were had. I think this just has given us an opportunity to have a transparent process for our constituencies to see, and I think that's all they've been asking for. So thank you both for allowing it to happen.
Thank you. Well, let me close out by thanking, first of all of the citizens of this state who have reported what they see as irregularities or misconduct or fraud, and that have contacted your legislators to ask them to look into that. That is part of your civic duty. And part of our duty as legislators is to look into this and to have an appropriate solution that will resolve this issue. I want to thank Senator Stone's staff, Layton, for helping put this together. She's worked very hard and has stayed late, and others. I want to thank some senators, Senator Dolezal, Beach, and Jones, for helping. They worked hard to help put this together as well. I appreciate all of your efforts. And others, Senator Heath, for your work earlier. You've been here all day. Some of you have been here all day on the two committees. Thank each one of you for being here. I do think this is very important. It's something that we needed to do, and I know that there's a lot more work that will be done in the future, in the near term, and also in the long term. So with that, we're adjourned, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.